Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today, I finally made up my mind on what I want to do for the season 14, and I want to get my Theorycraft out of the way. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some Theorycrafting today, so let's hit the button and let's frickin' go. Come on, 100,000 subscribers! Alright. Alrighty then. So I did some preliminary research into Plague Javelin, and I started to come up with some answers for Plague Javelin as to what was going on, but I need to do some testing, because I don't generally like to just trust what I read online. I like to test it myself. So one thing that we're going to have to do, though, is we're going to have to make a character. So let's go ahead and boot up old school Diablo 2. Let's make a template file. Let's make a template. Let's make a template. Let's make a template. Let's make a template after all. What am I gonna call my plague javelin? Turd launcher? Pus spitter? Pus spitter is the name of a bow. Not really quite the same, is it? Turd javelin? Turd jav? That's right, boys. Be afeared of the turd jav. Be afeared. Be very afeared. So the first thing we have to test is we have to test whether or not my answer is true. So this is an interesting one, and to sum it up in the easiest way possible, it's kind of hard to like sum this up, and because I wrote a whole bunch of stuff here and it seems ridiculous. But let me sum it up in the best way I can. Okay, what's going on is that apparently there is a difference between the cloud of the plague javelin and the actual on hit of the plague javelin. And apparently, from what I've been able to find out, the on hit of the plague javelin is a completely different beast than the cloud of the plague javelin. And so I was actually thinking of building a character around the on hit of the plague javelin specifically. So, yes, that's what we're going to be doing today. I need to, however, verify whether or not the on hit of the plague javelin actually is different from the cloud. Otherwise, well, what's the point if it's not? Let's go ahead and make a generic plague javelin character. And then once we understand exactly what's going on, then we can get a better idea. So first things first, we're probably going to end up using Titans, at least for the beginning. I don't think that like Titans is necessarily the best option in the game for this character. Unless I go with like a physical component, I could add in some physical damage to the character, which could be interesting. We'll have to think about that. And then I'm pretty sure that the best in slot is either going to be, it's probably just going to be facets. That would be my guess, is just facets. So we probably need just like a 4-socket shield. Either that or we go with the unique shield that has 3 sockets. I think we go with the 4 sockets. So we end up going with shield. We need a base, actually. Hold on. We need a base. We need a super base. We need a base. We need a graveyard base. I don't remember where I put the bases at. I don't remember where I left my freaking hat. I don't remember what's going on in my own head. So that's why I think that I might be dead. Oh, come on down and you can see. Come on down and we can be. Come on down and you can see with me. Come on down and you can see. Come on down and we can see. Come on down and you can see with me. Do 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 do. I need a treachery. Your mom is a treachery. Treachery Town, come on down. Need a little rune word in town. Get a treachery on the base. Gonna come down to your freaking place, and I'll punch you in your face. Treachery, betcheries in the land. Come on down with your hand. Don't really care what you got to say. Gonna take it anyway. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Uniques. Dun, 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 dun. Bing, 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 bing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bing, 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 bing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bing, 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 bing. Tickety, 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 boo. Give me a helmet just for you. Higgity, biggity, biggity, bop. Need a little one on the top. Crown of Ages in your hand. Put another one in the land. Too fast in that helmet, go. Come on down, let's see if you can go. I need a helmet, yes I do. Give me a helmet, doesn't smell like poo. No helmets for me, my friend. Don't want no doo-doo on the end. Ink. Bump, 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 bump. Need to give him a freaking cube. Actually, him. It's a Manazon. Manazon. One little cube for the bank. And then we're gonna give him some tank and smack. Amazonians get a Hellfire Torch. And they also get an Annihilus Charm. Annihilus Charm. Charm, charm, charm. Now we need some scalers. Charm, charm, charm. Scaler, baler, whalers. Scalers, dealers. Give me some of the scalers. Scalers, whalers. I need some scalers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. Pop, 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 poison charms. We need a freaking bow. Come on down and you can see one. Oh. Plus spitter. Ooh, ooh. Okay, now we need to fix his stats and everything else. Let's go to level 95. Hell difficulty. Max, save. Skill points, 105 or whatever, it doesn't matter. Waypoints, gimme, 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 save, inventory, burp, 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 burp. Now we need some bonus stats, need a little bit of bonus stats. So 5 times 94 plus 15. That means we got 485, 485, 485. Brum, bum, 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 bum. Cause your mama's a hoe. Eh, eh, eh. Music is so low, I can barely hear it. That's better. Alright, now we need the stats of an Amazon. So level up stats, they get 2 points per level. So 94 times 2 plus base HP of 50. 238. Stamina is 94 plus base of 84. 178. Mana is 1.5, so 94 times 1.5 plus 14, 155. Okay, save. Quests, long finished. All modes, batch, save. Alright, looks like we're ready. Let's go test our hypotheses. I need to test my hypothesis. I need to see if she can whiff 1,000 javelins past yo mama's face. Turd javelins taking up that space. I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's not so bad. The turd javelins they had a target. And they're coming for your mom. Better watch out, son, or you'll be the next one. Bom, 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 bom. Turd javelin, son. That's why I said it, boom. I'm channeling Lady Gaga today. Do I think Rabies Druid might be okay this season? No. Rabies Druid sucks. I could make you a Rabies Druid. I could make you the best Rabies Druid that you'd ever imagine. You're still gonna be like, meh. You're gonna play it and you're gonna be like, meh. I need to steal thievery. Murder face. Ha. All right. 20 points. Boom. 20 points. Boom. And then I can do whatever I want with the last points. Haha. I need soldiers. Where's all my extra soldiers at? No, there's no soldiers in here. What is this? What is this bull crap? What is this bullcrap? I got no soldiers anywhere. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. I have no soldiers. Somebody's got a soldier. Oh, he definitely doesn't have a social. I think this is the character I loaded all the soldiers in on. There's nothing on him, though. Damn it. Okay. Well, we need some soldiers so we can do some testing, so. I need some soldiers. Give me some. I need some soldiers. Some soldiers. We're gonna take a couple soldiers and put them in. We gonna get them. And they're going in the bin. They're gonna sell them to the vendor. And they're gonna summon forth Uber Diablo in his friggin' four. And then we kill them over and over again to test all the various things that are the best. Don't tell me what to friggin' do, cause I do what I want. Summoning Diablo is my prerogative. Don't come down with your big ol' lobatives. Boom, 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 boom. Do I need this many soldiers? Shut up. How about that? How about that? Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Soldiers. Soj. Paste. Soj. Replace. Soj. Replace. Good. Go. Alright, so the first thing we're going to be testing is important. We can't really Theorycraft the build until we know the answer to this question. And it's the reason why we're going to be doing this test. What is the test and what are we trying to prove / whatever? The test is basically this. Is the on-hit portion of Plague Javelin more damaging than the Cloud? That's the test. We need to know conclusively with verifiable proof, is the actual, like, hit of the Javelin more damaging than the Cloud is? Like, are they actually two separate entities, essentially, that function separately from each other? If the Cloud and the hit are indeed separate, which I think they are, then that involves setting up a character specifically to hit targets with the Javelin and not rely on the Cloud, which we will be testing. So the first part of the test is going to involve just simply killing Uber Diablo with the Cloud and not hitting him with the Javelin. So we're going to deliberately not hit Uber Diablo with the Javelin. We want to make sure that he's not taking the full brunt of the damage. I should have brought in a prevent monster heal weapon, but I have some on some other characters, so we'll do that. Let me make sure I've got a prevent monster heal source before we get started. There we go. There's an edge bow. That'll work just fine. So we start the fight by shooting him with the edge bow to make sure we have prevent monster heal in place, which prevents him from regenerating, so we can see what the actual damage is, which is what we want. Is this what I'm thinking of running for tomorrow? Yes. Provided everything works well. Oh. Brandbow has prevent monster heal on it too. We should just use that. All right. $100K for a D2 streamer is huge. That's right. Cooley's gonna be next. He's almost 100,000 too. I don't know what you want me to freaking say. I just want to freaking play, and I don't care what no one says about the games I like. I like what I freaking like. Clock. I need a stopwatch. Clock. Stopwatch. Alright, I've got my stopwatch ready. Alright, so first thing we need to do is we need to go out here and we need to clear out the field. I kind of wonder if we should do players 8. It's kind of a little, yeah, it is set to players 8 right now. Okay. My resistances are terrible right now. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, be Boblo, get your butt over here. Be bobble low. Come on down, let's go. Be bobble low. Come on down. Come on down. Be bob below. Come on down. Come on down. I need you over here. Come on down. I need you near the wall. Come on freaking down. Thank you. Alright, I would say he's sufficiently attacked. That was not really what I meant to do there. Okay. Start. Finish him. Trying not to hit him is difficult. The javelin kind of just like goes toward him anyway. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this might be impossible on player vid. What I'm trying to do definitely doesn't mesh well with extremely large HP pools. I need it to happen quickly, so I can figure out what's going on quickly, as opposed to that, whatever the hell that was. Let's restart this. Yeah, stand in the fart. Stand in the toot. I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Huh. I think maybe the best way to do this would just simply be to lower my attack rating. I think that would be the best way to do this. So we need two different ways. One with extremely high attack rating and one with extremely low attack rating. And we need to check both of them essentially. So we're gonna need some modified pieces of equipment, I think. Hold on, I have an idea. I think this is the easiest way to do it, and we just need to knuckle down and do it this way. So I'm gonna edit in a specific piece of equipment. Oops. Oops. Okay. So what we're going to do is we need to know whether or not attack rating is important to this build. And to do that, I think the easiest way would just simply be to add items that make it so that you know the answer to that question, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add two items in, two rings, and I'm going to make them essentially like super attack rating rings. So I'm just going to take like a BK ring, and we're going to edit the BK ring, and I'm going to add onto the BK ring attack rating. That's it. We're just going to add massive amounts of attack rating onto the ring. The reason why we're going to do this is because we need to know whether or not hitting the target is important to this skill. If hitting the target is important, then obviously we will deal much more damage if we are hitting the target. If hitting the target is not important, then the kill speed will be the same, right? So it'll be the same kill speed regardless if hitting the target is meaningless, or if hitting the target has a an impact, then obviously it'll be important. And that's what we're trying to figure out here. I could try and sit there and like very carefully go out of my way to try and miss the target. It's just not working. He moves around too much, and I don't think there's any way for me to do that. So I think the better way to do this is just do 2 setups, one with really high attack rating and one with really low attack rating, and see what the difference between the two is. And then hopefully we'll have our answer. The Toot Slinger. Yeah, the Toot Slinger. What's wrong with the Toot Slinger? You don't like toots? Who doesn't like a toot? Makes you feel good when you toot. That's the truth. You know it's a toot, 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 tootity toot. Come on down and we can toot. Everybody likes to friggin' toot. They even enjoy tooting when the baby is toot, toot, toot. Smile on your face. Come on down, get a toot in your place. Y'all ever seen a little baby sit there and then they fart? Like a big fart, and then they smile and they laugh at you. They're like, and then they're like, ah. The damage calculation for the cloud and the on-hit are different. That's basically what I am assuming from the information that I have discovered. Yes. I'm going to take out the gemmed Archon plate and we're going to put in the treachery. I'm also interested in this as well. Supposedly the venom can add into the on-hit, but it doesn't add into the cloud, which is also something that's going to make the on-hit stick out more. I do think I should probably take off the Gore Riders, though, because I don't want the crushing blow interfering with the test. Yeah. Okay, so we have our 2 bootleg broke rings here. These are the Bullcathos rings with massive amounts of attack rating on them. So hopefully with these, we will be able to hit the target no matter what. I guess let's do the test of 100% basically hit chance first. So in this particular case, we've got 51,000 attack rating. That should be enough, I think. We're on P1. We'll do the test on P1 first. Ricochet, your mom's a hoe. I can't believe she's a hoe. I don't like this song. Why did my song have words in it? Get the words off my thing. I deliberately picked songs that didn't have words. It's a song that has words. I don't want songs that have words on. Come on down and get one, yon. I don't really care. Buns, Hans, buns, Hans, buns, Hans. Come on down and buns, Hans. Everybody's got some sun. Buns, Hans, Hans, buns. We got lots of buns, Hans. What is this song? I don't know. What is this song? Okay, so we will be testing attack rating version first. Let's get the stopwatch back on the thing here. Stop, resets. Oh yeah, hold on. Man, Diablo wants my cheeks, don't he? Cheeks, 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 why he want my cheeks? Cheeks, 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 why he want my cheeks? Cheek, 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 why he want my cheeks? Cheeks, 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 why he want my cheekums, cheekums, he gon' always cheekums, and I don't like them cheekums, come on baby, cheekums. Uno reverso. Okay, we've got 1 minute and 4 seconds with all the attack rating in the world. 1 minute, 4 seconds. Okay, so we've got our answer there. So now we're gonna take off the super god tier attack rating rings. And not only that, but we're also gonna do a quick reset here. 385. We're going to leave the 20 points out of penetrate so that we get even less attack rating. So we're only at 2k attack rating, 37% chance to hit him, 50% block chance. So we've got like less than a 14% chance to hit him at this point. So we do the test one more time with the current settings and we see how quick the kill is there. So our current kill time, so we're testing P1 Uber Diablo 50 A attack rating, 1 minute and 4 seconds. Now we're gonna do P1 Uber Diablo 2K attack rating, and we're gonna get the answer on that one. So interestingly enough, JJ, interestingly enough, that doesn't work. So the thing about the whole death web swapping thing is it's because you have a cloud that can like reinfect the target, and so you can throw your javelin and then you can swap and then you can basically have the cloud infect the target after you've swapped over, getting you the negative res. But interestingly enough, I don't think that's possible if the on hit is better than the cloud. So if it turns out that the on-hit damage is better than the cloud damage, then... yeah, anyway. So let's do test number 2. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I need more potions. Hold on. I could clear the battlefield. Nothing to clear? Okay, doesn't matter. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, there you go. And 3, 2, 1, go. Ow. Why am I dying all of a sudden? Wasn't dying before. Well, I guess my treachery had procced before. Boom, 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 mama's a hoe, don't you know? Come on down and we can show. Mama's a hoe, don't you know? Don't you freaking fracking know? Mama's a hoe, don't you know? I don't really freaking know. Don't stop hitting me, please stop hitting me. Oh my god, don't stop hitting me, please stop hitting me. Don't stop hitting me, what's going on? Hey baby, what's going on, baby? Hey baby. Oh, fire in your butt. If I tell you what, Taco Bell hell, Taco hell. Taco Libre. Taco Libre. 1 minute 15:61. Oh, hee ha ha. Interesting. Interesting that it is faster if you have attack rating that's a master. This means that we can get more damage if we hit the monster with the javelin, and never if we care about you. Gonna do this. Ha hoo hee hoo. Bow 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 bow. Well, I need more proof. We need another attempt. What is the objective of these tests? To figure out the best way to build a character. That's the objective of these tests. Understanding how the ability works is paramount to understanding how to build the ability. If you don't understand how to build the ability, then you don't know the best way to make the character the best. And if you don't know the best way to make the character the best, then you gonna be the worst. I mean, basically, from what I'm seeing here, I can make one simple, one simple statement, and the one simple statement is this: the on hit is more damage than the cloud. That's the statement that I can make at this particular point in time. The on hit is more damage than the cloud. I would like to do some more testing, though. So we're going to do a couple more tests. I want to do one more no attack rating. I want to get more of like a mean. Need more potions in my life. Need a couple pots. Come on down. Don't think about give me them potions. Put them in the bank. Need a couple potions to tank and spank. Don't tell me what to do, where I'm going. Need a little bit of my blowing. Try and do it the same way you did with 51k AR. There was no functional difference between the way I did it before and the way I did it after. Food's ready in 20. Am I hungry? Yes, I am. I'm very hungry. I am starving. Starving, darling. Starving. Okay, so we're still doing the 0, or rather, as low AR as we possibly can get. Okay, we're still on the low AR. Let's make sure that we've got the... Let's see, reset. Let's make sure we get the proc. We gotta make sure we proc our prevent monster heal. There we go. And start. Come on, baby. Oh, he wasn't green for a second. Oh, dagnabbit. I hit the reset button instead of the stop button because I wasn't freaking paying attention. Ugh, that's freaking gross. What kind of commercial is that? Okay. I should be able to pull it up from here. Hold on. We can just figure it out. So he died at... I hate how it doesn't show a frickin' timer on here. There's no like... What the hell is this? It doesn't show the negative on there. Wait, no, there we go. Okay. Hold on. Alright, so negative 34, and the beginning of the fight was... Okay, that's the beginning of the fight right there. So, negative 226. 226 minus 34. 192. That's not useful. 226. What am I doing? Yeah, because that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Hold on. 2 times 60 plus 26 minus 34 divided by 60. 1.8 minutes. That seems really long. I'm just gonna do it again. Screw it. My eyes playing tricks on me. Yeah, yes, sir. Inhale the fart deeply. You better inhale the fart deeply. That's how it works. Come on down. You can see. Got a fart for you and me. I got no money? What do you mean I got no money? I got money. I got money, honey. I got some money. I got them honeys. I got the money, honey. I forgot I got my testing armor sitting in here we could use. I do have a testing armor we could use. I forgot my testing armor is in here. You guys want to see my testing armor? There's my testing armor. Boom. It only has everything. It's specifically for testing. Okay, so shush. We'll do 2 new tests with the testing armor so I can just stand there and be lazy. Testing armor. Okay, so we're doing the no attack rating test again. Why do I still have so much attack rating even though I'm literally doing a no attack rating test? Like, I don't even understand. According to the panel, I have 6,000 attack rating, which I don't want to have 6,000 attack rating. I want to have negative attack rating. Where am I getting attack rating from? Probably from all the dexterity that I've got, and then the Plague Javelin skill itself gives 435%, which is nutty. Oh, I forgot Templar Arterial's Might has like a freaking huge plus of skills on it, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, maybe we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that now. It'll mess up the damage output. I'm trying to get like an actual number. Okay. Okay, there we go. He is now poisoned. Hitting the start button. wasn't poisoned for a second. Try not to hit the wrong button this time. .108 this time. So P1 108. Closer to the original one. It's not 2k attack rating, it's 6k attack rating. Or 4.9. 4.9k attack rating. Alright, let's do that one more time, and then we're gonna go back to the attack rating one, and we're gonna try the attack rating one a couple more times. I could edit in negative attack rating. Can you do negative numbers? See, now you got me curious. Because I really do want to see no attack rating versus attack rating. And if she's hitting at all, that will make things not accurate. Right? I want things to be accurate in that regard. So maybe that's a good idea. We can make some negative attack rating rings. You give me idea to do this. Actually, what am I doing? Get out of here. Get out of here. Attack rating. Can we make it negative? Must be between 0 and 1023, so it does not allow me to put a negative number in there. Yeah, unfortunately, no. Doesn't seem like it does. I don't know how you could reduce, unless there's like a penalty section. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to let me do a negative number. Oh well. Does ITD work on them? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work on uniques. It doesn't work on super uniques or rare monsters or anything. Alright, let's swap out to the attack rating rings. I want to do a couple more attempts with the attack rating bonus. And let's also drop 20 points in penetrate too, just to really exaggerate it. I forgot to get potions. I'm gonna freaking run out of mana. Smart job, Ginger. Time to die. Dang it. I knew I was going to run out of mana. Well, reset. Oh my god, the P-skill guy is back. You know what's even worse than the fact that he, like, sits there and trolls about P-skulls? Not only does he troll about P-skulls, he goes into other streamers' chat and trolls about P-skulls there, too. I raided Sweet Phil the other day, and he followed me to Sweet Phil's and then started trolling Sweet Phil about P-skulls. Just trolling everybody. An item has been sacrificed to the Dark Lord. Oh, of course he hasn't regenerated. I'll just have to start another one. Boom, 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 boom. P blocks on Mario. Why does it cost so much freaking mana? God dang. That ain't be freaking ridiculous. There you go, I got 640,000 attack rating now. Bum 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 dum 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 dum. So 1 minute. So we got another 1 minute kill. Or rather 60 seconds. I'm not really sure. I can't really make up my mind on this. It's too close. I mean, we could be looking at the physical damage. Like on the weapon. Like the weapon itself, the physical damage on the weapon could be making up like the difference in the way that the poison is calculating. Like I can't really reliably tell whether the poison is actually faster on the on hit versus the cloud, or if it's just the fact that the javelin is actually hitting occasionally versus not hitting occasionally. Well, the poison doesn't stack, so kind of another important thing here is that a lot of people don't know this, but like I've made tons of videos on it, so you should. Poison doesn't stack, so poison does not stack, which basically means that if the cloud, so if there's two different poisons, if the cloud is poison number 1 and the on hit is poison number 2, then only one of them will ever successfully hit the target. Like, so if you hit a target with this poison, then this poison will not affect the target. If you do not hit the target with this poison, then this poison will affect the target. It's like an order of operations. It's or versus and or. Yeah, it's or. It's or. The thing is that depending on which one has the higher damage, like one will overwrite the other always. So if the cloud poison has higher damage, then it will always overwrite the on hit, and if the on hit has higher damage, then it will always overwrite the cloud. It's just how it works. It's just how we do. That's just how we do. I think one thing I can say for certain, though, so here's another takeaway from this. So the on hit is more damage than the cloud. Another thing that I can take away from this is the survivability is better with attack rating. I think it's very clear that the survivability is better with attack rating. Not only do you get the ability to hit the target, you get life leech and mana leech as a result. So having higher attack rating with this build means having better survivability because you can actually leech. And since hitting the target is a thing, that means that you could also potentially crushing blow, right? So hitting means crushing blow. It means open wounds. It also means deadly strike. And it also means physical damage, which also means leech and mana leech. I mean, we're coming up with some answers here. I believe my food is ready. Rawr. Rawr. What's up, Leon?
What's up?
PoE patch notes in like 7 hours.
Let's go.
Somebody said that the patch notes are going to be like sometime around midnight. Guess we're staying up late.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause it's their time in the morning right when they get in. New Zealand office time.
I'm trying to figure out whether the on hit on this poison javelin, plague javelin, is different than the cloud. I'm in trouble figuring it out.
I mean, if it's not immediately obvious, then it's probably not that big of a difference at that point.
Well, I'm just trying to test the poison itself. But one thing I have confirmed is that, yes, there is a physical hit. Yes, it does life leech. Like if I were to add in Crushing Blow into my build, for instance, I mean, it would be way faster. Like, I can already tell that right now. Like, if I had Open Wounds and Crushing Blow, I think that might actually be my answer, now that I think about it. Because Open Wounds is another dot. Which means that if hitting the target is important, I've already answered my question. Because Open Wounds would add a second dot to the poison, which would allow the poison to tick twice, essentially. You would have the poison coming from the Jet Plague Javelin, and then you would also have the Open Wounds. If you go low attack rating and you don't hit the target, then you don't get Open Wounds. And if you don't get Open Wounds, you don't have a second dot basically ticking on the target at all times. Like, I'm 100% sure that if I just put my Gore Riders back on with the 15% chance to open wounds, or the 10% chance to open wounds, I'm pretty sure that, like, I would out DPS the low attack rating version by miles. In fact, that even opens up the idea of adding in open wounds somewhere, specifically to make sure we have that.
Have you tried the Uber Ancients on any of your characters?
The what?
The Colossal Ancients?
Oh, no, I haven't tried them yet. I heard some people say they were hitting harder.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard anybody say that they're actually harder to kill, just that they're hitting you harder. Like
they were really hard to kill on the Boson, or the Bow Lock.
Well, they upped the magic resistance.
Yep.
To 75%, so that's a pretty big blow to the magic characters.
And like, if you don't have max cold res with Ravenfrost on, what's his name, Corlick, the amount of frost damage he does is insane. It's actually insane.
Shatter your face.
I put cold res charms on and Ravenfrost. I'm like, okay, now maybe I can live.
I mean, the problem with the Warlock is he's got no defense, so...
And they made it worse.
Everything can hit you, so...
You can't even rely on the demon for defense. We got players a game.
I'm so freaking just blah. Yeah, so here it is right here. Poison skill damage is applied to the missiles when they are created. Poison and plague javelins are actually consist of two missiles, the javelin and the cloud. The poison skill damage is applied to the javelin when it is thrown, so its rate won't be increased by switching to plus poison skill damage. However, since the clouds are created after the javelin is thrown, switching to poison skill damage will increase their rate. This is kind of exactly what I'm talking about here, is that it seems to me that there's like a disconnect between the two different things. There's the javelin and then there's the cloud. And the javelin and the cloud function separately. I just can't figure out whether the javelin is actually doing any significant damage or not. That's my question. I mean, what I have been able to figure out is that, yes, you can life leech, you can crushing blow, you can open wounds. You can do all sorts of things that you need to do with the attack. I just don't know specifically about the difference between the poisons. This food's delicious, by the way. I got goulash. You guys wish you had some goulash? I will have a good meal. I'm chowing it down right now. Chowing it down. Chowing it down to the Paradise City. Huh. Chicken nugget casserole? What the hell?
I don't know
What don't you know?
what I want to play.
Play javelin.
Play chat.
No, because then you'll hog up all my poison fast. Let's go away.
There weren't enough facets to hog up on PTR, that's for sure.
Hey, look. The venom skill does not apply to the poison cloud this skill generates. It's written right there. The venom skill will be added to the bit rate of the javelin's poison damage, thereby dramatically increasing the poison damage dealt to any target struck by the javelin itself. Unlike other sources of poison damage, the venom skill will not shorten the duration of the javelin's poison. So basically, I have to hit the target if I want to get the venomous poison added to the target, because the cloud will not add the venom to the cloud. That's pretty much what I thought. This also means that you can't increase the damage of venom from the javelin because you have to hit the target, which means that swapping like a death's web and like a shield with facets in it isn't going to work because you actually have to hit the target to get the bonus for the venom and the other things. So swapping will only increase the cloud damage. It will not increase the actual on-hit damage. Unless you're like really far away and you can time it right. Maybe.
All I know is I'm not playing melee.
This character's not melee.
The Herald frequency increase has actually kind of made me second think melee ever again. I don't want to deal with thorns on every other pack.
I mean, the Heralds also just hit really hard, I noticed. Make sure you hit the target. You use an Axe 2 Blessed Name Mark. I mean, there's a couple things you can do to make sure you hit the target. I mean, first one would be to actually use Penetrate, which gives you a large amount of attack rating. Using attack rating equipment obviously comes in handy. Enchant. What's my negative res at right now? Negative 30. That would be negative 40 with a Guardian Jewel and a 10% renewed.
I wonder if I should just play my Blade Sin again.
The Sin of the Blades. Yeah, that would be negative 60 with the Guardian Jewel.
Strike.
It's kind of crazy how bad my gear is and how okay my resistances are. 30, 30, 60, negative 45. It's actually not bad. Poison's not even really that big of a deal. Checking out different websites to see if they have any information. Man. Most of these websites just have basic information and doesn't give you anything. Let's look at stuff. Skill.text.
Unique amulet.
What'd you get?
Atmos Scarab.
Nice. Yeah, so this is people talking about the topic, exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking about how Venom stacks with the Plague Javelin, but it does not stack with the Cloud. And so they're talking about how to get the best out of it to basically stack the Venom with the Plague Javelin. And most of them are coming to the same conclusion I am, that it requires you to hit the target. Because if you don't hit the target, then you don't get the bonus. I guess the only question I have at this point is the on hit actually applying the full damage of the Cloud? That would be a question. Wonder how I could answer that question. I mean, the first thing we could do is we could just simply see whether or not it's even poisoning the target. I could take off all my poison gear so that my numbers are white, right? So we want to look at our, like, regular attack, and it needs to be a white regular attack. So we're probably going to have to take off all the facets. Okay. So we have a white regular attack. But then we take something like Plague Javelin. We have our 50k attack rating. I mean, right now it shows Plague Javelin with a white hit. That's what it shows. So that's my hit damage, and my hit damage is currently 1,117, which would mean that it doesn't poison. I don't think that the hit is actually applying the Cloud. Like, I think that's basically what I'm coming to the conclusion of, is it doesn't seem like the hit is applying the Cloud. It seems like the hit is just simply trying to apply its own separate poison, which means that stacking other poisons with that is useless. I don't think the hit is applying any kind of additional poison damage whatsoever. In fact, I think it's very clear by looking at the character panel. You can clearly see there's no poison on the character panel whatsoever. So it's just not applying any poison. Huh. I mean, it seems to me like the reason why the damage is different when you're actually hitting the target is just simply because of all this. Meat and noodles. It's called goulash kernel makepeace. It's absolutely delicious. I don't know how to explain it to you. Maybe my girlfriend will be kind enough to show you the recipe. Ah. I don't want to mess around with these. Hmm. Hmm. I think we just invest in the passive tree. I think stacking open wounds into this build somewhere would be insidious. Like Gore Riders. But I mean, Gore Riders is only like a 10% chance. I don't know how many open wounds items you have to actually have access to on the character like this. It's not a lot. It is really not a lot. I don't think these 451 poison small charms do anything either. I'm not even sure what you would add in here. Hmm. It was delicious. Over here stuff on my face. I don't even care. Food's delicious. Go get yourself some food. Andariel's Visage. I really need facets for this build. That's the goal. Ah, delicious. I want to go test an actual run real quick of me with the crushing blow, like 6.4k attack rating. It's not a lot, but let's mess with it.
How may I be of help?
Let's do a quick setup.
Evening.
An item has been sacrificed to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord. Oh, I think this is the same game I was in. I gotta leave, come back. Can we see a boss dying from just poison? I mean, yeah, basically that's how this character works, but I'm trying to see if I can add in other methods as well on top of that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Afternoon.
Alright, reset. Alright, start. So with crushing blow equipment, with a little bit of open wounds added in, like just in general setup, you know, like take advantage of the on hit with only the 6.4k attack rating, 41 seconds. So I think I've at least conclusively proved one thing, which is hitting the monster with the javelin does matter. Especially when you're doing a boss like Uber Diablo. Hitting Uber Diablo with the javelin does matter, because you get to apply crushing blow, you get to apply open wounds, you get to apply deadly strike, you get to apply what you need to apply. I think I've also proved that the actual like on hit portion of the plague javelin does not apply the cloud damage to the monster. It does apply poison and it does apply venom, but it doesn't apply venom in the way that you would think. It applies venom as a standalone poison, and it's completely ignored. So I don't think having any like poison charms in my inventory is worthwhile, and I don't think having any like venom proc on the build is worthwhile either. It seems like it just doesn't do anything. But having, however, like crushing blow, open wounds, deadly strike, those are important, and they do actually work. So that says to me that you could potentially build into a number of things. Like, for instance, I could build up Critical Strike so that Critical Strike is at its maximum before I dump points somewhere else. I can also build Penetrate to get higher attack rating. And it also tells me that Pierce is also important as well, because if I can hit the target, then that means I can deal physical damage, and I can leech, and I can do all those wonderful things, right? So if I'm going to build a character around this, and I'm in a pack of monsters, right? So like something like this, and I throw the javelin, I want the javelin to pierce through, and I want it to hit every single target, because I can get Crushing Blow and Open Wound and Leech and Mana Leech and all that other beautiful stuff that you would like to get when you're throwing your javelin, right? So that way I can sustain easier, so I won't need as many mana pots. I won't need as many health pots, so I can sustain easier. In general, it should also increase the overall damage output too, because what I understand is that every monster that you hit with the javelin also creates a cloud. So it's very similar to a lot of the other abilities in the game, that when they pierce, they have an explosion, and each explosion is separate from the last explosion. Now, having multiple explosions doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to kill faster, because unfortunately poison doesn't stack, right? However, if you throw a javelin and you get 1 cloud, 2 cloud, 3 clouds, you're going to cover a larger area, and it's going to mean that you need to throw less javelins in general. So I think at the bare minimum, what I've discovered is, yes, attack rating matters. Yes, you want to hit the target for any number of reasons, for Crushing Blow, for Open Wounds, for Deadly Strike, for Life Leech, for Mana Leech, probably for mana after each kill and life after each kill also. Those probably also require a strike on the target. But the poison doesn't matter, because it doesn't seem to apply any poison on hitting the target, so you don't have to worry about that portion. Which means that you can avoid calculating anything for poison on the on-hit and just go for practical effects that you need for your character, right? Like Prevent Monster Heal, for instance, which you could use when you hit the target. I'm trying to think about like how I would set this character up. Now that I know that the cloud is separate from the melee, and that the melee doesn't apply the cloud, I mean, you really need some form of lower resistance. I think Plus Spitter would be a very easy choice, and you could, I think, quite easily just go down and grab like Strafe or something. I think Strafe is an easy option to apply lower res. For instance, if I were to go... let's... yeah, we could just do another Uber Diablo kill. I mean, that sounds like fun. Let's do an Uber Diablo kill with lower res this time, which we should be able to easily apply. Probably throw a Shale Rune in that, right? Just make it go faster. Do I have a Shale Rune sitting around? I do. Nice. Boom. Alright. We need some more strength that we don't have, because the weapon is giving us like massive amount of strength and dexterity.
At your service.
Alrighty then. Let's grab a Soj. I farted. You guys didn't even know that, but I told you anyway. Alright, let's get the Prevent Monster Heal on the target real quick. Alright, Prevent Monster Heal is up. Alright, start. I want to see if I can actually apply lower res to the target. Ow. Might be better just to have a freaking wand. There we go. I did it. Look at that. Only took forever. The act of applying the lower res takes way too long. I'd be better off with a wand. Like one of those wands that has lower res curse on it. It took me longer to kill him with the lower res than without it, because I had to take forever to freaking get it to cast. I mean, granted, it's still pretty nice at like a, what is that, 4% chance to cast level 1, but it's just not, it's not high enough. What character have I enjoyed building the most? I don't know, probably the North Star Smiter and the Godzilla. They were really fun to craft. I had tons of fun crafting them. Yes, codiferous Rexums. Say, this is my codiferous, him's a codiferous Rex. And I was gonna eat him and I was bite his ears, oh yes. I'm gonna bite your earrums. How about that? You don't even care. I'm big head. What do you want, big head? Yeah, your head's big. It's big. And it's hot. Ooh, it's like 100 degrees outside. And your head's big. You got a big head. Yeah. That's a big head. Why you got such a big head, big head? You want everybody to see you? You want attention. Okay, you want attention? There you go. We're going to give you attention. So, how was your day? No licking. Always licking. How was your day? Did you have a good day with your mama? Were you a bad boy? Did you chase cats? Did you steal tacos? You stole tacos, didn't you? You're a taco thief. I bet you tried to steal your mama's food. Mm-hmm. You tried to steal your mama's food, didn't you? How many cat buttholes did you sniff? How many cat buttholes did you sniff? Did you sniff them all? Gotta sniff them all? Gotta sniff them all? Oh, you don't like that question? He doesn't like that question. All right, Cody, if you could sniff a snack, what snack would you want to sniff? Would you want to sniff a taco? Would you want a greenie? Do you want a porkum twist? Do you want cat food? You want rat roop? You want cat poop? You want rat roop? Would you do it for a Scooby snack? You thinking about it? You thinking about it? You don't know. You're not sure. What if there was somebody at the door and they was coming to get us? What if they went? Who is it? He looked too. He said, "You can't trick me. No trickings." What if I give you the porkum twist? How about that? Would you like a twist of the pork? You want one of these? You didn't even let me finish asking what I said. Dude, you was wanted. These want one of these porkum twistums. Yeah, you ate it too fast, and they're dry. You going to choke on it? Yeah. He said, "Well," he said, "Well, I need some water then." Why don't you go get some water, big old head? That's right. I see a big old head. That's you right there. That's you right there. That's Cody the Monster Dog on the stream. Everybody can see you. What do you want to say to the peoples? Huh? What do you want to say to everybody? That's what you want to say? You want to lick their faces? Yeah. He said he wanted to lick your faces. That's what he said. Mm-hmm. That was definitely it. 100%. Look at him sitting now. Look. You're going to see it. Cody knows all the tricks. He knows every trick. Watch. You ready? Can I have a paw? Okay, that's a good. All right. Can you do me a turn around? Come on. Do turn around. You got to go do turn around. No, you can't just not do it. You got to do turn around. Look at that. That's a good boy. Did a turn around. Alright, I need you to do me lay down. That's a good boy. Alright. I need you to do me a leave it. Can you do a leave it? Oh no. That's a hard one. He said, no, Daniel, that's a tough one. Look at his eyes, look. He's got a bubble. He's got a bubble. Oh my god. He's got a bubble. I've never seen anything like that before. Yes. It's a give it to me. I gotta show you guys the bubble. Oh my god. He had a bubble. A big giant bubble. Ding a ding a dingus boy. Dingus boy. That's what he is, dingus. Dingus. But we need to go test this character on like some conditions. I need to see whether I like this character or not. Look, a bubble. That is some Grodaculous stuff right there. That is something special. That is something special. I don't know what kind of special that is, but it's something special. I've never been able to blow bubbles without bubble gum. This boy over here blowing bubbles without bubble gum. Does he smell like oatmeal? He smells like Frito chips. Chip Fritos. A dual leech ring. It's beautiful. We'll see if that fixes my leech problems. Alright, we need to see what it's like on Playums 8. I need to see what it's like in the difficulty. What about merc options? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know exactly what I'd do for mercenary. Yay, crit poison for me. Crit poison for me. Who didn't like crit poison? I love crit poison. Come on, baby, poison. Crit poison for ye. For ye? For he. For he? For ye. For he's a jolly good crit poison. For he's a jolly good crit poison. For he's a jolly good crit poison. That nobody can deny. Nobody can deny. Nobody can deny. I'm so sick of being poisoned. I'm so sick of being poisoned. I don't want to be poisoned no more. I'm so sick of being poisoned. I don't want to be poisoned no more. Come on down and see all the freaking poison I don't want for me. I don't need none. Take away the poison. I don't want no poison. Yeah, you did it. You also did it. So much poison. Ow. I mean, one thing's for sure is I can have a good Valkyrie with this build. I can have like a really capped out Valkyrie. Well, pretty well capped out anyway. So much poison in your faces. I don't like these places. Oh, poison in your faces. What's up, Nolathak? Die from poison, Nilothukian. I mean, that was a pretty fast P8 Nilothat kill. I ain't gonna lie. Everything's dying like super quick. I don't even have the extra negative 10% that I need. That would be a beef up over the normal version. Because if I had the Guardian Jewel and the negative 10% on the Sunder Charm, I mean that's just an additional 20% negative res, or rather 15%, because it would replace one of the facets, but and skill damage, and an extra 5% skill damage. Yeah, I don't think the Poison Creeper would add any additional damage, though. There's really kind of like a one poison rule. You can't really have multiple poisons, unfortunately.
I am overburdened.
You can't have more than one poison. Cody, what is it? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Do you gotta drop a deuce? Do you need to drop a truce? Do you gotta drop a log next to the frog? Do you need to drop a log in the bog next to the hog? Do you gotta drop a deuce? Do you need to drop a deuce? Do you need to drop a truce? Do you gotta go down in the log with the bog and then you dang on big old frog? Do you gotta drop a log? His face when I sing to him. Look at his face. Look at his face. Watch. Do you gotta drop a log in the bog in the trog? Do you gotta drop a log with the frog in the bog? Do you need to do a deuce and a truce in the boost? Do you gotta drop a log? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo or no? This isn't 20 questions. You don't gotta think about it. If you gotta go Peppa-Doo, raise your hand. Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? This not a hard question, Cody. It's not hard. If you gotta go DOS, then raise your paw. He said, I'm leaving. He said, you're a fart face, and I don't like you. Maybe Act 3 Merc would be the best for this build. I don't really get any benefit from an Act 1 Merc. I don't really want the Act 2 Merc, the Act 5 Merc, because they're going to die to Thorns all the time. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're looking at an Act 3 Merc. Probably like a static field or something. dee 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 doodle 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 dee. Enchant is more attack rating. You're right. Can you spot the Cody snoot? He's very persistent today. I'm going to take him out to go Peppadoo anyway, even though he hasn't really been in here very long. But I have no clue what it is that he wants exactly at all. I really don't. I mean, he was literally just outside, and now he's begging to go back outside again, and I don't know why. I don't know why. That ring's crazy. I'm pretty sure I made that on Hero Editor. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to take him out to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to figure out some other stuff. Summon bind one of the fat poison toads? Why you want to do that? Alright, we need to give this character a little bit more negative resistance to account for the Guardian Jewel and also the Thunder Charm negative res. So let's see if we can craft up a Doojank real quick to give her so that she can be the equivalent of a Reign of the Warlock Plague Javelin instead of a not Reign of the Warlock Plague Javelin. And since we've decided that the on-hit version is not worth building for the poison damage, I believe we can also give her a I'll swap set. Seems like that is viable for what we're trying to achieve, and it'll work. So let's just go ahead and give her some small charms. She actually doesn't have any small charms, so miscellaneous, chamalams, small charms. Let's just give her a bunch of like resistance charms, I guess. 9 resistance, 12 life. Sure, she can have like 3 of those, and then what else do we got? Ruby small charm of Vita. Yep, that's nice. And then we could do like a cold one. Sapphire small charm of balance. Whatever. Alright, so we're going to edit one of these small charms to have the extra stats that we need to make up for the stuff that we're missing. So we're going to go ahead and add in Pierce Pierce Poison. It would be an extra 15%, because 10% for the charm, the Sunder Charm, and another 10% from the Guardian Jewel, minus the 5% of an additional facet that you would normally put in that slot. So it would be 15 additional Pierce. And then it would be skill damage. Where's that at? Damage? Man, I don't even know. I don't remember. No. Trying to remember how that's added in. I guess we could take a look at a facet to see how it's added in on a facet and then copy the facet. That would be the easiest way. Cody, I literally just took you out, buddy, and you're still all over me. Like, what is the matter? Am I gonna die, lassie? Passive poison pierce. Passive poison mastery. Okay, so that's right. I remember it being calculated as mastery. That makes sense. Okay, so we need passive poison mastery. Passive poison mastery right there. So we need an additional. It's also 15%, right? Well, I mean, if we go with the negative resistance on the Sunder, we don't get the positive skill damage. So it would be just 5, I think. All right. I need my music back, yo. There we go. I think she needs a spirit shield. Out of all the shields, I think she needs a spirit shield. Yeah. Had to get her a spirit shield for the swap. Oh, I forgot to put in the frickin' Death's Fathom. Do I have a Death's Fathom just sitting around here somewhere? D, Death Fathom, is it a here? I don't know, maybe I'm here. I'm not gonna say the other thing. There's a Death Fathom. Okay, look at that. I got one. Alright. Shaka would fix the mana problem. I mean, I could leech. I just need mana leech. That would be the solution to that problem. I forgot to convert my man over, so he's not in Reign of Warlock. It's over. Gotta go back down and convert him, yo, or he's not gonna make it though. I need a Spirit Monarch shield. Okay. Unidentified. Alright, there's the one that has the replacement stats for the stats that are missing. So with the Death's Fathom, okay, we need to swim this over here. Alright, we need to respec. Specky, respect you, boy. Specky, we gon' speck. Come on, baby, do some spec. Need a little bit of spec. Okay. Pink. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can't count higher than that, my friend. In Spanish, no, I can't. Oh no. I got 42 skill points left. I kind of want to like max out all my Dujanks as much as I can. Let's see here. I can't remember the exact levels to like stop at. I'm trying to remember. Can't remember. What am I at? 14 soft points. I mean, it looks like it'd be stupid to not at least put up to 16. Because I get 82 at 16. It's the last 2-point bonus, and then it goes to single point bonuses from there. And then let's go to Critical Strike, which only applies to the on-hit of the attack, so it would be like something that I leveled last, but... what am I at? 14, so 62... So we get several doubles. I get at least one double at 16. And then 17, 18. Let's go to 18. 18 is 66. 19 is 67. 20 is 68. Hustle would do a second roll. No, it's an O skill. It would just add a couple points to your ability. It wouldn't even be that much. It would be like maximum +3, I think. I'm at 54% at level 17. It does go up to 55 at 18, but then does not go up at level 19. So let's go up to 18 then. That sounds good. Still leaves me with 33 points left, which means we can definitely fully invest in Valkyrie. Still have 17 points left. I think I'm gonna max out slow missiles. That'd be fun. Alright, we're on Players 8 right now. Let's go fight a Players 8 Uber Diablo just for fun. P8 Uber Diablo. Come on down a hoblo. P8 Uber Diablo. P8 Uber Diablo. P8 Uber Diablo. Reckless and desire. Womp. No, do the lightning. I don't know if I like this. Oh wait, what the hell's going on? Did I not put points into my freaking ability? That's amazing. I forgot to put points in my ability. How did I do that? I don't even know how I did that. I don't even know how I did that. One, 2, 3, 4. I messed up and didn't put my points in, so I didn't have no damage to send. Come on down and you can see I ain't got no damage for you or for me. That's right, we got no damage. I ain't got nothing, son. Come on down and see my horrible damage buns. Dang it. Bum, 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 bum. Womp, 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 womp. Why do I gotta make this so hard?
don't remember what I did this yard. Okay, 15 points left for the Valkyrie. That makes more sense. I was about to say. Something was definitely wrong. Oh, well, I definitely don't get maxed out slow missiles. Yeah, let's go ahead and max out the Valkyrie. Alright, back to the drawing board, shall we? Womp womp. Womp womp. Man, switching is hard. Didn't even want to switch half the time. I don't like the switching. I think I'd rather just have, like, all my poison damage on the same swap. I feel like it would be faster in general too, because I wouldn't have to constantly swap back and forth. I do not like that. No, I don't. I do not like that. No, I don't.
I don't like in the Vigor or Buying Demon where it's like super fast.
Oh yeah,
It's really fast.
You could do a bow build with the Vigor. Well, yeah, with the Vigor aura and the consume. Run around like a little crackhead.
I know I'm fast with it, but I thought the demon is super fast because it has extra fast too, right? So the demon's just like running at packs like a monster. I'm here.
I don't know about the swippy swappy stuff. I suck doing this like swap thing.
How many times you gotta swap? Oh, you gotta swap every throw?
Basically.
That sounds unfun.
Unfun. Yeah. Ye are correct. I picked up the wrong bow, didn't I? Wrong crossbow, sucker.
I just want to have fun because I'm only playing like 6 days. Just want to have fun.
What'd you say? Hardcore mode? That's what I heard. I heard you say hardcore.
Oh, I'm dead. Season's over.
Wow, that fast?
The Bloodmore guy. Those quill rats.
Yeah, I don't know about the swap and crap. Swap and crap sucks. Do I get extra damage or?
It's like you're playing a necromancer with extra steps. I gotta throw my javelin before I get to use my death sweat.
Oh, you know it. I mean, having a reliable form of lower resistance would be just superior in general to swapping over. Like, I just feel like lower res would just be a 100% increase in overall usefulness to the death web. Swap, attack, swap, attack, swap, attack. Like, you just constantly have to swap over and over again. You don't have to swap once either. You gotta swap more than once. So you gotta attack, then swap, then wait for the explosion, then swap back.
then attack, then swap, then wait for the explosion, then swap back. It's yucky. I mean, it kills P1 Diablo in 40 seconds. And that's not even, like, building any crushing blow or, like, any effective boss killing stuff. I feel like if I had, like, some additional damage, it would go even quicker. I was thinking the best merc to run with this would probably be, like, the Act 3 merc with, like, a Plague Sword or something. Just get, like, the Lightning Act 3 merc, Plague Sword, maybe give them, you know, like, some faster cast equipment or whatever. I can't help but think that the static field will just make the poison better, right? Because, like, if it cuts a large amount of their HP away, then that just means less time needed to, oh, I'm out of mana. That's beautiful. Time to die.
Yeah, I think I decided. I'm gonna make a Fizz Bowlock. Fizz, Amplify.
All the P skulls in the world won't change your attitude, my friend Elaine. Just because you think about them P skulls too much, you need to put them away without a touch. Stop fondling the skulls, Yusuf. Stop fondling the skulls. You're fondling the skulls and it's weird. It's getting really weird. It's getting really weird, okay? It's just getting really weird. Stop fondling the skulls. Do not fondle the skull. I mean, I'm playing around in P8 right now, and, like, fully set up, this character just kind of freaking rocks P8. And elites just die in seconds. Like, I don't know about heralds, but I guess that's one thing I could check it with, is against a herald. See how it holds up against a high HP herald. Let's see if we can get a high HP herald to spawn. Start doing some tear zones. Let's see if we can force a P8 herald out of the woodwork, and then go from there.
Trying to get Harry to show up.
Yeah, we need some Harrys.
I want a Listerine. Do 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 do. I want a Listerine.
You want to Lister the Toe Mentor?
Yeah, I want to capture a Listerine. I don't know how I'm going to capture this guy.
He's gonna eat your face.
That's going to be tough. Oh, it's only freeze. Why is he so hard to capture?
Keep pressing the button.
I got him, I got him.
Keep pressing the button even after you got him.
He's mine now. I got Listerine.
All right, Leon. Popeye the Sailor Man or Goku?
I mean, Goku.
I think Popeye's got it. I think he bodies him. I've seen Popeye give a black eye to a son before. I don't know. Has Goku ever given a son a black eye?
Goku can summon the sun. He was taught.
He was taught to summon sons.
Yeah.
I can't.
Me always gets me spinach.
This might be like a controversial thing, but I think I'd put Dragon Ball Z superpowers against any other powers in any other universe.
I don't know. Popeye the Sailor Man's kind of nuts. I mean, he's Toon Force basically. Like, and Toon Force is a known weakness of Goku's and Vegeta's. Frickin' Beerus had to come and like delete the Toon Force girl from the planet because it was getting ridiculous. You remember that?
Hey, if I can just call in Beerus, I'll call in Beerus. I don't care who I gotta call. I can call in Whis. Whis can rewind
but I
the
didn't
whole
say
time.
Beerus. But I didn't say Beerus. I said Goku.
I call them all. I said the whole Dragon Ball power versus any other universe.
Popeye once defied erasure. Did you know that?
Listen, can Popeye come back from the dead?
Yeah, he
Goku's
did.
done it numerous times.
He did. So the author of the Popeye story tried to erase Popeye, and Popeye was able to knock out the author of the story, and remove himself from erasure. So he was erased, and he literally unerased himself, and brought himself back from the dead, and then punched out his own creator. He's over here fourth wall breaking.
Is your plaque in the mail yet?
I don't know. It needs to be. I haven't gotten any notification about it yet. You think I'd get a letter and be like, congratulations on your 100,000.
Is it going to be part of the Chinchilla cam somehow?
I'm gonna shove it in there. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Or I'll just put it on the green screen. That way it looks like it's just floating in the background. I want a herald to spawn. Give me one Harry. I need my Harrys. Harry Berry. I need a Harry Berry. I need a Halle Berry. Wait, what?
Harry.
A Harry Berry, a Halle Berry.
A Halle barreled.
Too false. Somebody made a comment and they were like, well, Popeye only does well if he has his spinach. He's like, apparently you don't know the #1 rule of Popeye. It's Popeye always gets his spinach. That is the rule. He always gets his spinach. That'd be funny if Beerus came to erase him and he just like unerased himself. Beerus loses his mind. It's not possible. I feel like Goku would probably just ask for some of Popeye's spinach. He'd be like, it really makes you that strong? Is it like a senzu bean? You'd see Goku over in the corner munching down on spinach. Gimme my dang Harry.
We need to do another Ouble Boubles, Ancients, Colossal Boubles. I need to get the material.
So you can do a full physical damage version?
I mean, there's gonna be a little bit of magic, but I'm not gonna lean into the magic.
So like max damage AR charms and
I definitely want to get an amp source going. I definitely want as much negative fizz as I can. Essentially, want to counter the magic resistance nerf.
yep.
Everybody die.
I can't help but feel like this is just an inferior version of my poison boson that I'm in.
Probably.
It's like the same character except like I can't hit as many targets. I mean, one thing's for sure, it'll be easy to set up because it's only like 40 points to cap out the skill. At that point, it's pretty much just plus the skills.
I don't know if I want to play this character, son. I really don't know what the hun buns, and I want to go to another one. Maybe I think of a different character to play this season, my friends. I don't know if this is the one. This might not be my favorite, cause I don't like how to swap poppity boopity boo. Don't like that, it's freaking poo. And ding dang a dang a dang a loo.
I mean, it's not a weak character. I'll give it that. It's not a weak character. There's nothing wrong with it. I ain't mad at it. It's functional. It works. I just don't know if it offers me the fun that I'm looking for.
Does it offer me the fun? I don't know about this, son. Maybe Goku can eat spinach and become like Popeye. He gains the power of 1,000 freaking gods in his eye. Cause when he eats the spinach, my friend, he gains the powers of Popeye, and this is the end. No more monsters are stronger than freaking Goku. With spinach powers, he is not number 2.
I'm gonna sack these monsters.
Sucking off the monsters. That's what he gonna do. Sucking off the monsters. Like Homelander do.
Oh no.
No, Homelander's sucking off all the monsters. It was such a fitting end for a person who was literally
Impossible.
not a god. I ain't even watched the show. I watched the first season. That was about it.
You saved yourself some time.
It was the best season, honestly. From what I can tell of
Yeah.
what happened in the oncoming seasons, it seemed like it went from a good show to it went from a good show to somebody trying to preach their political point of views. Honestly, that's pretty much what it turned into. Everything's got to be a platform for some sort of, like, political discussion. Why can't we just make a show and just watch the show? It's not possible. It's just not possible. Airborne AIDS. That sounds awful. Why would you airborne AIDS people? That's so rude. I can't believe I haven't gotten a Herald spawn in. Am I like not on... Does the single player not have access to Heralds or something? This is a converted character, isn't it? Dee 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 dee.
I got chains of miasma.
You doing a miasma chain?
Yeah, doing some chains rolling.
You like the chain? Change your favorite brain main? Chain. Shame. Chain.
I don't know. I think I'm a fan of combo gameplay.
Combo gameplay?
Yeah, I'm a combo gameplay guy. Thank you, Jonathan.
Oh, you talking about the shield wall, like, explosion combination?
Yeah, I'm talking about the chains blade warp combination too.
Water is so good. Why is water so delicious?
Gatorade.
Well, what other characters do I want to build? I don't really know. I'm just gonna shield. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. I mean, I have been interested in messing around with the Rancor stuff. I don't really know how well to manipulate the Rancor things. Another thing I haven't done is a full summon Warlock. I haven't really messed around with a full summon Warlock yet. That is one of the things I did not do. But then that would just be a taint lock. Taint. Come on down. I guess I have done a taint lock.
I feel like the best summon lock to start out would be one of each type, right? Because then you can have your phase damage, your fire damage, and they both can be amplified by the Defiler, which then also helps you bypass immunities. It's kind of interesting. Before you have like all the gear you need.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to play a summon necromancer or like a summon druid or like something alongside of somebody who has like Rancor to spam. I think that would be really cool. I mean, technically I can get Rancor from items
For
and
charges,
stuff like
right?
that. Yeah, I can get
Yeah.
charges, but it'd be even cooler if you had like a full Rancor like to go along with it.
Necromancer, spamming Rancor.
Necromancy.
Do it.
Necromancer.
Just do it.
Just do it. All you gotta do is poo it. Ding 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 ding. Trying to think what I wanna friggin' do when the turd javelins are not for you. Do, 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 do.
Doom, 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 doom. Trying to make it, trying to get some ideas. There's so many characters, sorceress and barbarians who do. Got the druids with the furry face and paladins that made their place, and then we got the freaking Amazon dude that looks like a dude and that smells like poo. Looks like a dude and smells like one too. I could be everyone's pocket barb. I have a barb that I can make that would bypass thorns. Like, that's not a problem. I know how to make a barb. Fast boy coming down in the yard. He's a pretty good freaking starter too, because he hits them all right in their daggum poo.
I always wondered if that barb was stronger though with more flat lightning on like a one weapon dedicated. Wasn't there one we talked about? I don't know if it was Azurath or one of those weapons had a lot of lightning on it.
I mean, you really need the negative res to make it work, but
But you're gonna have so much anyway nowadays, and you could always socket that thing and put a facet in it if it's a unique or rare, like a rare, crazy rare.
Sanic the Hooch Hag. Sanic the Hooch. He's a speedy boy in the booge. Sanic the Hooch. Come on down. He's a booge. Frosty Cheeks is pretty cool. And we got all the rest of fool. I don't really freaking know which one I wanna go. I don't know which character I wanna do. Come on down and take a poo.
Storm Rider would be pretty fun on a barb, as a one-hander instead of a two.
Lockdown is the name of a hero. Yeah, he's a lockdown character. It was one of my theory crafts. I made a theory craft that was basically around just locking down like a group of monsters with every single type of slow or freeze or chill or whatever that you can potentially add in. It worked really well. It was actually kind of surprisingly good. Just lockdown. Just lock down everything. Lock down everything, my friends. Come on and do some lockdown. We going to do a lockdown. We going to get some lockdown. I'm going to do some lockdown. I like to do some lockdown. We going to have some. Come on, baby, some lockdown. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can set up a Conviction Paladin not as a melee character. I don't even know how you would do that. I mean, technically you wouldn't have anything to use as an ability, so it would just be regular attacks, which would suck.
Can you make Holy Bolt? I mean, I know you did on the Narcissus Rider. Can you make it like strong enough to be your primary source?
Oh yeah, definitely. It goes really high. It does some pretty crazy damage.
So if you added in like all the negative res you could get with that skill, could that just be a build now?
Negative res doesn't apply to Holy Bolt.
That's sad.
So, do you know how Sanctuary works?
Kind of knocking back.
Nah. So Sanctuary strips physical immunity from
Undead.
undead.
It doesn't reduce their resistance, it strips their immunity. So Holy Bolt and Fist of the Heavens, when it attacks a monster that has magic resistance, it strips their magic resistance. They don't have magic resistance anymore. So negative resistance doesn't apply because their magic resistance is gone. So they're basically just at 0 and they're set to 0. And nothing can bring them down below 0. Same thing with the physical resistance from Sanctuary. Nothing can bring them down below 0. It's actually a negative in some ways, because if you have Amplify damage and you try to apply Amplify damage to a monster, an undead monster that's under the effect of Sanctuary, it won't bring them down below 0. So as far as I'm aware, at least the negative resistance part does not work with Holy Bolt. However, I don't know about the positive skill damage part. That's a question. I actually had been meaning to test that. It's something that I can potentially check out right now. I had always been meaning to check out to see if the positive skill damage part actually worked with Holy Bolt. I mean, there's positive skill damage on a couple different pieces, right? Doesn't that one amulet, the Entropy Locket, doesn't that have
Yes. Yes, it
positive
is.
skill damage on it?
Pretty sure it does.
I should be able to test it online. I can go to Quantum Leap. I can steal his... No, not Quantum Leap. I can go to Parkalock and steal his Entropy Locket. And we can test to see if the positive skill damage even works.
I got a demon in my pants.
He's got a demon in his pants. I can't believe it. There's demons all in his pants. Pants, demons. Do you got a pant demon? It's my favorite kind of demon, a pant demon. Hey, Bulbasaur. 27 months you've been subscribed. Happy 100,000. Oh my Bulbasaur. Oh my goodness. Not the Bulbasaur. Bulba. Alright, so Entropy Locket, Holy Bolt. Holy Bolt. Okay, so my Holy Bolt is 1,276 top end. And according to this, it does go up on the panel at the very least. So it does increase from 1,276 to 1,403. However, is that more than like a +2 amulet? I don't know. A +1 seems to be giving...
Yeah, that's what's out.
So 1,276 to 1,403, and +1 is 1,276 to 1,397. So I would definitely say that at least for the +1 skill portion, 10% is not better than +1 skill. And this isn't a fully maxed out Holy Bolt either. This is just like a little level 13. I mean, how many plus magic skill damage items are there? There's the rings and the amulet. And then I guess you can also get the new jewel that's magic. I mean, the jewel would definitely add something. You could also get the magic sunder, which gives 10% bonus on that. So technically you could get 20% increased magic damage relatively for free with Holy Bolt by putting that Guardian Jewel in something like a shield or a helmet or something of that nature. The Sunder, of course, giving you the plus 10% skill damage. You can get 15 on the Sunder. Okay, so 15%. So 25% total. I can't remember what the maxed out value is. Let me go to my offline character. Oh wait, this isn't the maxed out version. Damn wait. He's not gonna tell us anything. This is the baby. Well, wait a minute. Why am I going to the baby when I could go to the full version? I got the full version right here. Full version, the North Star. There you are. Unable to enter a non-ladder game since you are a non-ladder character, you dirty whore.
Not in town.
Alright, so Holy Bolt damage on my boy here at level 46 is 8,492 damage. So assuming that it's a flat increase, which I'm assuming it is, because it probably functions as mastery, so that's 8,492 plus bare minimum 25%, which is an additional 2,123 damage up to 10,615. Fist of the Heavens is 5,296 per bolt, plus 25%, which is 6,620. So, I mean, it's a pretty hefty increase in damage over the base. That 25% magic damage increase is kind of ridiculous. I mean, and if you can squeeze in any more anywhere else, I guess. I don't know where you would squeeze in any more, though. I feel like that's the end of it. Hell Wardens is interesting, but Hell Wardens doesn't have any plus to skill, right? It's just the negative resistance.
Has plus skill. 1+1.
No, I mean, like plus skill damage.
No.
So, if you were asking because you were trying to bypass like the Colossal Ancient's resistance, Holy Bolt already does that. But Holy Bolt doesn't actually hit non-undead and non-demons, so it wouldn't be a good choice for dealing with Colossal Ancients anyway.
Milk was a bad choice.
Milk?
Yeah.
Who's Milk? I like Milk.
You don't remember that?
Milk lemonade? No, I don't remember that.
It's the Anchor Man.
Oh, the Anchor Man? I like lamp.
I like lamp. Same.
Could an assassin character be in my future? What would I do on an assassin?
Assassinate some enemies.
I was thinking about like one of my thoughts on the final changes. Everything's good except for I don't know why they know why they nerfed the it's kind of hard to say this because there was a previous buff to the Herald's like drop table. So to put it into perspective, there was ROTW Herald drop rate, okay, which was okay. It was fine. Then there was ROTW PTR drop rate, which was not fine. And then there was what they did after the ROTW PTR. So they didn't return it. So you would think that what they would do, because they rolled back the changes from PTR, right? They rolled back the changes from PTR, at least some of them, and they took away the like crazy ridiculous drop rate from the PTR. But instead of rolling it back to like ROTW Herald drop rate, they nerfed it from there. So weirdly enough, instead of just simply returning it to what it was, which was fine, they decided that that wasn't fine, and then they nerfed the original drop rate heavily, which was weird. I don't really understand that one myself. Most people were just asking for them to nerf this one which was the one that was not fine, and they did. Like, they did nerf this one. But then they took it one step further, and then they nerfed this one. Which I don't think anybody asked for. I didn't ask for it. If you're watching, developers, and you think I asked for this, I didn't ask for that. Like, I thought the original drop rate was fine, and then, like, I don't know, this drop rate was horrible. All I wanted was you to return it to this drop rate, not to nerf this drop rate. I don't know, it seems like the drop rate of the Heralds is pretty meh right now. They do drop Sunders, though. I think that's the one thing they do. They do. So you're saying it's harder to get Sunders from Herald, but overall more drops. No, it's easier to get Sunders, less drops. Did you even, like, play the PTR, Larry 6? I feel like I'm having a conversation with somebody who didn't play the PTR. Or even look into the PTR at all. Okay. Well, that explains the not understanding what's going on. They increased the numbers, so the nerf was fine. I mean, I would say, yeah, but I mean, I've killed like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 Heralds, and all they dropped me was blues. That was it. Just blues. Blues clues. Maybe I just need more magic finds. Maybe I need a barbarian around to hork with me. I don't know. It does seem like their drop rate is very, very low. I would honestly even kind of put them under. They said they put them about the same as a super unique. I don't even think they're the same as a super unique now. Because usually when I kill a super unique, I usually see at least one rare. Like, even if you have no magic find, you can go kill a super unique, and like 9 times out of 10, you'll get at least one crappy rare that like you don't want. Like, you'll get, even if it's just a garbage rare, like at least you'll get something. Like, even with 0 magic find, it seems like for some reason they're just dropping blues and that's it. I don't know why they're only dropping blues. It's really quite strange, actually.
Yeah, there's a guy in the forum said he had like 500, 600 magic find in his Circ, and he was only getting blues.
Well, the heralds don't exist in the game, so obviously they had to actually enter their drop tables in manually. They probably did something wrong with the drop tables. Like, I'm not even going to pretend otherwise. I think they did something wrong with the drop tables. Something very wrong. How hard is it to get access to that Zeal weapon?
I think it's really cheap rune words. You're talking about Vengeance or whatever it's called?
I can't remember the name. I can't remember which one has the
Sorry,
Zeal.
not. Well, Passion is Vengeance, right? I'm pretty sure. And then I mixed them up actually. I don't remember now. They're all mixed in my head.
So that's the Passion is the Berserk one. And the Zeal one. So it has Berserk and Zeal.
Yeah, then Kingslayer is the other one, right? Is Kingslayer Vengeance and Passion Zeal? Something like that?
What's that cost rune was? Dol Ort Eld Lem. Okay. That's pretty darn cheap. I don't know, I just had like the dumbest thought. I don't think
So like an average day?
Does it work with regular skills? Like, I don't even think it works with regular skills, though. I was thinking about, like, Tiger Strike, and I was thinking about maybe if you could use Tiger Strike to, like, buff up Zeal or something, but then I was just thinking that I don't think it works with that. I think you can build with it, but I don't think it'll actually spend it on Zeal. I think no matter what, it just acts as a builder and not a spender. Which is dookie. It is the Dukes. Hexbane and Zeal.
Actually sounds fun. But Mirror Blades is already built into the character, so it's like the same-ish. And then you get to choose your weapon.
Well, I mean, if that was the case, you'd just do a phase blade, because honestly, that's probably your best choice for something like that. Or actually, no, well, I don't even know. I guess, yeah, it'd probably be phase blade. Yeah, do something fast. X-Bane Zeal does seem like a fun build. Staring at the trees. I think Blade Sentinel could be like really powerful this season too.
It's pretty good. I logged on to my character and I gave it amplified damage. I don't have the Guardian Jewels or anything, but it's really good.
I mean, I was halfway thinking about just like Blade Sentinel with a just ethereal dread tank, and just not even like worry about all the other stuff. Like just the amplified damage alone would probably be massive. And then just focus on Blade Sentinel itself and try and get as much attack rating as I possibly can. I have permanent uptime on amp. I don't even know how you would get enough attack rating like necessary though to really make Blade Sentinel work.
I mean, my Blade Sentinel gal has, let me see. Where'd she go?
I mean, theoretically, I could use a Dreadfang and I could put an Ethrun in it, which would give me negative 25% enemy defense. And then from there, I have no clue.
So with no like Demon Limb, no nothing, no enchant, no like Merc, I have 17,669 Blade Fury and 10k Blade Sentinel. And that obviously can be buffed.
10k Blade Sentinel's respective. That's respectable.
And you can buff that obviously with like a Demon Limb and stuff like that. You know, there's ways to get that up higher. I just have an Act 5 Merc with the Dreadfang, but yeah,
I mean, he ain't gonna stay alive versus Heralds, so
he's a good boy.
He gonna be dead versus Heralds.
Leave him alone, dude. It's not like we're fighting 20 Heralds.
We're fighting 20 Heralds in Act now, boys.
Oh man.
Oh,
Poor
we're
melee.
doing it now. We're doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow. Doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow. Bar. Sanic Thor. It's a solid option. Sanic Thor probably would be pretty damn awesome. Only problem is he takes so long to get online because I need tons of lightning charms. I just don't really know if we have enough people playing this season compared to like previous seasons for me to mooch all the lightning charms off of.
Just put Dreadfang on a Fenzon, and then you just amplify the entire pack and then fit.
Yeah, that's death. That's like super death. That's what that is. Super death. Super duper duper death. Come on down, super death. Santic Thor. Thor Santic. It's a freaking number one doo.
My dream, my 6-faceted phase blade. Like, where am I gonna get my fastest from now that they nerfed the BTR?
Yeah, where are you gonna get your facets now that you don't have like a monster to just give you thousands of facets? Why you no like facet? Eater, meaner, miner, mo, get your dagger by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eater, meaner, miner, mo, get your dagger by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eater, meaner, miner, mo. It keeps going on, assassin. How dare you?
I don't know, man. Am I a caster? Am I a caster, dude? Is that what I am now?
Huge Gamer said, I blame you PTR people for my lack of faucet fountains.
Yes, it's my fault too. I'm sorry.
I mean, you know, if they hadn't broken it so you get 33 facets a day.
Listen, the
Without even
19
trying.
faucet character.
Without even trying.
I could have had a 19 faucet character. I could have called him Kitchen Sink.
Let's do a little quick math, shall we? So let's assume at least 100,000 players play this season, times 33 facets a day, times 7 days a week, is roughly 23,100,000 facets in 1 week. Totally fine. Let's multiply that by 4 to get our monthly value of 92,400,000 facets. And over the course of an entire season, let's multiply that by, let's say, 4 months. 369,600,000 facets. Totally fine, guys. It was totally fine. Oh, by the way, we each got a Soj in that day. So we each got like 1 Soj per character. So you can pretty much multiply that out too. You're talking about like 1 Soj a day times like, 100,000 people times 7 days a week, times 4 weeks, times like 4 months. It's like 11,200,000 Sojas. No big deal. I do love me some Paladin. I do love me some Paladin. I don't know what I would make, though. I feel like Paladin's main issue is that most of his abilities are all melee attacks. How do you get past having all melee attacks in a Thorns world? It's a thorny world and a thorny girl. I can't believe it. It is thorny. Charge would get you killed immediately. Smite would get you killed immediately. Fist of the Heavens wouldn't. Fist of the Heavens is still an option.
You're going two-hand vengeance, aren't you?
So, Vengeance, you would think, wouldn't actually get you killed with thorns, but since it's still 25% physical damage, you still have enough there to reflect and murder yourself. Zeal, it doesn't necessarily have to get you killed. It doesn't really have a large amount of damage. It really is more of a delivery method than anything. So yeah, you could make like a character that has a delivery method to kill stuff that's not potentially physical damage. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what you'd build other than Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, and Holy Shock.
Wait, is this like dumb of me to say right now? Because I can't even think straight. But has anyone built a double Holy or Paladin with Conviction? Is that a thing?
It's hard to do and it's expensive, but yeah, it can be done.
So
you build Conviction, and then you usually run like the Dream or the thing. You can't really do both though, unfortunately. So you can either wear both Dreams and then wear pieces of the other dragon, or you could wear all the dragon pieces in like one Dream.
Wouldn't you put the Conviction on the Merc, and then you would run like you'd spec into one, and then you'd wear the pieces of the other. So you have Conviction, you have Holy Shock, Holy Fire. You have all 3 of those. And you just run around ticking stuff. Die. Tick, tick.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to make it all work because the pieces overlap. Like the dragon shield and the dream shield overlap, and like.
Well, you wouldn't need it because you're running one native.
Well, you can run. Yeah, you can run one native, and then you could have one in addition. Yeah, the synergy bonuses, the synergy requirements though are kind of massive. Let me see if it's even doable. So if you did, let's pretend you did Holy Shock for your main.
Yeah.
And it would probably have to be Holy Fire because Dream is the 2-piece and Dragon is the 3-piece. So let's say 20, 40, 60, then 80. So it would take 80 to max out the 2 auras. And then you would also need to put in 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. I guess.
It's doable. Make it. Theorycraft it. Go.
Yeah, it's doable. You could do it.
It's got to be a demolisher on P1 at least. On P1, I think the screen would just start dying.
Double auras. I mean, you could also do it the other way, and you could do the Holy Fire version. I don't know. I'm not really interested in that because it just takes a lot of gear.
Yeah, well,
You need like 2 Jaw runes to set up the Dream version.
yeah, but you're a streamer. You know, you just say, guys, calling in a favor.
Yeah, who's got the open up their wallet for the RMT so I can get my do janks? Do janks. Do. $999 day 1 Jaw rune. Let's go, baby.
If I get a day 1 John, it's worth that much, dude. I might need $900, guys. I might want that.
Day 1 Jaws are actually really expensive a lot of the times. They actually really are.
That's like it's almost half a graphics card nowadays, you know?
I need a new graphics card. Somebody buy me a graphics card.
You gotta drop a jaw. You drop a jaw tomorrow, you got yourself a graphics card.
Hey, I need a graphics card. Make that 2K Jaw rune on day 1.
I mean, the way we were dropping high runes last season, I wouldn't be surprised if the kinship got like 1 or 2 high runes in a day. I would not be surprised. People were dropping them in cows like crazy the first week. It was like every other day. It was like Jaws, Burr, Sir.
Trying to think what I want, but I don't know what I freaking want. And I don't know, because I don't know, because I can't go, because I won't go, and I want to, but I can't go, and I don't know. Let's take a look at a druid real quick.
A druid.
A druid. I mean, I was heavily considering like a summoning druid using Rancor. It does sound rather interesting.
Oh, I got a facet. No joke.
Nice.
It's eligible for Chronicle. A cold one.
Nothing calling to me. Honestly, the only thing that's really calling to me is a freezing arrow Amazon.
Yeah.
I do love my freezing arrow Amazon.
Dude, if they let us terrorize cows, like on demand, you're just sitting cows all day on Amazons. Like, I'm an Amazon, I'm being a cow guy.
I mean, how much extra power did the freezing arrow Amazon actually get? I mean, I guess technically one of the facets would get replaced with the Guardian, and then I could have a -10 for the freezing Sunder. So I mean, theoretically, it has gotten quite a bit stronger. I mean, at least -15% res stronger than the previous version. The only real issue I had with this character was it's just not really that great at killing bosses. It sucks at the killing of the bosses.
The fire one's really good at killing bosses.
Because of the immolation era.
Yeah, you just rotate between the two. I like the fire version. Have you ever done it?
Yeah, but I like the cold version because I can control the battlefield.
Yeah, and then the barbs can yell at you.
Always. I mean, they always yell at me anyway, so.
I like Barbies, and I cannot lie. They yell at me when I freeze everything on the.
Freezing everything on the battlefield. This is what we do because we don't feel nothing for the Barbies when they lose their corpses because they elbow deep in the nearest fortress. All the way up to their elbow.
Yeah, I would put a Hellwarden too on a fire, though. That actually fits perfectly. And you put the faucet in, and then maybe craft yourself a Hand of Justice, or... Phoenix Bow, yeah, you can do Phoenix Bow. You can do Justice. I think one has attack speed, one doesn't. And I like the attack speed, even though you're swapping. But I guess it doesn't matter. Or does one have plus skills? I don't remember.
I mean, I haven't really done a Javazon in like forever.
Do it.
Just a classic, basic Javazon.
Do it and show them the power. I was gonna do it, but then I was like, "You're doing Amazon. I don't want to double up on Amazon." You need to show them the power.
Look, we can have all the Manazons. We can have all the Manazons that we want.
I think somebody needs a geared out Javzon to show truly the power.
The unlimited power. Itty bitty space. I mean, Javazon seems like it would be like way more just ridiculous than before.
Way more ridiculous.
Way more ridiculous. Especially with the way that the damage on the Javazon is just like exponential.
Yeah.
And like it's not like you're just adding like an additional -15% res. No, you're you're adding a lot more than -15% res, my friend.
Well, it's 30 plus 30, so it's minus 60, and that's not counting a shielded chest if you wanted to add more in. So you get minus 60.
Go full
in
negative res.
Javelin. Well, you can do more, but minus 60 is just the spear, the javelin, the helm, and the sunder. If you wanted to throw in the shield with facets or a chest with facets, you're going further and beyond. Or if you want to throw in, obviously, lower res, prediction.
Up and away.
That build, probably one javelin goodbye screen.
One javelin bye-bye screen. You hear that?
Just be the OP Javazon. Can you do the Javazon and the other character together? Like, I think you can, but I don't think you have enough points to max out both.
Javazon requires like 100 points. It's actually quite ridiculous.
Yeah, if you want to max out the damage, it does get kind of redonkulous.
That's why I like the spear version better, because you can save 20 points.
One, two, three, four, five. 5 times 20. So yeah, it's 100 points. Demon Machine Enchantress? How about Demon Machine Warlock? Warlock. Moyak, Warlock, Moyak. Thinking about the bills that I wanna make. Don't know what it is that I quake. Fire arrow Amazon doesn't sound bad, but I gotta collect all of the doojanks. So many doojanks and doospanks. Doospanks and doojanks all over the land. Doospanks and doojanks all up in my hand. Bow and spear. Bow and spear. Or maybe I just give in to the taint. Maybe I just be a tainted warlock. Maybe I just give in to the taint. All of taints in the tainted land. Come on down and taint my hand. Do we have any taint warlocks already on the panel? Let me take a look and see what the group is. Maybe I'd be a conscientious gamer this season and actually pick something that aligns with the current like group meta. Let's see, we've got Elemist, Javazon, but he's on hardcore. Gru hasn't decided. Andaseat is Traps. Wink is Cold Sorceress till Sunder. Blood Boil Warlock, so Fire Fizz. Season Opener, Fire Taint Master. Crimson Oni is going to be a Taint. The Master Taint. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Fire to Abyss, Poison or lower res. Burst Necromancer. Spin to Win Barbarian. Vengeance Paladin. Oh, we got a Vengeance Paladin on the list. Merlin. Bow Warlock. Leon said Fireclaw, maybe Amazon, and then has Warlock for the choice. Ice Ball, Firewall, Big Daddy Bruzak. I'm trolling Bruzak now. Trolling Bruzak with the doojanks that I wanna do. Trolling Bruzak, trolling him. Did people actually sign up for on time for ladder reset? We currently have 23. 3 hardcore. 3 hardcore. I mean, I would like to do a Vengeance Paladin, but I think it's a horrible idea with Thorns. I think it's a horrible idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. I could try and do a revised version of one of my other characters, which honestly needs revision. The only problem with that character is it also needs an enigma. It's one of the few characters I've ever created that needs an enigma, which is not something that I'm likely to get within a week. It's this bad boy right here. He did a Dream Vengeance Paladin. Seems kind of an odd choice, but yeah, I guess the synergies sort of match up a little bit. Kind of makes sense, I guess. As long as you line up the synergies properly, yeah, I guess it would work. Come on down. See the clown with the red hair shining all around. Come on down. See the clown with the red hair shining all around. 'Cause we got the freaking mages and we gonna take them down. Don't tell me nothing about my freaking plan. What's my maximum number of mages? 16? Skeletons? 16. Okay. I mean, in many ways, this would be very similar to a Taint Warlock. And honestly, I think my best in slot would actually be an Infinity. I never did test to see if negative resistance actually worked on this character. I don't even have my fire golem on. Good job, Ginger. Relish runes. How do I make a conviction paladin that doesn't get killed by the thorns? How do I make a conviction paladin that don't die to thorns? I don't know how to do it. It's so hard. You're going to be an abyss lock. You don't want to be the taint lock. You don't want to. You don't want to show everybody your taint. Poor Herald of Frights. Goodbye, Herald of Frights. Goodbye, Herald of Fright. We like it when you die. Goodbye, Herald of Fright. We like it when you die. This character is fun. I do like this character. Not sure if I have the resources to be able to build this character. We need to choose one that we can build. That we do not have to worry about some crazy gear. We need one that we can actually build. So we can have fun and just do our best to be OP. I think maybe light and Javazon might be the way to go around.
If I was actually playing the season a long time, I think I would create Megazord.
Megazord?
I just thought about it. We did the Power Rangers, right? So GGM _ Megazord, you get Dream Helmet, Dream Shield, Doom Weapon for Holy Freeze and the negative res, and you run Holy Fire natively. So you have all three holies. And then you get the Merc with Conviction. And you got Green Ranger, you got Red Ranger, you got
Megazord.
Blue Ranger, you got Yellow Ranger.
Megazord. You can Megazord. Get him.
I kind of want to
Get
create
him.
that right now because I have dual dreams on one of my old characters. I kind of want to just play with it. I don't know why I never did that. That's every Holy Aura. Why not? Just give me all.
Well, you know what happens when you can't pick something.
I'm adding in alternative names. This is great. Okay, here we go. Best, last one alive wins. How about that? That's what we're doing it. We're doing last one alive wins. Last one on the wheel wins the wheel. If you get picked, you get taken off the wheel. You don't get to stay on the friggin' wheel. Pull you off and remove you because you're not there. And we shuffle up like it's a freaking bear. And I forgot to put assassin. Assassin. Also ass. D mama. You Brahma. Doo-doo taking off the wheel, that's for sure. Doo-doo coming down and making a mar. It's a doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh no, double doo-doo. Double doo-doo. He's gone. Double doo-doo. He wears a thong. Double doo-doo. Older Jordaroo. I don't even know what I said. Double doo doo, come on down, it's a double doo doo, double doo doo, double doo doo, come on down, it's a double doo doo. Oh, Barbarian just got removed. Paladudu's still holding in strong. Oh no, not the ass. Amazon got taken away. Shuffle them all today. Amazon taken away. Manazon, take it away. Oh no, not the Manazon. Zon, Manazon. Warlock is taken away. No warlock left. Doo doo. I typoed Dead Razor. It's supposed to be Dead Razor, not Deer Razor. It's now between the Sorceress, the Paladin, and the Necromancy. No, not the Paladoodoo. Dang it, they took away my Paladoodoo. I don't really like it, it smells like the poo. They took away my Paladoodoo. Doo-doo-doo, Paladoodoo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. They took away my Paladoodoo. Doo-doo-doo-doo, Paladoodoo. Not a sorceress.
Eh. Oh no, I don't want to slurp. Oh, it's gross. It's grody. Ugh. 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 Ew. 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 Ew, 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 ew. Ew, ew, ew. See? Even it agrees with me. Ew. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Ew. No! Get away from the sorceress! Play a build that uses pea skulls. No, thank you. That is rude. Sorceress is not the one I wanted, and I don't freaking want that Sorceress. Act 5 Merc died so many times. Ding, 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 ding. Sound like you wanted a paladoodoo? Paladoodoo. I'm messing with Cody. Think you better stop. Cody said, well, you gonna fall off. You're gonna fall off. You're gonna fall off. You're falling. You're falling. You're falling. You better stop. You're falling. Yeah, you were falling. I see he's falling. He's still falling. You're still sliding down. You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. You're gonna. Oh no, you're gonna fall. Oh no, you're gonna fall. You mess with me all the time. I'm gonna come mess with you, and I'm gonna get your toes. How about that? And I was gonna give me them toes. Them my toes. Nope, these mine. Thank you. They're my toes. Yeah, these are my toes. Yeah, they're my toes. You know what I'm gonna do with them? I'm gonna tickle them because they're mine, and I can tickle my toes if I want to. And you can't stop me from tickling them. And you can't stop me from doing the tickles on there. Give me them toes. Give me them toes. Watch. You big. Give me some toes. Give me them toes. I'm gonna tickle them. I'm gonna tickle your toesies on there. Tickle your toesies. I was gonna get in there and I was gonna tickle them. Give me them toes. Give me that. You know what? Give me your tail. How about that? Give me this tail. Give me that. Give me that tail.
Can I have the pole? Can I have the pole? That's a good pole. And then what happens if I tickle your toes? Oh no, tickle your toes. Can I pop? Can I pop? Oh, you gonna tickle my toes. Tickle toes, oh no, tickle your toes. Oh no. Oh no, gonna get them. He's fun to mess with. I mean, I suppose I could do an enchant fire. Like demon machine sorcerers. There is technically some new ground in the sorceress area. First off, if you use Hell Wardens instead of Flickering Flame, you can get your Guardian Jewel and you can get your attack speed. Which means you're able to wear Mage Fists instead of attack speed gloves. Which means that you can also utilize a facet in your bow as well as a facet in your helmet. Which means you end up with negative 18 plus 5, which is, what is that, 20, so negative 23% plus the Sunder, which is negative 33%, plus another 1+1 fire skills, which is roughly, what is that, 33, so 28. So it would be negative 28% skill negative resistance more than the previous version. And also +1 skill more than the previous version. Hell Wardens really isn't that hard to come by either. I have a fire character. There should be one already on here. Let's see. Where are you hiding at, sorceress? Sorcery. Okay, well, I don't see this one fresh. That shows you how much I like sorceresses. Look, no sorceress. Paladin, Necro, Druid, Amazon, Druid, Barbarian, Amazon, Paladin, Warlock, Amazon, Assassin, Warlock, Paladin, Assassin, Barbarian, Paladin, Amazon, and Necromancer. I got no sorceresses in all of my character panel. That is, yeah, pretty par for the course. You should do the summon druid idea. I'm trying to think about like how much damage you could potentially gain on a exploding arrow sorceress. I feel like the exploding arrow sorceress is actually much more powerful this season than last season. I mean, granted, you still need all fire skillers, and you need a fire sunder. Mage fists instead of, I guess, whatever I'm running. Flickering flame goes the way of the dinosaur as well. Definitely don't need an enigma. Huh. I feel like I run into the same problem that I run into with the freezing arrow Amazon, though, has bad boss kill speed. Sorcery.
Firebolt and Fireball. Not the turd javelin. The hell's this guy set up for? Full summons. Full summon with a bear.
Good day.
Spirit of the Barbs. Teleport bear, what? Tele bear, bear, teleport, teleport. The tankiest. Oh, is that a brand? Yeah, freaking brand bow. Oh. A brand blade bow. Eh. I'm looking for King was an interesting character. Powerful. Can't really make that character though. It's hard to make. That's character super powerful. That is a infinity spears on lockdown. Locking down all the monsters in town. Gonna be locking down everything. Come on, baby, locking everything down. Lock it down. Eat. What the hell is this character? I don't even know who this character is. Oh, this is your Theorycraft, isn't it? With your charge paladin.
Speedy boy.
Yeah, speedy boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot how fun Speedy Boy was. I think this build would be absolutely horrible in Thorn Apocalypse, but
Good luck charging a Thorns monster. Instant death.
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
There he is. It's Knuckles.
Just run around punching everything. Punch, 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 punch. My falling back to the warlock. The taintiest of locks, a lock so tainted. I'm trying to think how I could build a paladin with conviction aura that would actually not get murdered by thorns. I think that's what I really want to do is I want to run conviction, but I don't want to die horribly and painfully either. Would be nice. That'd be nice so I didn't die. Oh, I'm painful. I guess theoretically no, because the problem is Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, Holy Shock, they're all just can't use conviction, right? What are the benefits in conviction? Lowering the monster's resistance, lowering the monster's defense. Doesn't really up your damage in any way, though. Unless you have elemental damage. None of the combat skills are elemental except for Vengeance. It's the only one. Wish Vengeance could be used with a bow. That would be great. Can I see the pow? That was such a I don't trust you, Paul, that I ever seen. Why are you afraid that I was gonna tickle you? Oh no, gonna do the tickles. Give me that. Tickle, 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 tickle. Oh no. What are you gonna do with them big fangs you're showing me, huh? What you gonna do with these big fangs? Can't do nothing, cause I got your paw and I was gonna tickle it. Oh no. Tickle, tickles. And I was gonna get this one, and I was gonna tickle that one too. What do you think opening your mouth like a shark is gonna do? I don't care that you threaten me with your sharkum teeths. I don't care about your sharkum teeths. Uh-oh, Hammerton. I'm just kidding. I mean, theoretically, you can run Conviction Aura with whatever you want. You don't necessarily have to have a benefit from it. Kind of sucks to not have a benefit from it, but...
1.1 gigawatts.
1.1 gigawatt.
That's an OP character. Oh, look. Your previous ladder shared sash hubs will be deleted.
Yep, goodbye. Pre-balance patch, I just spammed my asthma bolt. My asthma chain is more DPS now than my asthma bolt after Abyss.
Yeah, my asthma chain's really good. Single target. It is. I've been playing it. I can still use both, though. I think I deleted that pal. Oh well. Guess I didn't care about my dream.
Your dream?
Dream, dream, dream.
Let's ask Rock.
Where are they? So I can make this character real quick.
How do I make a ranged paladin in Diablo 2 Resurrected that uses conviction as its main aura?
I mean,
Can
at
it
that
be
point,
done?
wouldn't you just do a bow at that point with the fire damage, and then you get holy, then you run conviction, and you run your holy fire.
Holmes Firearms.
Easy peasy, lemon squeeze me.
Let's see what the AI comes with. I'm curious. Were they gonna come up with anything good or bad? Oh, guess I gotta let it cook for a while. I asked it a hard question. Gotta let it cook for a little bit. Gotta cook with the maple bacon and the sauce coming down with the staple, and I don't know what to do, cause I'm gonna punch him right in the daggum poo. Bum 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 bum. It did not come up with good responses. A faux paladin, because the main attack damage of Fist of the Heavens is lightning on the strike. It's completely useless. It doesn't do anything. Two-handed paladins with no shields. Dude, I love two-handed paladins with no shields. I've made several two-handed paladins with no shields. There's just no way to do it that doesn't involve like one-shotting yourself on thorns. I know, because I literally have done that before to myself. I've one-shot myself with thorns on a two-handed vengeance paladin. Surprisingly, a large amount of physical damage on an attack that is 75% elemental. A surprisingly large amount. I mean, I think I made up my mind. Is I want to run Conviction, or I want to run Lore Resistance, one way or the other. I want it. I want to be able to actually natively have it in its highest form, in the one or the other way. So how do I get my cake and eat it too? How do I get my cake and eat it freaking too? I need a freaking cake. I want some too.
No, so you're gonna poop.
Delicious cake? What? So much delicious cake. I need some delicious cake. I need all of the cake. So much delicious cake. Hand of Justice Dragonton? Yeah, it's completely impossible early on in the game. 110k? Dang, Atlantis. I didn't know I was that far ahead.
I didn't know I was that far ahead. I don't know what you were doing. I just tuned in. Well, welcome, Neon Spark. Yusuf wants everybody to use skulls in their equipment. There, you're caught up. He said, skulls are the best and you are the rest. Come on, baby, I'll take you to breast. I like the skulls and you don't like them. Everybody likes some skulls in their ham. Skulls, 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 every skull. Who doesn't like some freaking skulls? We got the school, 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 schoolity school. School, 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 schoolity school. What did we end up like when we were talking about the fire bows on? It was between the Phoenix bow and the Hand of Justice bow.
Yeah.
And I think it was it the Phoenix bow that won?
Well, I used Hand of Justice when I personally did it, but they're both viable. One has better negative res. The other one has, what, attack speed, which is nice to have, even though you're swapping between a cooldown one and not. It's still nice to have it. Ignore target's defense, deadly straight, yeah. I mean, and one has the Holy Fire Aura as well, which also buffs your damage. The other one doesn't. And one doesn't make Barbs upset.
Oh, we want to make Barbs upset.
I think Hand of Justice.
Oh, we always want to make Barbs upset.
I want to make your mama.
Mama, your mama llama.
Here you go. Where did he go?
Did we ever check to see if actually running plus the skills and exploding arrow was even worth it? Like, I can't remember if like the damage bonus that you got specifically from the exploding arrow was high enough to calculate out the difference or something. I can't remember. I need to boot up the other version of the game so I can't check because it would be lame.
I'm creating the ultimate guy.
The Ultimatio?
He's gonna fry everybody today. They don't stand a chance if they get in the way.
Oh.
Trifecta is coming out. I'm gonna slap you about.
And that damage is so low. Why is that damage so low? 2,846 seems really low. And I'm running skillers.
Not here.
And I got fire damage. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, but you can do that on any character. I can't believe it's only 2,934 per explosion. That seems really low. Is this character set up properly? I mean, except for the helmet. I mean, yeah. Yeah. It actually is set up properly, and it's still doing, like, basically nothing. I mean, yeah, and Chance Sork with Demon Machine, I think, does a lot more fire damage per explosion. I think the only downside is less negative res. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's less negative res. Immolation, of course, seems to be moderately useful, which you don't really have access to as a Chance Sork.
I got the tri-aura in my pipe.
He's got the Megazord. He's gonna do the Megazord, boys.
I don't have time to gear out the Megazord, but I'm doing it right now off ladder.
Oh, he's gonna do the Megazord. Megazord, that's a Megazord. Come on down, and we's pining for the fjords. Gonna get a freaking Megazord. The Megazord. Megazord. Come on down, it's a Megazord. Do a Procazon for the 17,000th time. Boom Boom is pretty fun. I do like the Boom Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the shard drop chance is really high. If people aren't using them, then I don't know what's wrong with them. You should be. At this point, you pretty much have your choice of like whatever you want to, whatever zone you want to do, really. The shards drop all the dang time. Ding, 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 ding.
I run one holy aura when you can run them all.
It's kind of funny they put in the Dreadfang with the amplified damage and basically gave everybody amplified damage, but then they were like, here's Thorns monsters. It's like the ultimate troll. They're like, here, have your amp, and also Thorns.
Now you have to play ranged amp. You gotta proc it and then run away. Throw your axes. On the barb, you gotta throw stuff. The warlock, you gotta shoot stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The druid, you just gotta cry and use range attacks.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Might be able to get away with Fire Claw. Depends on what your weapon is.
Yeah. Oh.
Like
You
if
can
you got
craft a really bad obedience, I guess. A
If you
bad
got a-
one instead of a good one.
well, if you get a phase blade with like full facets or something, 6 facets, that'd probably be okay. That would probably work. I don't know what I want to make. I've done freaking everything, and now I don't know what I want to make this season, my friends. Something fun for me. Something that I can make. Just for me. I'm YouTube featured? Nice. I like being featured. Your mom is featured. Nice.
Sure, someone can make this into a crazy build.
What,
In some ways.
the Megazord character?
The Megazord, yeah.
It suffers from some issues. A lot of people think about that character, and it just, I don't know. It's not as
And
good
they-
as it seems, unfortunately.
They all share half of the synergy of salvation. They all share like the same synergy, and then you just have to resist as the other half. It's
Yeah.
not awful. Like it links up pretty well, actually.
Where'd you get that cool black armor from? Maybe I just go with the Javazon. I don't know. I think I'm leaning toward Javazon. I really haven't done a Javazon on a ladder start in a long time. I think I'm just gonna do a classic lightning Javazon and enjoy the cow farming. I'll go live in the cow level.
Oh look, it's a Thorns mob already. The first herald is Thorns. I feel bad for you, melee peoples.
You melee bibbles. You bibble of the melee.
I mean, if you think about it, the cow level did get buffed because cinders can drop in there, right?
Yeah.
It's easy or not.
Yeah. I mean, I could do non-TZ areas. I just gotta get the equipment to do non-TZ areas. That's where the problem lies. I just don't like this swapping thing. Like, I feel like my freaking bow character was like way better. The one I built with like the 6-faceted bow and whatnot. It's just way faster. Like, I can swap over to it right now. I've got it on live. I'm not even talking about a Theorycrafted version. Like, I mean, like, the actual full version. Like, the full version character on the online server that I built with, like, substandard equipment is still better than that Javazon with, like, max gear. I just don't think don't like it. It's stinky. Is stinky. That's one of the reasons why I did this character in the first place.
Let me show you what it's like to have a freaking poison. Alright, you ready to see what poison looks like? Check it out. 6-facet bow, 3-facet armor, 2-facet helmet. Poison, 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 poison facet. Alright, watch this. Watch, just watch. Oh look, there's a pack of monsters. Oh look, multi-shot, multi-shot, multi-shot. It's just like, not only does the javelin just not have the same, I don't know, damage output, it also just doesn't hit as many targets at one time, and it's like slow to hit the targets. Meanwhile, I could just like stand back here and I could just go like multi-shot, 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 multi-shot. And everything in range falls down that gets hit by the multi-shot. It's just a much better delivery method, and it's also a much better poison than Plague Javelin is. I don't like how Plague Javelin applies its poison damage. It is the dookie. I think I'm gonna not do that. Don't you hurt me, baby. Don't you hurt me, no. Catapult immune to poison. What is this bull crap? How dare you? You hurt me, baby. Yeah. Amazon, Necromancer, Paladin, those are the favorite classes that I like. I like the classes of the Paladin because he is a holy one coming from the Lord. He is the only one. And then we got the Amazon Manazon. She's the master of the bow and the spear. Come on down and you will fear, because we got the master of the bow and spear. Lightning, fire, ice, my friend, and you will die in the end. Then we have the Necromancer. He raises the dead from the land. Skeletons and bones everywhere. He don't really care. He'll take your hand. Laying down them curses, all everything you got with the amplified damage, and they're gonna lower your resistance to the elements and the poison too. And when you think you got him, he confuses all your minions and make you go. He gonna freaking run away with the horror, terror in your eyes.
Don't you want the patch notes?
Yeah.
Don't you want them now?
Don't you want the patch notes? Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Digga, 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 bop. Digga, 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 bop, bop.
I like my ass by chains, and I cannot lie.
Oh yeah, like no other brother can deny.
Yep.
Then when some nice thick chains get put in your face, you get sprung. Oh, he gets sprung, ladies and gentlemen. He gets sprung.
I want to test my Lister versus Colossal Enchant. I want to see if we can tank them, or does it get deleted in half a second? Stay tuned in the next episode.
I mean, I have that save file for my solo self-found character with Listerine. I was about to go into the Ubers, I think. I could take him in there and see if he gets annihilated.
Kind of curious
Oh
what
my
the new
God.
versions are like. But would you have to recapture him though?
Oh no, that save file is a backup save file, so it's already he's already captured, and I already have the organs and like.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, for instance, when you log in, like your like Hephaestus is still there, even if you have one pointed by demon
Aw.
with like an aura and everything. So, like, is it snapshotted to Legacy?
I don't know. But you always look like you just woke up. Why do you always look like you just woke up? I'm gonna get this tail, and I was gonna rip it off. Give me this tail. You know what? I'm hungry. I'm gonna bite it. Give me that. Oh no. Oh no, I gonna bite it. Oh no.
Don't you want the patch notes?
I'm gonna get you, and I'm gonna whip it. I'm gonna whip it with a tail. I'm gonna go whip, 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 whip. Come here, buddy.
That's so much fun.
What?
Just casting the chains and just going behind Diablos and watching them die.
Come here.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm messing with Cody again. Because I can't figure out what I want to play.
Randomizer. Put it in the randomizer.
I did, and it came out Sorceress.
yeah,
I don't want to play Sorceress.
yeah. You're a Sorc. You're a Sorc now, boy. How I mean, you know, funny enough, how good do you think like Fire Sorc is nowadays with the buffs? That sounds fun. Like meteors and flame walls. Don't you like flame? Aren't you a flame wall enjoyer?
I already did one
Firewall.
recently. I already did one recently, though.
But you didn't do a new power one. You didn't do ultimate version.
I already did
New
a
power-
recently
Nah,
one. I
doesn't
already
matter.
did the recent one. I was thinking about enchant. So
New
like,
power flame wall.
well, so I was thinking about enchant because normally what you do is you put on a flickering flame, right? And then that means you get no socket, right? Which is poopy. But now you could theoretically put Hell Wardens on, which has the -8, and it has the 20% increased attack speed and the 20% faster cast.
which
And
is a
you can
big,
put the
which is a buff, and then you can
facet.
put the facet in it,
Yeah.
or you can put the guardians in there, one or the other. If you put the guardian in there, I mean, technically that's 18 versus 15.
Phoenix Shield.
Well, no, it's a crossbow, so
Oh, I thought you were gonna do melee.
melee.
Because then you get even more negative res, even more power.
Unlimited power, unlimited monsters. Unlimited. What do I want to play right this second? I'm not sure at all. I wonder if Sanic Thor can actually fight one of these Thor's heralds, or would he just die?
Right, Rock a Herald.
I mean, he's not technically a physical damage character, but that doesn't mean anything, because, I mean, he could still die anyway. He attacks really fast, and then that also, like, the attacker takes damage of portion comes into play. Let's see if we can crack a herald real quick.
I think I love 60-point builds. 60-point builds are so nice.
The less points you gotta spend on the build, the more points you have to spend on other things. It's
The
beautiful.
more utility you get, yeah, it's like it's a whole nother world.
So fun to have other point builds. Come on down and I'll die on this hill. Dead. I'm about to die. Dead. Ow!
I got it. We both play the nerfed echoing strike.
Echo, echo, echoing. Come on, we're going echoing.
Has been nerfed, so we're allowed to play it now.
I mean, I played it at launch. It was OP.
At launch, you couldn't mess it up. Now you can mess it up. Now you actually got fields.
Now you can get it wrong. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't even do my shouts. What kind of barbarian am I? No wonder I was getting my butt kicked. Didn't even do my shouts. Pathetic.
Where's Sweet Philip when you need him? What's he start?
Not a warlock. He hates the warlock apparently.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to try and make a triple defiler character. I know I promised I wouldn't do a warlock this season, but promises are made to be broken. I think there's probably a really cool triple defiler build. I just can't for the life of me think exactly what it is. I mean, let's work out the mechanics of the defiler. So what does the defiler do? The defiler spreads damage from one monster to the others.
Isn't it like the ultimate Thorns build at that point?
Up
Like,
to
that's how,
15 monsters it shares with, right?
well,
For
it's
five
each.
per defiler, up to
Yeah.
15.
Yep. I mean, it's definitely the way to get the most out of your Thorns damage, I would say. That's one.
I mean, it doesn't matter what damage type you do, right? Because it just shares damage.
No, it doesn't.
So
No,
you
it
can
doesn't
literally
matter.
you can literally do any damage types.
Yeah.
And therein lies the question: is what do you pair with it? What do you use as the ability to make it work? You know what I'm kind of curious about is Abyss.
Yeah, that's
So think about this: you have the defiler, so you get 3 defilers all running, right? And you spam Abyss. If the defilers link all of the monsters together that are in the Abyss, and the Abyss is hitting all of the monsters,
Yes.
How does that work?
It's screen thirst is how it works. I do 2 defilers because I want the magic damage buff, so I do a consume. But it's really good. It's really strong.
Triple Defiler Abyss spam?
It would work. You would be sacrificing some damage, but it's fine. You get better clear.
Abyss Lock.
At your service.
Hex Purge would also be kind of interesting with the Triple Defiler.
Yep.
Because of all the little mini explosions, and then you basically could like suck them all together and like do all the explosions at the same time.
I'm probably going to be doing X-Purge because it's less point investment, and it takes care of attack speed. Like, you don't need to worry about attack speed. Because I might be running Brand Bow. Because if I run Brand Bow, not only do I get the magic damage, but I get easy amplify if they hit me.
Oh yeah,
It's, like,
easy,
guaranteed.
easy. You can just walk up and let them bop you one time, and you got him.
Yeah. So that might be really strong for me.
Unless you can't let them bop you because you get murdered, but I don't want that to hit me. I'm gonna die.
I don't know. There's all kinds of variations.
I had also thought about doing like a full exploding arrow version of the Warlock.
I mean, definitely would work. You could even have the set on swap for the level 30 enchant in your pocket.
I mean, the 2-piece is actually like best in slot anyway, right?
Well, you can't wear the 2-piece while you're shooting, but you can have it on swap.
I'm talking about the
Oh.
I'm talking about the plus fire damage that comes from the bow or the gloves,
Yeah.
and then the attack speed from the gloves as well. So you get the attack speed and the fire damage, and the fire damage on the gloves is was like 240 some odd. I mean, technically you would use Kuko, which is fairly easy to come by. Kuko also has fire damage on it. It's got 180 fire damage, 40 to 180. So if you combine together the 40 to 180 on the Kuko plus what's on the gloves, you end up with like, what's that, like 2, 3, like 400 like right off the bat. And that's before you start adding in any fire charms. Kuko has a socket, of course, so you can use it for socket attacks. So you can get a Guardian Jewel in there if you want to, or a Facet. You don't really need that much attack speed. I mean, I'm trying to figure out whether the damage would be comparable to, like, say, an exploding arrow or exploding arrow Amazon. I mean, I got numbers, so let's find some numbers here. So I was just looking at the exploding arrow Amazon offline. Let me take a look at her numbers and write them down.
It's more, though, because it's always times by 5, right?
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is that I'd have to figure out exactly how to multiply it out. But I mean, right now I'm looking at a Amazon that is set up. She doesn't use those gloves. She uses the +2 skill bow and crossbow gloves. So she's not getting the fire damage from that. She does get fire damage from charms. I mean, I leave those in there. So her average fire damage on her exploding arrow right now is 2,453 plus 2,934 divided by 2. So she's got an average fire damage of 2,693.5. So let's do some calculations and let's see where we'd be sitting if we had like a fully decked out Kuko bow Jank. Luka bow. Problem is that most of his fire damage does not come from It doesn't come from any like skill-based source. It's pretty much all equipment-based.
Yeah, you need a bunch of charms, just
But
like your third barb.
But it is times 5. I mean, there is that. So you do get times 5 from the effect. The only problem is you've got to stack as much as you can from outside sources. So let's do some calculations. So 180 for the Kuko. So the Kuko has 180 fire damage on it. You could also potentially get a fire facet. I'm thinking that you would probably be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So at the end, you'd probably be using 6 fire facets. So each fire facet adds 17 to 45. So we got 180, 45 times 7. No, 6. It'd be 6, my bad. It'd be 6. Actually 5, because one of them is going to be a guardian jewel. So times 45 is 225 plus the 180. And then you also have the Horizons gloves. Horizons set. Let's take a look at the gloves real quick. Big glovey, glovey, glove, gloves. Glovey, glove, glove, gloves. Come on down with the glove, glove, glove. So they have... 270, so plus 270. So that brings me up to 675, which isn't amazing, but 675. Alright, then we also can add in charms. So I don't know how many fire charms I'll be able to get my hands on, and I'm definitely not going to be able to get my hands on like capped out fire charms, which I think are like I can go take a look on the Zon real quick to see what a capped out charm is. So the capped out fire charms I think are like 43. 42, okay. So the 26 to 42, and you could potentially have a large number of those. Even if we cut that in half. So let's cut that in half, and let's say 20. Let's say I got 20 fire damage charms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 675, so 23 times 20 is about 460, plus our 675 is 1,135. And then we also have the facets themselves are offering skill damage. So we've got, I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, technically 6 times 5. And it would be an extra 5% for the Guardian Jewel, so it would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, so 35%. So plus 35%. So we're looking at 1,532 fire damage per arrow per explosion, times 5 explosions. I mean, according to this, we would be dishing out 7,661 per arrow explosion. I mean, it certainly seems like it would be doable. That's not impossible. Negative res. What would our negative res be at? We would have negative 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 45. Negative 45 is enough. So 7,661 with negative 45% res is actually not terrible. The other
magic damage too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could build into that, but I
mean, it's included essentially.
Yeah, one way or another, like you're gonna put points into one of the hexes for sure.
Yeah, attack rating, attack speed, whatever. My CFM.
I mean, what if I just double up into purge for the explosions, since the exploding ability is also an explosion, and just get double explosions?
Yep.
So you just go purge, full fire, Kuko, I mean, how many points does that actually leave you, though? Because, like, I don't even... What is that? Eldritch Blast?
Well, you don't even have to max it out if you don't want to, since your main focus is fire.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was even thinking about that. I don't even have to max it out, so I could do whatever the hell else I wanted to do.
Yep.
Which means I could go triple Defiler. So what if I did the fire build with triple Defiler?
It would work just fine.
All those explosions with all that craziness.
All being multiplied.
Yeah, all being multiplied. It could be kind of interesting. Yes, sir. Hold on, Cody. Cody wants attention. Hold on, we yes. What is it that you want? Do you want to say hello to the peoples up there? They looking at you, and they said, "What you want?" They said, "What does you want, big fatso?" They called you fat. And that one there, Dreamology, he called you chonky. He did. He said you was a chonky boy. Yeah. He said I'm not polite. Call me as a chonky. Yeah, chonky bonky. Yep, he said monster dog. Yep, he said it right there. He said, see, monster dog right there. He said I'm a monster. Cody, are you a monster? Are you a monster? I think you might be a monster. I don't know. Let me check. Okay, let's see. Let me see your tooths. Oh no, those is big scary monster tooths. Oh no, look in there. There's big scary monster sharkum teethums. Oh no. Those is scary in there. You gonna bite somebody with those? You gonna bite peoples? You's gonna bite peoples with those? What you gonna do with them big scary monster tooths? He said, I'm not gonna bite nobody with the toothums. I think I want to build it first before I decide on that. It does sound interesting, though. I mean, it's basically the same thing as doing an Enchantress, but it's like a new spin on it. See if it's interesting or not. Alright, so what do we need to make this character work?
You need Fire Thunder, you need Hell Wardens, you need a Facet, you need Cuckoo, you need another Facet, you need...
I need Kooka-dooka-dooka-dookas.
You need a bunch of small charms, you need...
Yeah, let's, I'm gonna put it together. Let's put it together real quick.
Could go with
Jesus, I
Act
gotta
Framer.
stop watching you playing this game. I've been watching you lurking. What's up, Like and Lags? You been lurking? Like and Lags be lurking all day. He said, I'm not getting no freaking pay. I don't care what you're doing today, cause I don't want to lurk anymore, okay? Oh baby, let's play some games. We're gonna play some games. Come on down, it's not lames. Digga 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 dop. Come on down, that's a big big pop.
Well, we caught you like it. You have been caught.
You've been caught and found caught.
Well, found one.
Alright, we need a kookalooka-dooka-dooka-dooka-dooka.
Gilderland.
Yeah, Gilderland, Gilderland, Gilderland. I wish Steam had regional prices for it, man. It's so expensive for us because of the currency exchange rate in Transylvania. For what, Diablo 2? I thought games had like localized pricing so it wasn't overpriced in certain areas. Like one guy came in and bragged to me that he got like one of the games for like $10 or something US because like it localized prices or something.
I mean, Blizzard definitely used to do it, but I think they stopped doing it because people were abusing it. I know when WoW Classic was around, everyone had like a VPN for Argentina, and they were buying the subscription instead of $15 a month. It was like $1 a month or something.
Because it was Argentinian money.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, actually. It's pretty funny. Okay, I need, what do I need? A pull. And I need a... What was it, lum? I think it's lum, right? And then I need a gemalims. Gemalimba, bemalima coming down, gems. Give me one of them frickin' gems. And I need a frickin' gem. Gemalima limbs, gemalima bams. Alright, jewels, fire facets. We need, what, how many fire facets do we need? 1, 2, 1 for the helmet, 2 for the show, 3 for the money, 4 for the glow, and then we need one, we need to edit one to turn it into a guardian jewel.
The Diablo 2 costs as much as his electric bill.
150 LEI for me at the moment. If I add another 10 LEI to that, as much as the electric bill for last month. And that's not on sale. Well, if it's on sale, not on full price. Huh. Why don't you just friend me on Steam and I'll buy you the game?
You gotta contact, maybe they'll give you some keys for the seasons in Jerky. 1 or 2 keys, you know? There's some keys. Reach out to Blood.
Last time they contacted me, he just like dropped the keys on my face, and that was it. He was like, "Here's some keys, give them away," and that was it. That was all he said. I tried to talk back to him, and he didn't say nothing. Apparently, I'm on lockdown. Maybe now that I hit 100,000 subscribers,
yeah, tell him. Tell him you hit 100K and you want to give away some keys for the new season. Message him right now.
All right, liking. You got to be my slave, though. You're gonna be my slave forever now. You're gonna be my slave. Dude, I've been on a list since before Diablo 2 Resurrected launched Dreamology. I've been on the list longer than the list has existed, okay? Which is a feat in and of itself. Oh, wow. Okay, what was I doing? You're distracting me. Okay, so it's 10% Fire Mastery and a 10% Pierce. What other snazzy doodads do the frickin' Fire Jewels have on them? Wow. So you do have regional pricing. I can't gift you the game, man. It says, due to regional price differences, the gift you are trying to send cannot be sent to the recipient's region. So you do have regional price differences. I don't know how much it costs in your region. I don't know how to gift a game to somebody in your region. Apparently, I can't do it. Well, I can't do it on Steam. That's weird. Can't gift a game on Steam to another region? Question mark. If the price difference between your two countries is less than 10%. If the price difference is greater than that, Steam will block the transaction. The 10% price rule. Steam restricts direct gifting across regions to prevent currency and pricing abuse. If you are in a cheaper region trying to gift to a friend in a more expensive region, the system will block it. Temporary restrictions are always noted on the individual's game storm page. The best alternative digital... Huh? How much is yours right now? Is yours $30, $39, or is yours $29.99? Mine's on sale for $29.99. Maybe that's why, because mine's on sale and yours isn't? Or is yours on sale too? I have no freaking clue what the hell's going on. What's up, Hadaway? Hadaway's lurking too. 29.99 euros. I mean, yeah, it's on sale for the same price. That doesn't make any sense. Ain't we all lurkers? You dirty lurkers. This ain't 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Can we get something recent? Can we get something recent anytime within the past year? How about that? Oh, he's blowing up my messages. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go to a random website and buy a gift card. I'm sorry. I don't like going to random websites and buying gift cards. Tried to gift a friend a game and it blocked me.
Which file strain? Where are you? Got some work to do.
That's so rude. Wow. Wow.
So an upped witch wild string is probably like my starter bow, right? That thing is nasty.
Oh, it is pretty nasty. I mean, you really want
Yeah.
Pierce, but yeah.
Amp, Deadly Strike. I mean, Pierce is nice. I mean, I could throw on a Razor Tail. I don't technically even want 99% Pierce. Like, I don't care that much because explosions are good AoE anyway. Seems nasty.
Wow, wow.
Poker face.
Poker face.
It is storming like crazy right now.
Eh.
It's conversion.
Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Do 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 do. Don't you grumble at me. Yeah, I heard you do grumbling. That's not nice. Don't say that about me. I'm not grumbling. Okay. What else is on the fire guardian facet? What's the fire jewel called?
I don't know. It's Guardian, Protector, Defender. It's one of those three. Guardian, Protector, Defender, I believe, are the three names.
I'm trying to remember what's on the damn thing.
I mean, I can get you a list in a second here.
I'm pulling it up on D2.io.
It is Defender's Fire. Defender's Fire. And that's Talic. Which the unfortunate part of killing Talic is it's either fire or poison. I assume we're gonna have way more of those statues since now they can direct for non-TZ. Like people just farming bosses will drop them.
Alright, so it's 20 to 60 fire damage. I think it's actually more. Yeah, I gotta change the fire damage on here. There it is. Okay, so it's 20 to 60. And then it also has some other mods on it too, like most of this stuff doesn't matter. Does any of this actually matter to killing stuff? 1% chance to cast Blaze Witch Struck. I mean, whatever. Alright, we also need some Horizons Glows, which I don't have in my pack. I need to make some fake ones.
Is this Disco Fever vibes? What's wrong with Disco Fever vibes? You don't like Disco Fever? Alright, let's just edit a pair of laying of hands. We'll be fine. And then I can grab the horizons. Horizons gloves, and we can copy the horizons gloves for right now. They do not have the 50% fire resistance, so let's replace that with the crushing blow. The hell is crushing blow at this list? I'm blind. Chance of blocking, ignore target's defense. Not in any of these. There's extra and other. Other and extra. And neither one of them has what I want. Ba, ba, ba. I'm the number 2 behind Llama. Nice. What about Dobrunsky? How many does Dobrunsky have? I know Dobrunsky doesn't stream anymore, but didn't he have a lot? I mean, he does stream. He just doesn't stream Diablo 2. Dude, where the hell is Crushing Blow at in this list? Chance of Crushing Blow on level? What? Chancing Crushing Blow by time? Neither one of those are what I want. I just want Crushing Blow. Time to add an item to the list, my friend. It has Crushing Blow in the end so that I can see what the Crushing Blow mod is.
I thought you used a website tool to generate some of the new items that they had.
I tried. It didn't work. Every time I copied the character in, it would just like automatically delete itself. I have no clue. Chance of Crushing Blow. Under damage. Okay. Says it's under the damage category. Alright, here we go. Let's try it one more time. Damage category. Chance of Crushing Blow. There we go. 10%. We also need to remove the 50% fire resistance and add fire damage. There we go. Alright, so 140 to 270. Of course, we can also enchant ourselves with Demon Limb on swap, which would be super easy. Like, hello, Cody. What you doing? Huh? What you doing, buddy? Huh? I'm not looking at you. Don 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 don. Brom bom bom brom bom bom brom bom bom bom. Attack rating. These gloves are freaking kind of fire, actually. They got 150 attack rating on them. And they also have dexterity, too. It's kind of dirty. I think these gloves are like the best gloves in the game. Alright, the damage to demons can go to dexterity. No buy time. No buy level. No buy steal. I'm like hand recreating frickin' Horizon's gloves. Let me ask what I'm doing. I'm theory crafting. Theory crafting is where you put together a character and you see if it works. If it doesn't work, you tweak it and you play with it and you try and make another character. Hey man, I just started following you last month. Want to say thanks for all your guides and videos. It helped out a ton. Well, I'm glad you like unboxing, Hoxie. Hope you're having fun with the game. I hope you're having fun. Fun, fun, fun. Hope you're having fun, son. Come on down and have a fun, fun. Need a little bit of fun, 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 fun. Come on down and have a little fun. Cody is crying his eyeballs out. Don't know why he is doing the pout. I'm gonna start making fun of you. You've been out recently, sir. So I'm just gonna start making fun of you now. Yeah, I can do that too. He said, "Dang, son." He said, "That's rude. What you just did there, and that's rude." Okay, he said that's rude. Why you gotta be so rude? I don't like it when you're freaking rude to me. I don't wanna know, oh baby, no need. Okay. 4 sockets. What are we missing? We've got the bow. We've got the upgrade recipe for the bow. We've got the Horizon's gloves. I think the only thing that we're missing is the Hell Warden's helmet, basically, which we don't have. So we don't have the Hell Warden's helmet. I think I can just edit in a Hell Warden's helmet. It's not that big of a deal. I could just grab like a... I think Andariel's would probably make a pretty good choice. Or we can use that other one, Blackthorn's Face. It's the same base. Yeah, Blackthorn's Face is the same base. Let's just look up a Hell Warden. Hell Warden's Will. Alright, defense is about the same, so that doesn't matter. We need Pierce Fire 8. And then we need Pierce Magic, which doesn't exist in the old hero editor. Pierce Magic is not even an option. I'm actually kind of curious how they even pulled that off, to be perfectly honest, because it didn't exist in the game. Like it wasn't even a stat in the game. So they had to have found a way to actually edit it into the game.
Okay, I think that'll do. There we go. Alright, I have my makeshift Hell Warden's Will. Yep, that works. Anything else that I need besides that? I got the Dujink, I got the facets, I got the gloves, I got the Kuko, I got the fake Guardians, Jewel, I got the... Yeah. It covers pretty much everything except for the fire charms. So we need a bunch of fire small charms. So that's the last piece of this puzzle. So miscellaneous charms, small charms, and we really just need fire damage small charms. So there's a large number of fire damage small charms. Let's just fill up the dang inventory. And we need to give one of these small charms 10% negative res to account for the Sunder. So that we effectively have the Sunder charm, the negative res on the Sunder charm, which is what we want. So where's the Pierce? Pierce. Fire. 10. Save. Alright, and that should do it. So now we have the 10 Pierce charm. We can copy this boy over and we can do some testing. Testy, 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 I like to test. Come on, bird up on a murder test. We're gonna test them. Dying. Oops. Oops. Eek. Oop. Eek. Replace. Go. Good. Interested to see my stats over the years? What stats do you want to see? I got lots of stats. You want to see stats? Here, let's see. This is a fun stat right here. You want to see this stat? I'm always amazed by this stat. So this is my lifetime from 5 years ago. At the beginning of my channel, somewhere around 2021. You can see right here my watch time hours. My watch time hours for my channel are 3,168,339.3. To put that into perspective, which is really fun to do, by the way, 3,168,339 watch hours divided by 24 hours in a day, divided by 365 days in a year. That is roughly 361.68 years of watch time on my channel. 361.68 years. Now, of course, nobody watches 24 hours a day. 12 hours a day would be more realistic, but also not realistic because most people don't watch 12 hours a day. So if you were to multiply that by 2 to get a value of 12 hours a day instead of 24 hours a day, that would be 723 years. That's an absolutely crazy stat right there. But literally, that's how much people have watched my channel. 21,782,415 views, which I don't even know what that would make like average watch time per viewer. Like, what would that be, average watch time per viewer, actually? Let's see, 3,168,339 hours. I mean, obviously that's far less than the number of views, right? So if every single person hasn't viewed for an hour, then not quite as impressive when you look at it from that angle.
That's cool though. I've had tons of videos. My top 10 sets ranked seems to be the highest in terms of views and also watch time hours for some reason. 59,908 watch time hours. Alright, let's get this character set up. I want to get this character set up. I want to get the character set up. I gotta convert the character first. Alright, here we go. Here we all the way home. Alright. I don't even need this many charms. It's too many charms. Alright, here we go, boys. Let's see how this character works. A fire warlock. I have no idea how this is gonna go. You know what? Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Just keep the alder's boots on, whatever. Alright, I need a razor tail. We need the Kuko. I need to upgrade the Kuko. Alright, so then we have a Kuko Shadow Bow. Let's get the fake Horizon's gloves on. The fake Hell Warden's Will. I don't know what amulet I would use with this character. Maybe a metal grid? For the attack rating specifically? I don't know if I need the attack rating though. Actually, now come to think of it. Okay, rings. We probably want attack rating or life leech rings. A little bit of both. Yep, Raven Frost. There you go. And then the charms. So we gotta make sure we put in the one charm that has the special damage. So we can get the... There you go. That's the special charm with the special damage. And now we can add in the other charms. Alright, and then from here, what we need is a Fire Sunder. Do I have a Fire Sunder laying around in here anywhere? I do not. Oh, I do. Okay, never mind. I do have a Fire Sunder. Alright, now we need to respect this boy. And we need to make sure he's got the right amount of strength to wear everything, and the right amount of dexterity to wear everything. Will I really need AR? Yeah, unless I want to lose like half of my damage output. Do you even understand how exploding arrow works? Do you even understand how the exploding arrow works? So we got Hex Bane is a synergy. Eldritch Blast is a synergy. What is this synergy with Sigil Death? 1% chance to erupt per level.
Yeah, it's just a percent chance. You don't really need it. You can probably get it to like 97, close to 100%, but you don't need that. So it has a chance to erupt to 82. You'll have plenty of procs.
Instead of just being dismissive, I'll try and being instructive, okay? I'm going to explain this to you real quick for those of you who don't understand how Exploding Arrow works. Alright, so Exploding Arrow has two components. Exploding Arrow is, number one, the arrow that hits the target. This part requires attack rating and carries the fire damage. Number two, the explosion. This part does not carry the fire damage. Sorry, this part does not require attack rating and doubles the fire damage. All right. So basically, with Exploding Arrow, the reason why you want attack rating is because if you don't, you're basically losing out on half your damage. In this particular case, like if we take a look at my character right now, I'm currently doing 2,941 attack damage. I don't know how much of that is actually fire damage. We'd probably have to calculate it out. I mean, what do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So let's do some calculations. 23 times 42 plus 270 plus 225 plus every single one of the facets as well. So we currently have 180. And then we got 60 here. And then we also have any other fire damage? I'm trying to think. I don't think we do. Okay, so we have no other fire damage on the character besides this. So 1,785. That's times 5. We can also add in, of course. Hold on. We got our thing. I might have forgotten to like set up for. Yeah, I forgot to set up for Demon Limb. We'll have to respec. So that's 300 and I don't know, level 23 enchant. Let's take a look at level 23 enchant. Okay, so level 23 enchant is maximum fire damage of 111. Alright, so let's add 111 into the mix. Which is, that was times, that was not what I wanted. 1,785, 1,785 plus 111. Then we have our skill damage, so we have a certain amount of skill damage here. Does it show on the panel? 35%, so we have 35% skill damage, so we're going to add 35%, which is 2,559 fire damage. Then we're going to multiply that by 5 because we have 5 shots. So that's 12,798 fire damage. Okay. Now, that also applies to the explosions. So the explosions also get the fire damage, as well as the actual attack gets the fire damage, right? So if I don't build attack rating, then that means that I'm going to miss out on 12,798 fire damage every single time I fire my bow. It also means that I might not get the Hex Purge damage either, because the Hex Purge, I believe, does require me to hit the target. So I would be missing out on the Hex Purge damage. I would also be missing out on the fire damage of the hit. But I would still get the fire damage of the explosion. The fire damage of the explosion would still happen regardless of whether I hit or not. But I want to hit. Why would I not want to hit? I also think I remember something about, if I remember correctly, like that the arrow would fail to pierce if it doesn't hit the target or something. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, so that's another thing. So in Diablo 2 Resurrected, an arrow must successfully pass the 2-hit check, the attack rating calculation, to pierce an enemy. If your arrow misses, it cannot pierce. It simply impacts the target without passing through. There is a bug, however, to keep in mind called the Phantom Pierce bug. You might occasionally see an arrow virtually pass through an enemy, even though it missed. While the visual effect pierces, it is known as a graphical quirk, and the missed arrow deals no damage and applies no status effect. This means that if you don't build attack rating on an exploding arrow character, what you are doing is, number one, you are preventing yourself from dealing half of your damage output. Number two, you also are preventing yourself from piercing, because when you miss, the arrow does not pierce. So you do not get subsequent explosions after the first explosion. You want to hit the target because you want to be able to pierce, and you also want to hit the target because you're going to miss out on half of your damage if you don't. Hopefully that makes it clear to everyone why you definitely should build attack rating with a character that is utilizing exploding arrow. Alright, let's get to testing this character. We need a test. We need to do testy tests. Alright, so we currently have 3,930 mirror blades. We can also get more out of this, right, by sacrificing a tainted. That's probably what we want to do for the negative res and also for the bonus. So we probably want to go down and grab consume with the last bit of our points. Yeah, so we managed to get a decent level of consume. So we can grab one tainted, and we really don't have the points to max out Hex Purge and also do the Tri Defilers. Let's just test right now to see if the build even works, and then we'll go from there. So first, let's just test to see if it works, and then yeah. All right, I'm gonna eat your face, consume you. We actually need to respec too, because I need to be able to wear my demon limb so I can enchant myself. Alright, 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4. 1, 2. Man, frickin' Hex Purge synergies are so terrible. I might just max out Hex Purge. What's the minimum that I have to put in for? Is it 10 for Demonic Mastery so I can get 3 Defilers? I can't remember. Cody, I hear you, buddy. What is the matter? I hear you. Are you okay? You gotta go doodos really bad? You gotta drop a deuce? Any truce? You gotta drop a truce deuce? Bah, bah, bah. 10 for 2 demons? I thought it was 10 for 3 demons, man. It's hard points, though, right? Yeah, it's 10 for 3 demons, hard points.
Um. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I'm trying my best to like split my points in the most like simple way I can. My attack rating currently 7,200. I mean, with enchant, that should be a lot higher, right? 10k, still not quite where I want it to be. We've got 10 skill points left. I can get Mirror Blades to level 19, or I could get Consume higher. 180 seconds is what, 3 minutes? That's acceptable. Let's just go max Mirrored Blades. Alright, and then we get to summon 3 Defilers, which is what I wanted to do with this build. And we cast our Hex Purge. And we're at 16k attack rating. That is plenty of attack rating. Let's see how this build functions. It's funny. That's spectacular. I'm gonna try this in the cow level. This is player's 8, I'm pretty sure. If you guys are wondering. Player's 8. Oh yeah, I'm doing 3 Defilers. Can't do 3 Defilers and the Consume. I don't even know why I went down there for the Consume. I can do 2 Defilers and a Consume, or I can do 3 Defilers and no Consume. I wasted points. Alright, scroll of do Jickery. Do Hickory Dock.
fairly impressive.
Cows are melting.
For players 8, I'm just kind of like mowing them down. Like even the champion cows are getting like mowed down into nothingness. It seems like the radius on the explosion for the Hex Purge is very small.
And the graphic is bigger than the fire explosion.
I know, and that's the weird thing. I mean, for players that hate cows, I'm kind of smoking them. Why are you murdering my poor defiler? What's up, General Bardock? Welcome to the fire explosions of God coming down from the Hex Purge land with all the fire around, and we look at all the mini explosions like it's fireworks on the roses. Come on down, it's the 250th anniversary of America. Well, that's not till later. Just smoking through some players' A cows. What's up, Cow King? I heard your mom was a hoe. I couldn't really tell though. Hey, he dropped me a Wizzy Spike. A Wizzy Busy. He dropped me a Wizzy Biz. Follow me. I mean, the crazy thing about this build is I could go try taint. Like, how nutty would this build be if I did like the bow lock with the tri-taint, the fire bow lock with the tri-taint? Don't even build into the taint. Just be one of the taint. Quad taint. Just be a quad taint.
Taintastic.
Mr. Taint-tastic, semi-fan-tainted.
Come on, Mr. Tank.
See me blue.
I think I have enough points to do it. They gutted Echoing Strike? I mean, Echoing Strike needed to be gutted, so. Boom. But it is worth playing, you just have to build it right. You could still build Echoing Strike and it would be a good build. You just have to know what you're doing. You can't build... I wouldn't build the physical version of it anymore. But you could totally build the non-physical versions. Like the Echoing Strike Hexbane or Echoing Strike Hex Purge. Both of those are really powerful. You can still have high physical damage, just you're not getting no 180k. Ah. Cleave is just better for physical damage now? I mean, I hate to say it, but here I'll write it since I don't want to say it. Mirrored Blades has always been sorry, not sorry, okay? Sorry, not sorry. This is the le doo-doo. Le doo-doo. Le doo-doo. Le doo-doo. There's a le doo-doo. Yeah. Why are you still using a Phoenix? Why are you using a Phoenix? Like, why? Why? Why are you using Grief? Why? Why? Why would you? Why would you? Why would you deliberately nerf your character by using that trash combo? I mean, speed just feels bad on, like, everything Warlock, because the Warlock has bad breakpoints. Like, you can have all the speed in the universe, it's not gonna make your anything faster, to be perfectly honest. Like, if you take a look at the IAS breakpoints for the Warlock, which I know it doesn't have the Warlock breakpoints on here, but they're identical to the Necromancers. So if you take a look at the Necromancer's breakpoints, and you look at Sword, like, for instance, the Phase Blade only goes to 70 IAS equals the max breakpoint. That's it. At 10 frames. 70, 10. And you already get attack speed with that ability anyway, right? So you look at Cleave. Cleave actually gives you attack speed. It gives you like 25% attack speed, right? So you take that out of the equation. You get attack speed from your weapon. You take that out of the equation. You can also get attack speed from Hex Purge, so you take that out of the equation. By the time you're done, you should always be at 10 frames. There's literally no way you could make the Warlock faster in most cases. You will almost always hit the maximum breakpoint in every single situation that you can hit the maximum breakpoint because their breakpoints are so low. To put that in perspective, like, look at the Paladin. The Paladin has a maximum breakpoint of 8 frames. Or look at something like the Druid with a, like, two-handed weapon, like an Ogre Maul, maximum 9 frames. Or like something that he's better with, which I think is like, man, what is his best weapon? I can't even remember. Is it Spears? No, it's not Spears. He sucks at Spears. I thought his maces were his best weapon. I thought maces were his best weapon. I don't even remember now. He's got 9 with staves, too. He's got 11 with swords. Axe? Nope, he's 9 with axes. So I guess 9 is his highest breakpoint. Of course, it might also be I need to choose Werewolf. Yeah, that's what it is. So under Werewolf, he's 8 frames. That's right. Okay. Yeah. you think about that and put it in perspective, right? So, like, if the druid can hit 8 frames with an axe, but the necromancer with the same thing can only hit 10 frames with that, or 11 frames with that same axe, right? The warlock he's just slow. He just always has been slow. A lot of people just don't realize that he's slow. Like, you can hit the maximum breakpoint really easily. In fact, it's actually stupid because they give you so much attack speed. They give you attack speed on cleave. They give you attack speed on mirrored blades. They give you attack speed on hex purge. Like, you can get attack speed in other places too. But like, it's just, by the time you're done, like, you get a little bit of attack speed on your gloves, and you get like a little bit of attack speed on your weapon, and you're done. Like, that's it. That's why I was talking about fanaticism with people, and people were talking about how good fanaticism was on the warlock, and I'm like, it's not really that great. And they're like, what do you mean? It makes you attack faster and it gives you more damage. And I'm like, well, no, it doesn't really do anything. And they're like, yeah, it does. What are you talking about? Fanaticism is amazing. And I'm like, no, it's not really that amazing. It's not. Like, and I tried to explain it to people and they just didn't understand. Like, if I can try and explain it to you guys right now, and you probably still won't understand. So fanaticism has really good damage to other people. Okay? It has really good damage to other people. 250%, 54% more to other people. Right? Or rather, to you, rather. So, like, the person who's actually using it. Sorry. It's kind of hard to explain. So, if you're the paladin and you're using it, then you get 254% at level 12. Or 237% at level 12, okay? And if you're not using it, if anybody around you, the other people around you, they only get the 118%. They get barely anything. They get basically half of the rated value for being another player. The attack speed portion is really nice. It is really nice. It's nice for other people. It's nice for, like, a paladin, or it's nice for, like, a druid or a barbarian. For you, not so much. For the warlocks, because the warlock has such bad breakpoints, most of the time you're going to hit your breakpoints anyway. And once you hit that maximum breakpoint, you can't go any faster. So the fanaticism doesn't do anything for you. Unless you're relying on the fanaticism to hit your breakpoint, which is very uncommon because you can hit it so easily. So in most situations, fanaticism's attack speed does nothing for the warlock because they're already at their maximum breakpoint. The damage is extremely low on other players. So if you had a bind demon with fanaticism and he was applying fanaticism to you as a third party, then you as a third party were getting far less than you would be as a first party, which is the paladin, or like somebody using one of the items like a faith bow or something, right? You get way more damage out of the faith bow if you're using it than if you have somebody else use it, and then you get the aura as a result. So instead of getting 237% damage, you're getting 118, which is barely anything. You'd be better off with a might aura in that scenario. The only real benefit that it offered was the attack rating. It gave 95% attack rating. And to put that into perspective even further, let's take a look at might aura.
Well, you get concentration now.
Well, yeah, you can get concentration now, which is even better. So let's take a look at concentration instead, because they changed it from might to concentration, right? So let's take a look at concentration aura, right? And let's compare them side by side, right? If you're talking about physical damage specifically, does concentration match up at level 20, at level 12, right? So here we go. Bonus damage, 225% versus 118. So if you were using this and you were trying to get increased physical damage, which one would you want? Would you want the 225 or would you want the 118? If you're already hitting your maximum breakpoint, this is useless. If you don't need the attack rating, this is useless. The damage on fanaticism is less than the damage on concentration at the same level. In other words, in most cases, fanaticism was actually kind of useless for the warlock. He didn't need the attack speed, and he didn't really need the attack rating. The only thing he really needed was the physical damage if he was running a physical build, and the might aura was actually better than it. But if you already had a might aura from a merc, it was nice to have an additional aura. But now, you can get concentration aura, which is even better damage than fanaticism if you don't need the attack speed, which you shouldn't need the attack speed if you build your character right. Have I made myself clear? Like, that fanaticism isn't even really that great?
It's great for other players. Like, if you're playing with somebody else, I think it's amazing. If you're doing a summon build, maybe it might be pretty good. But then again, you also have tons of attack speed bonuses on the summon stuff too. And it's skill-based summon stuff now. That was one of the changes they made. So like Engorge has skill-based attack speed, and the Summon Goatman has skill-based attack speed on him now. Stupid pop-up on my screen. I can't see nothing. And my camera turned to Cody the entire time. Where'd Cody go? I just looked over there and he peeked out from underneath the bed. He's like underneath of it. Fanaticism is overrated for the Warlock. Other classes get more benefit out of it because other classes have better attack breakpoints. Let me give you an example here. So let's use an actual real example. So let's say you were using let's say you're using a scythe. So you got a thresher. Let's put a thresher up here as our weapon, right? So let's pretend you're using a thresher. Where is my thresher? Why is it missing? All right, so there's our thresher, and then there's our breakpoints, right? So let's assume that you are using Mirrored Blades, which has like 25% increased attack speed or whatever, right? Let's say you get at least like 25% increased attack speed. You're also using 30% Horizon gloves. Maybe you've got the Hell Warden's helmet on, which is a really popular option, which is 75%. So you're already at 75% increased attack speed without any other sources. Now, if your weapon has any kind of attack speed on it, which most of them do, you can get like at least another 20-25% from that, which is halfway decent. And you could pull in attack speed from other sources. But by the time you're done, you've easily got like 75% increased attack speed minimum. You're already at breakpoint 12. Okay? You're already there. Like, you're already within range. You're in striking distance of breakpoint 11 without really even trying. All you did was throw on some gloves and like a helmet that you were going to use anyway, and a weapon that probably had attack speed on it anyway, and you're already almost there, right? Now, if you throw in Fanaticism into the mix, how does that help you? So let's put in level 12 Fanaticism. So now where are we? We're way overcapped, right? We're super overcapped. Like, all we had was just like basic equipment on, just like basic Horizon gloves, basic helmet with 20% increased attack speed, no jewel or anything, no attack speed on our armor, no attack speed on our belt, no attack speed really on our weapon except for like the base 20% or something, right? We're already overcapped by miles, right? But take a different character. So let's put like a different character in the mix, and let's make a druid, and let's make him a werewolf, okay? Now look at his breakpoints. Even with level 12 Fanaticism, he's really far away from his top breakpoint. His top breakpoint is 180%, right? So he's really far away from hitting his maximum speed, and that Fanaticism is amazing for him, because without the Fanaticism, it would take him 240% increased attack speed to reach 8 frames. But with the Fanaticism, it only takes him 180% increased attack speed to reach 7 frames, which is much closer and much easier in range, and you might be able to actually reach that by putting on the right pieces of equipment, right? And this is the difference between like a druid, which has a really high breakpoint, and the necromancer, or rather the warlock, which has a really low breakpoint. The low breakpoint on the necromancer basically makes it so that he doesn't care about attack speed. Attack speed is a non-issue with him. Because he doesn't have breakpoints high enough to even need that much attack speed to reach. I think Cleave felt slow for I think somebody was talking about Cleave specifically. Cleave felt slow because Cleave was slow. It was a slow ability, and there was a bug with it apparently that caused Cleave to be slower than I think was intended. And that was fixed this season with some sort of like change they did to the way the ability functions. And it definitely does feel faster now. But it was a bug problem. It wasn't anything to do with attack speed. But one thing that you will find out is that the sword, like the one-handed sword, has a higher breakpoint. So this is something to take into account if you're trying to just hit like the highest breakpoint and damage doesn't matter. So if you pull up a phase blade, you'll notice that, like, as an example, the Thresher has an 11 frame max breakpoint, right? So if you put Phase Blade on the list, you'll notice it goes down to 10, right? That's because the sword has 1 frame faster speed than the two-handed scythe. And in that one small way, a sword is technically 1 frame faster than the other weapons, because it does actually offer you that one little advantage, which is it gives you 1 frame more. What does 1 frame more get you? 1 frame more gets you the difference between 25 divided by 11, which is 25 divided by 11, which is 2.27 attacks per second, versus 25 divided by 10, which is 2.5 attacks per second. Which isn't really much in the grand scheme of things, but it might be enough to make you feel like you're going a little bit faster. You're talking about the difference between, like, if you multiplied it out, it would maybe be like 1 extra hit every 10 strikes, if that makes any sense. I want to reset this guy. I feel like if I did Hexbane, I would have so many more points left over than doing Hexpurge. Hexpurge just seems like it pulls so many points from the character in random directions. What is it? Hexbane, I would build that. Hexpurge, so 20, 20, 20. Hexbane would be 20, 20, 20. So I would have Consume instead. It's really not much of a change. Okay, so what I was thinking was, this was just an idea.
Hexbane lets you go half in, because you do just Hexbane, you do Mirror Blades, and then you have like half the synergies, and then you do the rest into Tainted. If you really want to do like a hybrid summon, it's a little stronger in that sense.
I was trying to see if I could even make this work. So I think I still have to put in 20 points into Purge, and then I need to put 20 points into Tainted, 20 points into Demonic Mastery, and then I don't have enough to max out the Tainted. Oh.
No, you only need 10 in Demonic. Plus you're going for raw max damage.
Oh, it's damage, yeah. Dude, you need the damage for the Tainted. That's how the Tainted get most of their damage output, is from the Demon Mastery.
But you're a hybrid build.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, like, hybridize between the two. I'm kind of curious how that even works. Oh, okay. So that makes sense. So the Demonic Mastery is enhancing the damage no matter what, and the Synergy is enhancing the base. So no matter what, if I was doing a hybrid, it would definitely be Blood Boil first, then Tainted, not the other way around. Because it seems like the damage goes up much quicker if you're running the ladder. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I can only get this up to 5,790 per Tainted, which isn't really that amazing. Yeah, wow. Wow, yibbity, wow, yibbity.
That'd be kind of crazy, actually, now that I think about it. I think I might actually have enough points to pull that off. Fire, like do a fire character. Like the actual chaos skills. I mean, if you went 20 points into Mirror Blades, and then you grab, just for the sake of argument, let's just put 1 point into Hexbane. And then I went over to the Chaos Tree and maxed out all 3 of the fire abilities. That still leaves me with 14 points. I could drop the rest of the 14 points into Hexbane, and I could literally have Mirrored Blades and like Apocalypse on right click. That seems stupid.
I mean, you would do the opposite though. You don't actually need points in the mirror blades. It's only attack rating. You only need 15 soft points for the max mirror. You didn't even give yourself a torch?
I have a makeshift torch.
Kill the land, kill the land.
It actually works surprisingly well. Because the apocalypse takes so long to go off, you pretty much just right click and then you start firing your bow.
Bow-pocalypse.
Bow-pocalypse. Bowpoc. It's a bowpoc.
The bow-pocalypse.
I mean, from a bow standpoint, you know what seems kind of insane? Just thinking of it off the top of my head is Ring of Fire. You're a bow character. You don't want anybody to come near you. You're not a melee character. Anytime anybody comes near you, you could literally just have Ring of Fire, just like boom, boom. Boom, boom. Get away from me. Boom, boom.
Now you need the ring that procs Flame Wall, or whatever it is. Flame Wave. You need to be proccing Flame Wave.
I think it's like a 1% chance, unfortunately. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a 2%er, but I mean, you're shooting 5 arrows. You'll see it.
It'll
You'll see
happen
it on some
occasionally. Get off me, suckers. I mean, I've been playing P8 this entire time. I kind of want to wonder what it feels like on P1. Probably just like fly through the dang game. Let's go to like Arcane Sanctuary on P1. Instantaneous death of like anything I touch. Even the fire immunes. Pack's just dead in a second.
That elite lived for like a half a second. Kind of curious how this does on like a P8 Uber Diablo or something, or a P1 Uber Diablo. Traditionally, bow builds tend to not do as well on like Uber Diablo, but let's try it. I got plenty of soldiers I hacked in specifically for these tests.
Do you have open lands? Or stop his regeneration.
Regeneration! I want to try a Hexbane version of it. $12K attack rating. 15K, there we go.
Have you been giving yourself enchant?
Yep, that's with the enchant, I think. Let me double check. Oh, no.
No, it turns red.
18K. 18K, alright. That's fine. That's good, that's what we want. I want that. I want lots of enchant. Oh yeah, hold on. Tainted. Consume. Recast enchants. Get a Skanoge. Where's all my sloges at? Sell sloge. He's taking pretty sick damage from this. It's kind of crazy, actually. I'm taking pretty sick damage from it, too, though. Negative resistances, boys. No, who's gonna die first? It's gonna be me. I had 83 HP left. No! No!
He's regenerating.
Yeah, I almost had him, and then he started regenerating, little bastard. I think he was regenerating the whole time, actually. Oh, he's guarding my corpse. Corpse guarder. Oh. Oh. Wrecked me. Ain't got no potions, please. Come on down, give me fleas. I literally can't just keep attacking him, so he just keeps regenerating. No. No, you dare kill at me. Potions would make me a wimp. No! Oh, you dirty bastard. Skeleton came up from behind me. You dirty bastard skeleton. How dare you? I don't have enough gold. What? You telling me I'm poor? I'm poor. Let's sell the Chains of Honor. That'll work. Mala, what do you give me for this Chains of Honor? 35k? That's all. Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. For me not applying any negative regen, that was actually kind of ridiculously easy. Except for the fact that I just didn't get myself potions and I died because I had no pots. This build do be having some resistance issues, I'll tell you that much. Doobie doobie doo. Doobie doobie doo. There's no resistances. Doobie doobie doo. It's kind of rough. It's rough like sandpaper on my butthole. Oh, there's my gold. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna see if Cody's gotta go to the bathroom too, even though I took him out recently. I'll be right back. What's the skill point allocation for this build? I don't know. Still trying to figure it out. I mean, technically, you don't really have to do much more than mirror blades. Everything else is just fluff. It's how much extra fluff do you want? Do you want all the fluff? Do you want none of the fluff? Yeah. What if we do... I mean, 3 goat man could be fun. I think because of the limited number of points in that, I think I might actually have enough to cap out the goat man. Could be an interesting setup. Maybe. Let's give it a try real quick. Yeah. Okay. Goaty, goat man. Come on down to the land. Gotta goat, man. Goaty, goat man. Come on down. Gotta goat man. There's a goaty man. Come on down to the goaty land. Goaty goat land. Come on down to the goat land. Oh yeah. Huh. So we're left with 38 points. Yeah, I guess we do have enough. I mean, it's close enough. And then I have maxed out goatees with the build. Huh. Maxed out goatees. Go goats. Go goats. Go goats. When's my mixtape coming out? I don't know. Come on down and see my fire. Gonna shoot him with my freaking lyre. Where am I getting bigger aura from? Oh, these damn boots I put on. I forgot about that. I'd edited some boots to put bigger aura on them just so I could run around real fast. Three goats rocking down. Gonna hit you in the town. 3 goats on your face. Come on down. Outer space. Get them, goaties. This build's kind of smoking. No pun intended. Let's pump up the difficulty. Back to Players 8. Let's see how it's like in Players 8 land. Come on, goaty goats. We got some work to do. Oh, goaty goats. Come and take a poo. Goaty goats. Immune to magic, but not immune to fire. Immune to magic, but not immune to fire. Immune to magic, but not immune to liar. There you go. Let's have a little sing-along today. Alright, you ready? We're gonna do some sing-along.
I'm gonna fight though.
Ow! 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 Okay, maybe I'm not gonna fight that. Ow!
Not here.
Amplify damage on my head, my friends. I don't really like it cause it leads to the end. I saw the portal, it was closing. White light enveloping around me. And I had to run away, my friends, because I didn't want it to be the end. So I left, and I came back when I was better and didn't have a heart attack. Come on down, see the crown with the red hair shining all around. Tentacles and rings everywhere. She's gonna drop me something really nice, I swear. No, she didn't. She didn't drop me anything nice.
Just putting a safety portal up. I do have amp on my head. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I gotta put a safety portal up because I got amp on my head. It's terrible. Amplify damage on my head, my friends. I don't really like it cause it leads to the end. I saw the portal, it was closing. A white light enveloping around me. And I had to run away, my friends, because I didn't want it to be the end. So I left, and I came back when I was better and didn't have a heart attack. Coming around to see the clown with the red hair shining all around. Tentacles and rings everywhere. She's gonna drop me something really nice, my friend. She did not drop me something nice. She did not. She did not drop me something nice. That is terrible. 2 Twisted Sufferings. a military pick rare, an Cestus rare, a bassinet, and a blue bassinet, and a blue barb club. She did not drop me anything good. It was terrible. It were terrible drops. Okay. I just want to point that out. It was not good drops.
Amplify damage on my head, my friends. I don't really like it 'cause it leads to the end. I saw the portal. It was closing. White light enveloping around me. And I had to... I love this song. It's a great song. You're going to get it stuck in your head. Later, you're going to be singing it. You're not going to... Amplify damage on my head, my friend. I don't really like it 'cause it leads to the end. Holy giant succubi room. I'm not really sure which way is better. I feel like Hex Purge does do interesting explosive damage, but at the same time, I also feel like the Defilers are really good for spreading damage too. I almost feel like a better way to do it would just be to go full Hexbane and then grab the Defilers versus going full Hex Purge without the Defilers. Ba-boom. I don't know what I like. X-Siphon adds no damage. Enemy damage 33%. Oh, well, my goat man died. I mean, the build is solid. There's nothing wrong with it. It would take you a while to collect all the fire charms that you need. You wouldn't have anywhere near as many fire charms of like high quality as what I'm running. You'd be using whatever fire charms you could find. You'd be picking up whatever trash fire charms you could get, basically. I'm not entirely sure that the summon Tainted is really the best way to go anyway, because there's like... some monster gives like negative 40%, which might be even better. I think Shank, for instance, gives negative 40%, so going to like a Bind Demon in that case could be more powerful. In fact, not using the Bind Demon is a big loss in fire damage, because you can at least summon the Tainted and then bind it, or eat it with the Consume ability. Huh. What other 17 ways could we build this character? What's up, Cheese Burst?
The burst of cheese. You have a very delectable name. It is a delicious name. Indeed. I'm gonna start breaking into my raid snacks. Some rolled golds. Time for some rolled gold pretzels. Oh yeah. You know something I haven't been able to do yet? I haven't been able to watch the Path of Exile 2 videos that came out. I want to check out new Path of Exile 2 videos. Path of Exile 2.5, it's coming out like on the 29th. And they're releasing a bunch of teasers. I haven't seen the latest teasers. I'm going to go watch them. We're waiting on the patch notes today. Sinner? Sinner. Zinners? Is that Zinners? Sinners the Zinners? I ain't seen you in Discord in like a whole year. You been gone, sir. A whole year. You been gone like a whole year. 2 months. Psh. You hear that, Leon? Zinners is in chat. Come yell at him because he's been gone for a whole year. You got a huge contract sniffing glue. You know what? You know what? All right, let's start from the first one. I haven't seen this one yet.
Hi.
All right, we're gonna watch these in order. There's like 3 of them I haven't seen. Yeah. I'm gonna eat some pretzels while I'm watching. So.
Wow.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. In the Runes of
I was
Alder
thinking
League,
another
logbooks
villain
are
now.
seeing some big changes.
After that,
What? You been gone? Where you been? I said Zinners is in chat.
I saw.
What will you think about now?
I was thinking about the face breakers, and I was thinking about Hollow Palm, and the devs already confirmed they do work together. So you can technically have mace and quarterstaff skills while weapon swapping. And
Oh, you can do face breakers as a oh yeah.
well, if you have Hollow Palm on the board. So
That sounds like fun.
and then they also work off the multiplier per 5 strength. They also buff the Hollow Palm skills. I was thinking Gem and Legionnaire to put all the stats into one place now, and since they buffed it, every gem has extra quality effects. That I think that might be the craziest thing you can do. Is you put those together, you go Gem and Legionnaire, you synchronize everything, you strength stack for the damage, you get the extra quality effects from all the skills, you get a free bell, you get slams, you get everything you ever wanted.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that yet on the video. I'm gonna watch it right now.
Well, that's not what
It's on the other video. It's on the other video, right? The ascendancy changes.
Oh, okay. Which video is this? Explore in the Ocean?
Yeah, I'm gonna do them in order.
It's time to go seafaring like true explorers. Yes, you can explore the ocean. To the southeast of the Atlas lies a vast ocean with new environments to discover and treasures to unearth. In the Runes of Alder, while doing expedition encounters, you might find logbooks, and by using these on the ocean, a small part of it will be revealed. As the fog recedes, you'll discover many new islands, most of which you won't have seen before, and all of them will contain expedition encounters. In these encounters, you'll need to blow up the remains of buried Kalgurans, bringing them back to life only to slay them again and steal their loot. Expeditions now also include the Runes of Alder crafting remnants, granting immense opportunities with a wide selection of recipes.
They just posted the
Oh.
patch notes.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well,
It was
there
at
we
7.
go.
It was at 7:30, like 2 minutes ago. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Here, let me change my category on Twitch. So I can technically be in the Exalt 2 category. There you go. Alright, here we go. Path of Exile 2 patch notes. I'm gonna do a video. I'll upload it separate. Alright. I'm gonna mute myself so in case anybody jumps in randomly.
All right.
3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So we finally got the patch notes for 0.5 for Path of Exile 2. And they're probably going to be big ones. We're going to go over all the information here, and we're going to try and figure out what's going on. Looks like we have a brief overview: Origins of Divinity, The Hare and the Raven, Waking the Dreamer, Rite of the Nameless, Masters of the Atlas, the Runes of Adlar, Alder, Uncover the Ezomite Remnants, 100 plus new crafting runes, 17 plus new Calgaran skills, explore the Uncharted Seas, 15 new bosses, 400 new Atlas tree nodes, 30 new unique items, build planner QOL features, new Ascendancy classes, the Martial Artist and the Spirit Walker. Of course, you get to start fresh with a new economy, which is pretty much the same with every single league. Start in each area of the Runes of Alder, you will find a remnant which allows you to craft an item of your choosing by using the runic recipes. We looked at that with the thing. It basically kind of like click on it and it shows you like different options depending on the runes that are on it and what words you can make. It's kind of like word scramble, except with runes. Depending on the rune shapes you use, you will then face an encounter with tough enemies you defeat to claim your item. Each additional rune shape you use to craft will increase the number of waves of enemies, adding runic modifiers to the enemies with each wave. Remnants start with any number of slots between 2 to 10 of higher numbers, which being much rarer, but allowing you to craft much rarer items. Monsters raised by remnants can drop Verisium metal, a new currency which used in the season. Added a new NPC Pharaoh with 4 new quests in the campaign, allowing you to unlock various new crafting features. New crafting system is the Verisium Rune Forging. After unlocking the Rune Forging in Act 1, there's a system that allows you to add Runic Ward to your armors by spending Verisium. Armors lower than level 55 gain Runic Ward with no downside. Armors above this level trade some of their regular base defense for Runic Ward. Interesting. I was wondering if that was going to be like just like free survivability, but it sounds to me like it's not free survivability. It's going to be a trade-off. Interesting. Added a new defense, the Runic Ward. The defense kicks in once you reach 1 life, allowing you to continue to survive while your Runic Ward takes damage. Runic Ward regenerates independently of your life. Added 13 new alloy currency items, which can be unlocked through remnant encounters after completing the Pharaoh's quest in Act 2. These items add various new crafted modifiers by replacing an existing modifier similar to perfect essences. After unlocking Verisium, Rune Forging in Act 3, you can upgrade the base type of unique armors, which is really cool. They drop at levels lower than level 55. These upgrades generally increase the base defense, allowing low-level unique armors to become more competitive in a game. Unique armors above level 55 can still be Rune Forged to modify their defenses to include Runic Ward, at the cost of reducing their other defenses similar to these base types. Unique Verisium Reforging has additional properties when using Calgaran Uniques. Huh. Added 13 ancient runes which can be unlocked to be crafted by remnant encounters after completing Pharaoh's quest in Act 4. These runes have powerful bonuses for each specific weapon type. Added 13 mythical early game runes that can be crafted by remnant encounters to provide significant boosts to level 15 plus characters. Added 3 fluxes which can be crafted to remnants, transform these resistances on your items from one element to another. That's actually really nice. Added 15 meta crafting runes that can be crafted from remnants. Added 60 plus runes that can be created by destroying a unique to make a rune that gains some of its properties. 60 runes that can be created by destroying a unique to make a rune. So there's 60 plus runes that are essentially the creation of a unique item crushed into its essential powers. Added 15 plus runic wards that can be crafted from remnants, adding or modifying properties to that related runic ward. Added 21 Kalguran skills that can be crafted from remnants, Animus Exchange, Animus Splinters, Bitter Dead, Conductive Runes, Detonate Living, External March, Explosive Transmutation, Fragments of the Past, Frostflame Nova, Grim Pillars, Hollow Shell, Ley Lines, Powered by Verisium, Refutation, Remnants of Calgar, Repulsion, Runic Reprieve, Skyfall, Triskelion Cascade, Verisium Manifestations, and Voltic Barrier. So those are the new Calguran skills. Those are the ones that are going to be really interesting to work into builds this season. Added 8 Calguran supports that can be crafted from remnants. These are the supports. Concussive runes, Fists of Kulgur, Healing runes, Calguran Conviction, Runeforge Blades, Runic Extraction, Runic Confusion, and Scouring Flame. Expedition remnants have been changed into remnants from the runes of Older League. New endgame story set out the expedition of Pharaoh to explore the ocean as you investigate the tombs of the fallen. Calgarians and challenge them to earn remarkable rewards. Seek out the crater of the fallen star, a meteor of pure verisium from which you hope to forge objects of immense power. You can defeat what awaits you there. There is now a hub area, the ruins of Kingsmarch, for the runes of Alder to the southeast of your starting location of the Atlas. The logbook mechanic has been changed into the ocean exploring mechanic. Using logbooks now unveils a section of the ocean with a variety of islands to explore. Many new underground areas have been added that can be uncovered during expeditions. Many new islands have been added to the grand expeditions, previously known as logbooks. Medved, Vorana, and Uthred join Ulroth as the 4 faction leaders available to fight on the new islands that you can discover in the ocean. Defeating Ulroth will give you a key that you can use to access the new pinnacle boss for the Runes of Ulder. The new Runes of Ulder Challenge League includes the first set of challenges in Path of Exile 2, earns a piece of the Knight Ulder armor set when you complete 2, 4, 6, and 8 challenges in the Runes of Ulder. These challenges rewards are only obtainable in this league. From the first challenge onwards, and for every challenge after that, you will receive pieces of the Alder totem decoration to display in your hideout. The totem pole permanently showcases how many of the Runes of Alder challenges you completed during the league. All of your old characters from the early access launch are still present, but free passive skill tree refund has been granted due to the changes. We would highly encourage you to join the league, new leagues, and fully take in the changes we made with the 0.5 update. With 0.5, there are standard, hardcore, solo, self-found variations of the Runes of Alder Challenge League available. They have the same core mechanics and items, and you can create private league versions of these characters. The hardcore variations of the Rune and Alder are parented to their standard Runes Alder equivalent, meaning if you die, hardcore of all Runes of Alder, you can continue in the standard league. In-game. The Atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you distinct objectives that are easy to find. All League mechanics on the Atlas now have quests that introduce you to the mechanic and guide you through its various stages up to the Pinnacle boss. All Pinnacle bosses now have a quest variation that can be accessed deterministically alongside repeatable non-quest versions that offer a greater challenge. Added 30 new endgame map areas. Origins of Divinity. New endgame storyline. The Cataclysm of the Beast has invoked an ancient protocol designed to scour for and purge corruption should it ever take hold to this degree. Traverse the Atlas to enter the fortress and activate the gates. Obtain the keys to reach the precursor weapons and disarm them. On completion of your first tower, a fortress will rise from the earth. Maps inside the fortress grant 1 or more passive points for the Atlas tree. This entirely replaces the previous method of gaining Atlas points. The Atlas tree has significantly expanded with over 300 nodes. After completing all maps inside the fortress, you will gain enough passive points to fully allocate the tree. As the entire tree can be fully allocated, there is no need to allow respecialization for it anymore. Multi-choice nodes on the tree can be changed between options at any time. Many maps in the fortress have ancient modifiers that add or modify contents of the map. Any maps with modifiers that add a secondary content to a map also implicitly add that content to the map as well. Added 40 plus ancient modifiers that have a chance to appear on any map outside the fortress. Added 3 gateway maps with 2 new bosses that can be used to access different sections of the fortress. New precursor tower maps have been added outside the fortress. The Burning Monolith, along with the Arbiter of Ash, has been moved into the fortress. Quest versions of the Crisis Fragments have been added to 2 Enigma chambers inside the fortress. Added 2 new Citadel maps with 2 new bosses that drop keys to the new Pinnacle boss. Added Arbiter of Divinity Pinnacle boss. Maps in the fortress can alternately be completed by killing the Arbiter of Divinity 5 times to complete different sections of the fortress automatically in order to gain the Atlas Tree points. Masters of the Atlas. Alongside the Atlas Tree, a new system called Masters of the Atlas, Ascendancy-style progression for endgame players can align with different masters, such as Jado, the Order of the Jinn, or the Monster Hunter Hilda, each offering unique asymmetric bonuses that can be swapped between maps at will, enabling build-defining bonuses. Each master has 12 nodes, and 4 can be selected at the same time. You can change your selection at any time. All 3 masters can be allocated at the same time with quick select button to change between each master before you run out of map. Unlock each row of 3 nodes by performing missions for the masters. New Atlas Masters. Doriani's Science quest line is unlocked by clearing the Corruption Nexus. The Atlas Master Hilda's Hunting quest line is locked behind Hilda's campsite slightly southwest of your starting location. Atlas Master Jado's Spycraft questline is unlocked by completing an anomaly map near the start location. Delirium, new storyline. An ancient trickster god has been unleashed, spreading madness across Rayclast. Do you dare discover his origins and confront the darkest fears? There's a kind of like a huge quest line now. There's a hub area, the Withered Hollow for Delirium, to the southwest of your starting location on the Atlas. The maps around this location all contain Deliriums and give you points for Delirium in the passive tree. The Delirium Atlas passive tree is completely revamped with many new nodes. Existing node changes. After breaking Delirium Mirror, there is now a progress bar showing how deep you are in the fog and how long you have until the fog clears. The start of the Delirium bar represents your initial location in the Delirium Mirror, and the end of the Delirium bar represents the location of the map boss. There are now a set of new Delirium encounters that can be seen on the Delirium bar. Reach certain depths will cause colored mirror shards to appear. Walking into the mirror shards will break them, and activating new encounters. The direction of the map boss can be observed by looking at the fog effect. Moving in the direction of the fog will always lead you to the map boss. Map bosses in Delirium will always be 100% delirious. The damage and life bonus given to monsters from Delirium has been reduced. Added 5 new elite Delirium monsters. Added a new sub-area, the Loathsome Mire. The Loathsome Mire drops 2 new amulet base types that grant 2 instilled notables at the cost of either 1 suffix or 1 prefix. Liquid Emotions can now be used to craft additional mods on jewels. These work similarly to Greater Essences, each having a set of specific mods that will replace a random existing mod on an item. Completing Delirium Mirrors now has a chance to spawn Grand Mirrors on Atlas and a nearby map. Grand Mirrors create a duplicate of the map in the affected map. Killing both of the map bosses will unlock a new Atlas mechanic, the Trial of Madness. After triggering the Trial of Madness, the fog will spread from a map of your choosing on the Atlas, including a locked simulacrum. While inside the fog, the map is delirious. Starting at 10%, killing rare monsters in the map boss increased the deliriousness of all maps in the fog. Once reaching 100%, it will become available. Deliriousness can continue to be increased up to 200%. Rare and unique monsters in Delirious maps have a new set of Delirious modifiers, giving them strange new abilities. Map bosses in the Delirious maps can additionally drop a new set of 3 potent emotions that can be used to craft new powerful modifiers on jewels that are not available in the normal jewel pool. These emotions can be used to instill a set of 16 new passive tree notables that are not normally available on the passive tree. Simulacrum has been updated and is now a 7-wave encounter. Completing it will now give you a key to face the new Delirium boss. There is a new set of 10 ancient emotions that can be dropped if unlocked by the Atlas tree, which can be used to craft the time-lost jewels. There are 3 ancient potent emotions that can be used to craft new powerful modifiers on time-lost jewels that are normally not available in the mod pool. Some non-amulet Delirium uniques now drop the Raven Touch modifier, allowing them to be instilled. Breach, new Breach storyline. Travel to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of the Keepers of Flame, and discover the Genesis tree, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. For more information, see the Breach page. There is a new hub area, the Monastery of the Keepers, to the south of your starting location, and the maps around this location all contain breach encounters. Completing these maps gives you points to the Breach Atlas tree. The Breach Atlas tree is completely revamped with many new nodes and existing changes. Starting a breach now shows the progress bar that indicates how long you have until the breach will close and how much time monsters is extending the life of the breach. So, like, this was actually a pretty big change for me because I always felt like I had no clue how long the breach was going to be, whether I was making progress, if I was killing monsters quickly enough, which monsters gave me the most points to keep the breach open. It seems like in general it's going to be a lot easier to tell now. Reaching 100% on this bar will begin a new mechanic, a stabilized reach. A stabilized reach will spawn new challenges at its starting point. Added a new boss to the stabilized reach, Vrun, Marshal of Zesht. Added a new crafting system, the Genesis Tree. The Genesis Tree allows consuming womb gifts and hive blood to create rings, amulets, belts, and currency, which is based on essentially like how you set the tree up. Nodes on the Genesis Tree can be allocated to affect what items will craft. New nodes are unlocked by using the womb gifts. Added 6 new ring-based types that can be exclusively crafted from the tree. 4 new amulet-based types, 4 new belt-based types, and a new set of caster and minion mods that can only be crafted on rings and belts using the tree. Catalysts can no longer drop from monsters. These are now solely obtained from the Genesis Tree, and added a new set of 12 catalysts that can add new quality modifiers to jewels. Killing monsters in the breach now drops high blood and womb gifts and breach stone splinters. Breach stone splinters turn into special womb gift when fully stacked. This can be turned into the Genesis Tree to create a breach stone. New breach domain now spawns on the Atlas. Using the breach stone will reveal maps inside the domain, allowing you to enter them. Maps inside the breach domain contain a new encounter, breach hives, sky hives, and sky fortresses. Breach hives have a series of walls that can be burned by walking through them. Each wall destroyed will increase the number of monsters in the encounter, which can be started in the center. Sky hives are a new area which the breach lords have constructed fortresses that you will need to assail. Sky hives contain a challenging multi-wave encounter in which you will need to defeat Aelith while she closes the domain. Defend Aelith. Aelith will gain a series of abilities that she can be triggered during the encounter with various effects. Fortresses are a new area with a pair of bosses, Tull and Esh. Defeating Tull and Esh will give you a key to access the existing Breach Pinnacle boss. Ritual also got a new storyline. Ulf lingers in a restless pit bound to the wild pool, searching for one who might answer her call. The King of the Mist has claimed her flesh, leaving her soul adrift, untethered and unable to pass beyond. She believes that only by reclaiming what was taken can she be made whole once more. Find out at... There's not a link for that. There's a new hub called Kirtarth to the west of your starting location. The Atlas, the maps around this location all contain ritual encounters. Completing these maps can give you points to your tree. The Ritual Atlas passive tree has been completely revamped with many new nodes, existing changes. After completing the Ritual Altar encounter, a map locus will point the next way to the next altar. All items in the endgame Ritual reward screen are now either uniques or omens. They took away all the other stuff. Any tribute not spent on rewards can be sacrificed to gain audience with the king. Killing the King in the Mist now drops a key, the head of the king. This key can be used in Kirtarth to begin the Rite of the Nameless. The Rite of the Nameless is a new Atlas mechanic in which you choose a series of 5 maps to complete a single continuous ritual. The monsters in each ritual, including the map boss, will reappear in each map in a sequence, making for a very challenging encounter. The unique bosses from each map will only appear in the final ritual map. While choosing maps for the Rite of the Nameless, each map after the first will contain extra modifiers which affect the difficulty and rewards of the rituals during the rite. Each map in the Rite of the Nameless awards one element of the key used to access the Ritual Pinnacle boss. The Queen of the Mists, available after allocating a specific node on the Atlas tree, is a new boss. This boss can drop 3 new corrupted idols. Freythorn rituals now prevented from showing their deferred items to ensure items are not lost if returning to this area on a higher level character. Fate of the Vow moving to core. Not exactly excited about this one, to be perfectly honest. I didn't really like the Vow Temples. I thought they were kind of a poopy mechanic. I understood why people liked them. I understood how broken they were and how you could get like a trillion, billion, zillion items from them and like divines and all sorts of other things like mirrors. I think they're just a terrible mechanic in general. Fate of the Vow has been added to the core game. You first encounter a series of 6 ancient beacons. Act 3 energize them to attain a crystals to open the portals of Hal Ruins. You encounter a second set of 6 ancient beacons in the interludes. There is now an Atlas passive tree for the Fate of the Vow League mechanic. At Ziri's Temple can now be found on the Atlas to the northeast of your starting location in the city of Lyraval. Maps inside the city of Lyraval always have energized crystals and grant pools for the Fate of the Vow Atlas passive tree. There are now is also a temple precursor tablet which guarantee the Vow beacons in your map if you want to focus on this league. It is no longer possible to prevent a room from being deleted from the temple. Rooms that must be deleted but have other connections will be turned into simple path rooms that prevent the snake strategy. The number of rooms in the temple when first starting has increased to allow getting at Ziri more quickly. Rooms can now be upgraded to Tier 4 after unlocking this ability on the Temple Atlas tree. This allows more specialization in particular room types and encourages more interesting temple layouts. Reward rooms granted from the console after defeating the architect have been significantly improved, with more varieties to unlock in addition to upgrading the rewards of the existing ones. Restricted rooms in Aziri's Temple are accessible, will always destabilize upon exiting the temple. Aziri's Temple medallions now have their drop rate scaled with the number of paths in the temple, in addition to the rooms previously on only other rooms. Room-based medallions can no longer be used inside an active temple. Room-based medallions now display and upgrade information when hovered. Medallions now output descriptive error messages when they cannot be placed. The default maximum number of energized crystals you can store has been increased to 60. The maximum number of medallions has been increased to 6. The medallions that can increase the number of stored energized crystals or medallions are no longer necessary. The monster level of the temple now factors in the level of the areas where the crystals used to open it were obtained. The corruption chamber temple bonuses have been updated to add monster modifiers chance instead of additional modifiers. Portals created in the Temple at Ziri now create a corresponding portal in the parent Val ruins for ease of access. Val beacons can now show a grayed out icon on the minimap when completed. There are now 4 types of infusers. Existing Val infusers are now Val armor infusers, which can now be applied to armor. Val blacksmith infusers can be applied to martial weapons, while Val arcanist infusers can be applied to wands, staves, and scepters. Val catalyzing infusers can now be applied to jewelry. All infusers can only be used on items at or above 20% quality. Fate of the Val currency items now have a maximum stack of 5,000 when stored in the wildcard slots of the currency tab. Some of the possible outcomes from applying Val cultivation orbs on unique items have been updated. The Atziri's rule staff can now roll 10 to 20% increased life cost efficiency, previously 20 to 40. The Atziri Splinter unique body armor can now roll 66 to 100 maximum energy, previously 100 to 200. The Covenant unique body armor can now roll 10 to 25% increased life cost efficiency, previously 25 to 50. Hayforge unique gauntlets can now roll 16 to 30 maximum rage if you use the skill that requires glory in the past 20 seconds, previously 8 to 12, another buff to glory. I don't like glory. Rat Pith Globe unique focus can now roll 8 to 15% life cost efficiency. The Shackles of the Wretched unique gloves can no longer roll elemental ailments other than freeze you inflict at reflected at you, instead of being able to roll 10 to 15% increased damage per curse on you. The Vertex unique helmet can no longer roll plus 2 to 4 all skill gem levels, instead now being able to roll 3 to 5 level of all cursed skill gems. Abyss. There are now large abyss cracks on the Atlas. Completing the Atlas abysses will close them and always give you abyssal depths with a boss fight. The Abyssal Atlas tree has been revamped with many new nodes and changes to existing nodes. Kulamok's invitation is now always allocated to the map owner. Abyss omens will no longer drop in areas below level 65. Modifiers to the number of chests found now apply to chests found in the abyss. These also apply to chances to find an abyssal depth, so the chances to find abyssal depths does not decrease with more chests in the area. Adjusted the damage of meteoric demise. Abyss modifiers, lithomantic runes from the lithomantic rune abyss monster modifier are now active after a longer delay. Expedition League has been temporarily disabled on the standard leagues due to the integration with the Runes of Older. This will be reintegrated into the standard after the Runes of Older is over. The Recombinator has been disabled. The Omen of Recombination has been removed. Existing Omens of Recombination will be deleted upon logging in. The Forgotten by Time Precursor tablet has been temporarily disabled. Expedition explosives now wait to explode until most of the monsters unearthed by the previous explosive have been killed. You can now use your currency from your stash to purchase items from the expedition vendors. Other endgame changes. With the introduction of the new endgame storyline, the Atlas has been reset. Your existing tablets and waystones will continue to work, so you can continue progressing as normal, but in order to gain points for the Atlas tree, you will need to do the Origins of the Divinity storyline. Added support for searching for the endgame Atlas maps. You can now zoom out slightly further on the Atlas screen, thank God. There are now 2 versions of each pinnacle boss, the quest version and the infinite farm version. As such, the primary and secondary tertiary calamity fragments can no longer be obtained. Tablets of the same type may now be used together to increase the amount of league content that is spawned. The specifics of this are different for each content type. In some cases, multiple tablets will increase the size of a single encounter, while other cases it will increase the number of encounters spawned. Each tablet slot now contributes to the amount of random non-tablet spawned league content in the area. This means that if all tablet slots are full, you will only see the league content from the tablets you are using. The intent of this change is to make sure that you do not need to complete the Atlas tree for leagues that you do not intend to run. Waystones must now be identified in order to activate them in the map device. You can now use Orbs of Chance on tablets. Okay. Some items and content now require you to specialize an item through Atlas passive skills, and including exceptional items, fracturing orbs, basic and overseer precursor tablets. Tablets can no longer be used on maps that cannot have extra content, such as unique maps. League specific tablets can no longer drop from non-map areas, such as Simacrum, Abyss Depths, Twisted Domain. Lowered the chances for essences, Asmari Spirits, Shrines, Strongboxes, Summoning Circles, Rogue Exiles appearing in maps somewhat due to the much larger increase now available in the Atlas tree. Atlas passives reference maps. Powerful bosses now work with Overseer precursor tablets and sources of the map. Powerful map bosses adjusted the values of the precursor tablet modifiers to be similar of the same type of bonuses granted by the Waystone. Modifiers also reduce the roll variance of these modifiers. The following modifiers can no longer roll on Waystones: Barons, Beastly, Brambled, Durianis, Enervating, Faradunes, Hollowed, and of Nemesis, Perennials, Rusted, and Sacrificial. Whether a modifier or a suffix is a suffix or a prefix has been adjusted that generally prefixes are modifiers that affect a monster output toward the player, and suffixes are modifiers that add a player or monster defense. The following suffix modifiers are now prefixes: of destruction, of fleeting, of impact, of penetrating, of puncturing, of shattering, of splitting, and of venom. And the following prefix modifiers are now suffixes: buffering, enduring, enfeebling, eroding, evasive, flaming, hex warded, shocking, sleet, and snowing. The overpowering Waystone modifier no longer causes monsters to have increased freeze buildup, shock chance, or inflict increased flammability magnitude. It now causes monsters to have increased elemental ailment application. Waystone modifier bonuses have been updated, and they now provide more monster effectiveness, pack size, item rarity, monster rarity, Waystone drop stands. Depending on the modifier, these modifiers are multiplicative with other sources, such as those found on the Atlas passive tree. Modifiers to pack size now also provide a chance for additional rare monsters to appear in the rare monster packs. Monster rarity is a new stat available that affects the chances of magic and rare monsters and the chance for additional modifiers on rare monsters. Map modifiers that include sources increase the number of rare monsters or increased number of magic monsters have been updated to only display the number of the map and not also displayed amongst the explicit modifiers. That is not a functional change. Have the bonus of to the quantity of item dropped and experience gained provided by increased monster effectiveness, such as from Adzeri's Temple. The functionality of the Omen of Chaotic Rarity, the Omen of Chaotic Quantity, the Omen of Chaotic Monsters have been inverted. Instead of guaranteeing the new modifier are their type, they instead prevent the modifiers from being their type. Added the new Omen of Chaotic Effectiveness. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Chaos Orb will replace modifiers of the Waystone with modifiers that do not grant monster effectiveness. Up to 3 of the above omens may be used simultaneously. Half of the damage's extra buffs granted from the following shrines: Freezing Shrine, Gloom Shrine, Meteoric Shrine, and Tempest Shrine. Completion of fixed locations on the Atlas is now shared with party members. With the addition of more varied content on the Atlas map of size, content indicators has been increased by 50%. Waystones have received a new 2D art. Campaign replayability. In order to improve the experience for players to replay through each new league, we've added elements to multiple campaigns and areas that tell you where to go. if you know what to look for. You can see some examples in this video. I took a look at it. It's things like footprints on the ground, clues essentially. Some areas throughout the game have been shortened to remove the second Dreadnought area, the Dreadnought Vanguard. The Act 2 boss is now in the Dreadnought. Area order in Act 3 has been somewhat rearranged in order to make progression smoother. That's actually nice. I think Act 3 was always kind of wonky. The waterway levers have been turned into pressure pads that you simply need to walk over, and the final part of the level has the level water pre-drained. Monster density is half of the campaign. Monster density in the second half of the campaign has been reduced, especially in the interludes, to allow getting through these areas more quickly. Player changes. Bleed damage on players is no longer increased while the player is moving. This change does not affect bleeds players apply to monsters. Your maximum runic ward is now added to your starting honor when beginning a trial of the Sekimas. That's nice. The defenses keyword is no longer used. Existing use of the defenses now explicitly refer to armor, evasion, energy shield. To make it more clear, these modifiers do not apply to runic ward, resistances, block, or other forms of protection. This is purely a description change. I like description changes to make things more clear. That is very good. Only a single leech instance per resource. Life, mana, or energy shield can apply at a time. When multiple leech instances are active, only one with the highest recovery rate will recover you until it expires, after which the next highest recovery rate instance will apply. I have no clue how that's going to work. Your brain is spaghetti? It's a good game. You should try. I think it's worth your time. There is now a limit of the maximum amount of damage that can hit to be considered a deal-free leech. Hits that deal less than 40,000 total damage are unaffected, but if a hit would deal more than 40,000 total damage, it is treated as dealing only 40,000 damages for the purposes of leech calculation. The values of each damage type in the hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. This means that extremely high damage hits stop improving leech past a certain point, but increasing your leech percentage will always increase the amount of resource you are gaining. So they actively nerfed how leech functions because some people have ridiculously high damage, and because they have such ridiculously high damage, you can get good leech with ridiculously small numbers. But they're basically capping off how the leech works so that your damage isn't the main form of determining how much leech you're getting, but the leech percentage is how much you're getting. So leech percentage is more important than leech damage in the way that they have the formula calculated, if that makes sense. The formula for chance to deflect has been adjusted to provide better scaling with investment into deflection rating. Nice. With a cap of 95% chance to deflect, similar to chance to evade being capped at 95%. That's good. The new chance to deflect is 1. It's a formula. I'm going to copy and paste that for later. Parry, shield, block, and resonating shield no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying longer than expected. What does that mean? I'm going to be using parry this season. Parry, shield block, resonating shield no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying longer than expected. I think they're talking about on you. And I think the problem is that like when you parry, it causes the heavy stun buildup to not decay. That's actually a really good change, I think. I think that's a very good change. Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. Some attacks create multiple damaging areas during use. For example, Whirling Assault creates multiple damaging areas as you move. When minions are removed due to resources changing, such as weapon swapping, younger, newer minions are now prioritized for removal over older minions to avoid wasting minion cooldown abilities unnecessarily. Minions affected by last grab support of Tekrod's Revenge, lineage support, or totems affected by unnamed Heartwood Oracle notable passive can no longer die during the effect from taking damage exceeding their maximum life. Stats worded as when you collect a remnant no longer give you benefits of these stats when an ally shares the effects of the remnant with you. Updated the name of the buff of Trinity grants to affinity. Updated the name of the buff that Trinity grants to affinity, as Resonance is the name of the Keystone passive skill. This is purely a description update. Archon buffs no longer inherently are lost when you attack. This is now a property of Elemental Archon specifically. New content and features. Okay, so we got like all the new lineage supports, all the new uniques. Of course, we don't have any information on any of them, but you know, whatever. Introduce new martial artist ascendancy class for the monk. After decades of training, the martial artist has become a master of the illusions, empowered by the rune socketed into his body. The class creates powerful illusions, summons illusionary bells to aid him, and excels at using his hands as weapons. Introduce the new Spirit Walker ascendancy class for the Huntress. Bound to the wilds, this class calls upon the spirits to answer her will, granting different abilities aligning with the stag, owl, or bear. Through her guidance, the Spirit Walker may subdue even the most formidable beasts, binding them in spirit, or call forth a spectral companion to fight by her side. We've got tons of new lineage supports. We've got Arbiter's Reach, Reach Lord's Amalgam, Katha's Brilliance. These are like special support gems that do really cool things. Anar's Thunder, they're kind of like uniques. Esh's Prowess, Helbram's Hide, we don't know anything about them though. Her Declaration, Medved's Felling, Morgan's Insight, Prototype 17, Seraph's Heart, Stern's Ferocity, Stern's Mountain, Tang Mazu's Thurible, Trickster's Shard, Tull's Avalanche, Uthrid's Consolation, Uthrid's Right, Varana's Siege, Vrun's Inevitability, and Vrun's Aftermath. And then we've got tons of new unique items too. Like, holy crap, that's a lot of new uniques. Barrack's Grip, Barrack's Pass, Barrack's Respite, Brutus Lead Sprinkler, Cat of Nine Tails, Decree of Acuity, Decree of Flight, Decree of Loyalty, Duality, Eventide Petals, Eyes of the Runefather, Facebreaker. A lot of people are excited about that one. They actually have a video on that one if you want to check it out. Pharaoh's Gift, Forgotten Warden, Joffrey's Sanctuary, Gate Crasher, Horror's Flight, Ironbound, Liminal Coil, Lore Weave. They got Mage Blood in here, which people are excited from Path of Exile 1. Master Domain, Nightfall, Opportunity, Redemption, Periphery, Sadist Mercenary, Cyril's Grit, Spiteful Floret, Split Personality, Surge of the Tide, Sylvan's Effigy, the Auspex, which got a big workover. The Hollow Mask also got a big workover. The Ordained, the Raven Flock, Sunken Vessel, the Unleashed, Twisted Empyrean, Vestige of Darkness, Veil Piercer, and Voices. Added 8 new idols that come exclusively from the monsters possessed by Asbury Spirits. Those are actually pretty cool. Added the new Minion Splash and Minion Splash 2 Strength Support Gems. These support skills create minions which strike, causing the minion strikes to have melee splash. The Fragment Stash tab is now available for use in Path of Exile 2. It can hold your fragments, including Breach Splinters, Macrums, Audience with the King, Inscribe Ultimatums, Bararias, as well as tablets. If you previously purchased one in Path of Exile, it will automatically be made available to you once the 0.5 patch is deployed. For those without a Fragment Stash tab, you'll be able to find the Stash tab section in the microtransaction store after 0.5 goes live. Added support for the build guides. Community creators who write build guides can now create build files for players to download, basically giving you a whole guide that you can follow. Added the ability to quickly search the trade market with an item you have. Shift, Alt, clicking an item will populate the filters for the search trade market so you can see the current prices for rare items. You can enable and disable each modifier to easily determine the effect each one has on the item's price. In party play, you can now quickly revive any fallen party member after defeating the boss. You can now skip dialogue sequences with NPCs by pressing escape. Added a reforging bench to the entrance of the Trial of Secamus. Continued to incrementally improve the sound, art, and environmental effects. Ascendancy changes. The Into the Breach skill granted by the Waking Dream notable passive skill now grants 20%, leech 20% of your maximum life to you when collecting a red flame of Chayula, previously 15. The leech 20% of your maximum life to for the blue one is now 20% mana instead of previously 15. The wording of the Into the Breach skill has also been updated to clarify your behavior ranges related to the flames of Chayula. Into the Breach now also applies modifiers to the Remnant's pickup range to the range at which the flames of Chayula can be seen. This is purely a visual change. Oh, man. Dry throat. Blood Mage. The Vitality Siphon notable passive skill now grants 20% of spell damage least as life, previously 10. Chronomancer. The Rapid River notable passive has been removed. Its position has been taken by Now and Again. The Now and Again notable passive skill has been reworked and now grants cascadable spells have a 20% chance to echo and repeatable spells have a 20% chance to repeat. Unbound Core notable passive skills has taken the previous position of Now and Again, and the Ultimate Command notable passive skill now requires Unbound Encore. Added a new Phased Form notable passive skill, Preceding Footprints in the Sand. The Phased Form takes 30% less damage, and 4 seconds after being damaged by an enemy hit, take damage equal to 30% of that hit's damage. The Temporal Rift skill granted by the Footprints of the Sand notable passive skill has been updated. It now has a cast time of 0.1 seconds, previously 0.5, and now also removes delayed damage from the phased form. The Inevitable Agony skill granted by the Inevitability notable passive skill has been reworked. It is no longer a curse and has a 2-second cooldown. The debuff now has a life cost instead of secondary hit damage, and the debuff amount is now displayed on static health bars. The debuff also now instantly culls enemies when total life loss reaches culling strike threshold. Now grants debuff targets lose life equal to 25% of hit damage dealt to them, while the debuff previously 50%. Enemy curse effectiveness no longer applies to the skill, meaning unique enemies have the same effectiveness as previous, while other enemies have less. Debuff duration is now 12 seconds. Quality grants 0.5 meters to initial cast radius. Previously, Curse Zone erupts after 10%. Reduced delay. The skill has also received new visuals. I have no clue how that works. I don't think I've ever even used that ability. Huh. Inevitable Agony. The Sands of Time buff granted by the Quicksand Hourglass notable passive now grants 1 to 60% increased skill speed, previously cast speed, and has also new visual effects. The Gemling Legionnaire, the Crystalline Potential notable passive has been removed. Added a new notable passive, Essence of Virtue. This grants the Virtuous Barrier skill, which while active conjures a glittering barrier that accumulates protective gemstone motes of each attribute type over time, but loses a random mote when you are hit. The Advanced Thaumaturgy notable passive skill no longer grants the Thaumaturgical Dynamism skill, which is the one that gives you charges. It instead now grants gem quality, grants socketed skills, and additional effect. All gems in the game now have an additional quality stat that can be seen while holding Alt on the gem after picking the notable. There's actually a video on this, and I kind of want to check it out probably after we're done reading. The Pathfinder, the Overwhelming Toxicity notable passive skill grants 50% less poison duration, previously 35%. The Running Assault notable passive skill now grants 30% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving, previously 50. Witch Hunter, Obsessive Rituals now grant 50% less armor and evasion rating, previously 35%. Passive Tree Changes. I knew that one was going to be long. Scroll. Added 19 new companion theme passive skills, 9 new life recoup speed passive skills. Added a new Archon of Undeath cluster to the Witch Sorceress passive tree. The Ancestral Bond Keystone passive skill now causes placing totems to have no cost and require consuming charges to place it. It causes totems to reserve 75 spirit each and now doubles the totem limit instead of removing it completely. The Trusted Kinship Keystone passive now grants 30% more reservation efficiency of companion skills and 20% less reservation efficiency of non-companion skills. It no longer provides the 30% less defenses, or the companions have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense that you have. The Valpact Keystone passive now grants 50% more amount life leached, 67% less life leech speed. Cannot recover life other than from leech. And the life leech effects are not removed from unreserved life if filled. It no longer provides life leeches instant and cannot use life flasks. The Reform Barrier cluster has been removed. The Warding Fetish cluster moved locations and no longer connects to a jewel socket. The Storm Charge and Breaking Point cluster is no longer connects to a jewel socket. The Adamant Recovery notable passive has been replaced with Fortified Aegeus, which grants 100% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield from equipped shield. The Arcane Mixture's notable passive now grants 10% increased cast speed if you used a Mana Flask recently instead of 25% Energy Shield recharge rate. The Bastion of the Fortress notable passive now grants 10% faster Energy Shield recharge rate, previously 15%. The Casting Cascade notable passive that grants 6% increased cast speed for each different spell you've cast in the last 8 seconds, previously 4. The Chakra of Breathing notable skill passive now grants 20% faster start of energy shield instead of 1% increased energy shield rate per 4 dexterity. The Commanding Ridge notable passive now grants 2% increased minion attack speed per 5 rage, previously 1. 1% per rage. So a nerf. 2% per 5 instead of 1% per 1, I think. The Convalescence notable passive skill grants 20% faster recharge rate, previously 40, 10% reduced energy shield recharge rate, previously 15. The Core of the Guardian notable passive now grants 30% increased block chance instead of 20% reduced maximum energy shield. Previously 100% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield from equipped shield. Covering Ward notable passive now grants 25 energy shield when you block, previously 20, and 12% increased chance to block, and it no longer grants 25% increased energy shield recharge rate. The Craving Slaughter notable passive now provides 15 maximum rage if you use a skill that requires glory in the past 20 seconds, previously 8, in the past 6 seconds, up to 5 times. The Critical Overload notable passive skill now provides 15% increased critical spell damage bonus. Previously 15% increased if you dealt a critical recently. Cunning Fox notable skill passive replaced the Quick Fox, which grants 20% increased deflection rating while moving. The Small All Attribute passive prior to the notable now grants 20% increased evasion rating while moving. Deadly Force notable passive provides 15% increased critical hit chance, previously 10, 15% increased damage if you dealt a critical hit past 8 seconds, previously 25. The Dependable Ward notable passive now grants 8% chaos resistance and 12% faster start of energy shield, previously 25. The Devoted Protector notable passive grants 10% faster start of energy shield. Echoing Pulse notable passive now grants 25% increased area of effect. No longer grants final repeat of spells, 30% increased area effect, which did not function. A lot of the times I read these, and they're small changes, but they start to make a picture. And the picture that I'm starting to see here is nerfs to energy shield. Like, across the board, there are nerfs to leeching, and there are nerfs to energy shield, both. And it seems like a lot of these are literally just nerfs to energy shield and nerfs to leeching. A lot of them, actually. I don't know why energy shield is getting nerfed, but it looks like energy shield is getting nerfed. I mean, across the board, like, they're reducing the faster start of energy shield, which seems to be one of the main things they're focusing on, is faster start of energy shield recharge rate, as well as some of the other bonuses that have to do with energy shield. They're just all getting like nuked into the dirt. Effervescent notable passive grants 4% increased cast speed for each spell you've cast in the last 8 seconds. The Energizing Archon notable passive now grants 30% increased Archon duration instead of 40% increased energy shield recharge rate. What do you know? Energizing Deflection notable passive now grants 12% faster start of energy shield recharge instead of 30% increased energy shield recharge rate. Again, another nerf to the energy shield recharge rate. Essence Infusion notable passive now grants 12% of energy shield recharge and 12 intelligence. It no longer grants 40% energy shield recharge rate. Fast Metabolism notable passive now grants 40% increased damage while leeching. Another leech nerf. Previous life leech effects are not removed while unreserved life is filled. Fortifying Blood notable passive now grants 15% increased amount of life leeched, previously 20. The Goring notable passive no longer grants 40% increased physical damage, and it now grants 3% increased maximum life and 20% increased amount of life leech, previously 3% reduced maximum life and 30% increased life leech. Another nerf to life leech. Immortal Infamy notable passive now grants 6% life recovery rate instead of 10% increased energy shield recharge rate. Another nerf to energy shield. Lifelong Friend of the Nurturing Guardian notable passive has swapped positions. The Mystic Stance notable passive now grants 12% faster energy shield recharge rate, previously 30. Another nerf to energy shield. The Patient Barrier notable passive now grants 50% increased maximum energy shield, previously 60. Another nerf to energy shield. Quick response notable passive now grants 10% faster energy shield recharge rate, previously 20, and 20% faster start of energy shield recharge while not on full life, previously 30. Another nerf to energy shield. The rapid recharge notable passive now grants 12% start of energy shield recharge and 12% increased energy shield recharge, both previously 25. Another nerf to energy shield. Say it with me, guys. The refocus notable passive now grants 20% increased mana regeneration while stationary instead of 30% increased energy shield recharge rate. Say it with me, guys. Another nerf to energy shield. The shattering palm notable passive now provides 20% increased critical damage, previously 10% to daze. The shimmering notable passive now grants 10% faster energy shield recharge rate and 20% increased evasion if you've been hit recently. No longer grants 20% energy shield recovery rate if you haven't been hit recently. Another nerf to energy shield. The staggering palm notable passive now has 25% increased physical damage and previously 20%, and now provides 10% chance to daze instead of 20% critical damage bonus. The Storm Charge notable passive now provides damage penetrates 8% of elemental resistances, 5% increased attack speed at elemental skills. It no longer provides 50% increased critical hit chance and 40% increased elemental damage if you dealt a crit recently. The Tempered Mind notable passive now provides 15% increased effective fully broken armor, previously 20% critical bonus damage. The Voracious notable passive no longer grants 20% life leech. It now grants 15% increased attack speed while leeching. The Wide Barrier notable passive now grants 30% increased block chance and 20% in reduced armor, previously 25% reduced defenses. The Wyvern Breath notable passive has been updated and now provides 40% elemental ailment application if you have shapeshifted into an animal form recently. This now also applies to freeze buildup, but it is otherwise identical. The first two spell damage passives at the starting area of the passive tree for the Witch and Sorceress now have 10% increased spell damage instead of 8. Small passive skills that grant start of faster energy shield now have values of 6%, previously 15. Say it with me, folks. Another nerf to energy shield. Small passive skills that grant energy shield recharge rate have been removed from the passive tree and replaced by faster start of energy shield recharge rate at a lower value. Another nerf to energy shield. Small passive skills with 10% increased amount of life leech and now have values of 8. Another nerf to life leech. Small banner area of effect passive skills now have 12% increased banner area effect, previously 15. Small banner area tactician passives now provide 16% increased area of effect, previously 20. The unsavored feast timeless jewel notable no longer grants 20% leech if you have at least 200 tribute. It now grants 35% faster if you have at least 100 tribute, previously 25. Okay, skill changes. This is where we get to the meat and potatoes of things. And throat's all dry. Damn dry throat. Much better. Alright, skills with a fixed number of projectiles, such as Glacial Lance, can now benefit from effects that cause projectile count modifiers to apply to something else instead, such as the Ricochet 3 supports. Skills which have a cost of 0 mana now display this cost. This allows players to distinguish between skills like default attacks, which do not have a cost at all and thus are unaffected by any cost modifiers, from those which do have a base cost, but which is a 0 base value, which are affected by plus cost modifiers, even if they add different resource costs, like adding a life cost to a skill with a base cost of 0. Crossbow ammunition skills now have a base cost of 0 rather than having their cost be completely disabled, meaning that effects that add additional costs will now apply to them. Ignites inflicted on targets by oil ground that have been ignited can no longer compound and cannot be compounded by other ignites from the same skill use. All command skills now have 50% movement speed penalty during use, previously 70. The buff. Align Fate, granted by Oracle's Fateful Vision, notable passive now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate, also apply to Visage appearance frequency. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has a hidden 0.6 delay between skill uses. Instead, this delay is now 50% of the skill's attack time and is described accordingly on the skill. Bone Storm no longer has the sustained tag. Bone Shatter quality now grants 20% increased attack speed, previously 30. Comet now deals 318 at gem level 11, previously 335, so a little bit of a nerf there. At level 20, 1,181, previously 1,243, so a slight nerf to Comet. Call of the Week now can't be evaded. Now deals 109 to 281% of attack damage. Previously, at levels 3 to 220. So 281. So it looks like it went up. Attack speed is now 75% of base. Previously 60, and it now has a mana cost of 42 at gem level 20, previously 46, so they brought down the mana. Maximum dash range has been increased by 15%. Defiance Banner, Dread Banner, and War Banner no longer have movement speed penalty during use, and now the banner's area radius is 6 meters, previously 4.5. I can't use the banners. Every time I try, they freaking suck. Earthquake Aftershock now does 666% of damage at level 20. Now it's 580, so a bit of a nerf. Tiny bit of a nerf there. It's actually kind of a big nerf, not going to lie. Eternal Rage can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. It is now required to be activated in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. Feral Invocation no longer bypasses the cooldown of socketed skills. Flame Breath now has an energy gain penalty similar to Incinerate. Fortifying Cry now only consumes 1 stack when you detonate a shield wall to create a shockwave around each shield wall segment. Fortifying Cry shockwaves from a single shield wall cannot hit the same enemy multiple times. Shield Wave now deals 5 to 7 added physical damage per 15 armor, previously 6 to 7. So a 1-point nerf on the per armor, which is actually pretty huge. That's kind of crazy. Fragmentation rounds quality now grants 2 fragments per shot, previously 20% physical damage. Freezing Salvo now has 68% more magnitude chill inflicted, previously 107. So a little bit of a nerf to the chill inflicted from Freezing Salvo. Gathering Storm now causes perfectly timed dash to explode any Tempest spell on hit, creating a massive shockwave that deals 869% attack damage at gem level 20. Shock ground is left in the wake of the Tempest shockwave previously on perfect dash with a radius of 3.2 meters, turning the precise timing into a devastating area clearing combo. Perfect timing shockwaves can now only hit enemies once per skill use and no longer interact with objects by non-Tempest spell skills. Shockwave limit is now 50. The quality now grants 20% longer perfect timing window, previously 8% maximum shockwaves per use. Ghost Dance, the interval between gaining Ghost Shrouds is no longer iteration. It has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate and also apply to Ghost Shroud gain frequency. It also has win hit, lose a Ghost Shroud, and regenerate energy shield equal to 2% of your evasion per second if you have lost a Ghost Shroud recently. Grim Feast, Grim Resurrection now has 1 second cooldown. Ice Shot, Ice Shards no longer have a 25% more freeze buildup. Ice Strike, quality now gains 20% increased attack speed, previously 10% more. Lightning Arrow, multiple lightning beams are no longer able to chain on the same target. Lunar Blessing, triggered moonbeams are no longer considered melee skills. Magma Barrier now deals 5 to 7 added fire damage per 15 armor, previously 6 to 8. Why they nerf Magma Barrier too, little freaking turds? Little dirty freaking turd hose. Mirage Archer and Mirage Deadeye can now be used with channeled skills, including Snipe, Plasma Blast, and Detonating Arrow. Mirror of Refraction, granted by Adziri's Rule Unique Staff, now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate to apply mirror appearance frequency. Oil Barrage, mana cost has been reduced by 18%. Powered Oil Barrage now has a mana cost per second equivalent to the initial mana cost of Oil Barrage. Oil Barrage now has 10% more damage at all levels, while Empowered Oil Barrage now has 10% less damage at all levels. Empowered Oil Barrage consumes a power charge every 1.5 seconds to continue channeling, previously every 2. Parry. I'm gonna screenshot this one. My character is gonna be based on parry this season, so. Parry area of effect has been changed to more closely match its animation. I don't know if that's good or bad. No longer has bonus attack distance. What does that mean? They nerfed my character because I was playing it. Poison Burst Arrow. Poison duration is now 3 seconds of all gem levels, previously 3 to 4.9 seconds at gem levels 1 to 20. Quality now grants 10% more magnitude of poison inflicted, previously 20%. Pounce has no cooldown, 6 to 5.1 seconds at gem level 3 to 20, previously 4.9 to 4 at gem level 3 to 20. Ravenous Swarm now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate also apply to the swarm spawning frequency. Rend fixed a bug where lightning charge Rend was scaling twice with levels. The base damage has been increased. It compensates to 4 or 5% attack damage at level 20, previously 586. Resonating Shield now deals 5 to 7 added physical damage per 15 armor, previously 6 to 8. Another nerf to the shield skills. Rolling Magma now chains 3 times at gem level 1, previously 2. Scaling up to 5 chain gems level at 20, previously 4. Shattering Spite, granted by Aziri's Contempt Unique Spear, now has 50% less magnitude damaging ailments you inflict. No longer has life leech from explosions with at least 15 blood lances as instant. Shield Wall now deals 5 to 7 added physical damage per 15 armor, previously 6 to 8. Another nerf to the shield skills. Shred, quality now grants 20% increased attack speed, previously 10. Snipe now deals 312% attack damage, previously 343, a little bit of a nerf there. Now deals 1,449 of attack damage at gen level 20, previously 1,358, so another little nerf there. Looks like they just kind of nerfed it across the board. Tiny little buff to the Icy Blast. Spell Totem can now be used while moving, has received an updated animation. Supercharged Slam now more clearly states has been fixed attack time that cannot be modified. This is purely a description change. Tame Beast, Summoned Beast now deal 40% more damage at gem level 9, scaling up to 84% at gem level 20. Now immediately summons new Tame Beast if you have enough spirit. Tempest Bell can now be ancestrally boosted as if it were a strike skill. And its maximum number of active bells has been increased to 3. Previously 1, greatly improving its combo potential. Its Shockwave now deals 119% attack damage, previously 132, and can now trigger once every 0.3 seconds instead of once every 0.25. Toxic Growth now fires 5 pustules, previously 4, with a limit of 5 pustules, previously 12. Quality now grants fires +1 pustule and limit +1 pustule, previously +2 and +2. Thrashing Vines, updated description to clarify how frequently spawns vines. This is not a functional change. Time of need, interval between blessings is no longer a duration. It now has modifiers of cooldown recovery also apply to blessing frequency. Interval has been reduced to 9.3 to 8.1 seconds at gem levels 8 to 20, previously 11.3 to 10.1. The Volcano now has a base critical hit chance of 8%, previously 5. Rolling Assault quality now grants 20% increased attack speed, previously 15. Wing Blast Shockwave deals 25% more damage at all levels. Support gems. How big is the support gem section? Not as big as I thought. Unleash, Expand, Salvo, Freezing supports all use the same concept of seals instead of each having their own version. This means standardized rules for seals will be consistent in all cases, resulting in some behavior changes. Supports granting seals now consistently all have the seal category. Freezing Salvo and Salvo support previously had an extra restriction that relevant skill could not gain seals while you were performing that skill. This is no longer the case, bringing them into consistency with other seal mechanics. Salvo support previously gave a seal every 2 seconds up to a maximum of 3 and provided 2 projectiles per seal. It now gains a seal every 1 second up to a maximum of 6, providing 1 projectile per seal. Advancing Storm can now support any skill under any conditions rather than only spells you use yourself. Arjun's Metal now grants 25% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing killing blows with supported skills. Adziri's Impatience can no longer support persistent skills. Batira's Vengeance, when you freeze a target with supported skills, for each 2 rage you have, you and your allies' presence gain 1% damage as cold for 15 seconds. Previously, for each rage you have for up to 20 seconds. So they increased the duration. Oh no, for each 2 rage you have. So now it's previously... Oh, okay, so they nerfed it. Brink can now be cut as a level 1 support gem, previous level 2. Culmination no longer has combo count loss for supported skills, occurs 50% slower. It now has supported skills lose combo if you generate no combo for 6 seconds, previously 4. Supported skills can now gain up to 10 combo, previously 20, and supported skills now deal 4% more damage per combo. So they gave you more bells to drop, which requires more combo, but then drop the maximum combo so you couldn't drop 3 bells at the same time. Corrupting Cry 2 no longer causes a supported skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood scaled by the level of the gem socketed in it.
Decaying Hex no longer causes a supported curse to inflict decay. Instead, it triggers a skill which deflects decay scaled by the level of the gem it is socketed into. Dialia's Desire now grants 5% of quality of supported skills, previously 10. Deodare's Undoing no longer causes cursed ground created by supported skills to become hazards. Now causes cursed ground by supported skills to spawn witch toads on an interval which seeks out enemies and explodes, dealing chaos damage. Infernal Legion 1 now grants minions supported skills 10% of their maximum life as fire damage per second, previously 20. And minions from supported skills ignite enemies within a radius 1.5 meters as though dealing fire damage equal to 10% of the minion's maximum life, previously 20. Infernal Legion 2 also got the same treatment. Looks like the same exact downgrades. Infernal Legion 3 can no longer be obtained. Living Lightning no longer replaces minions when summoning a new one, which is already at maximum number of minions. Morgana's Tempest can now support any storm skill under any conditions, rather than only spells you use yourself. Overabundance 3 now properly describes that it cannot support persistent skills. Overextend can no longer be obtained. Existing items are unaffected by this change. Pakwet's Pact no longer causes a supported skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood. That's the same as the previous change. Rage 1, Rage 2, and Rage 3 can now support minion skills. Wrath Assault now grants supported skills load 4 bolts when you dodge, previously 5. Supported skills load 3 additional bolts, previously 4. It gives you attack speed, previously 20%, now 10. So just nerfed across the board. Refraction 1 now additionally causes supported banner skills to grant allies deflection rating equal to 15% of their evasion rating. Refraction 2 now additionally causes supported banner skills to equal 20% of their evasion rating for deflection. Shock Conduction can no longer be obtained. Shock Conduction 2. Static Shock's updated description to clarify that it triggers from shocking hits. Uthgrid's Augury now grants +2 level supported skills if exactly 2 other supports are modifying them, previously 3. Uthgrid's Omen now grants +2 level supported skills if exactly 1 of the supporters modifying them, previously 3. Volt now grants supported skills gain 2 voltaic charge per meter traveled, previously 3. Supported skills now also gain 1% of damage as extra lightning per voltaic charge, previously 5% per 10. 1% per 1 instead of 5% per 10. That seems like a drastic increase. Just massive increase. Tons of unique items. The unique items, my first instinct is honestly to kind of like gloss over them because most of them are bad changes. But with the ability this season to be able to upgrade the unique items to make them more useful, I'm kind of interested, actually. I am. The Abatero unique boots no longer grant 10% less movement speed and skill per dodge roll in the past 20 seconds. Now have 250% increased armor, energy shield, previously 150, and it now has your speed is unaffected by slows while sprinting, and gain over encumbrance for 4 seconds when you dodge roll. Existing versions of the unique can be updated to the new armor with a divine orb. The Apeps Supremacy unique focus no longer has 50% faster start of energy shield recharge. Stay with me folks, another nerf to energy shield. The Ad Series City Acuity unique gauntlets has been reworked. They now grant 200% increased armor, 150 maximum life, life leech, 10% physical damage as life, and 10% physical damage dealt by your hits cause blood loss to the Val Pact. They also grant the Herald of the Royal Queen skill. Val Cultivation Orb outcomes of Ad Series Acuity have also changed. Existing items are not affected. The Sierran's Inherent's unique body armor now gets 30% increased energy shield recharge rate instead of 50% faster start of recharge. The Black Fame unique ring no longer has enemies ignited by you take chaos damage as fire from ignite. It now has withered you inflict, also increases fire damage taken. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire damage, and withered does not expire on enemies ignited by you. Additionally, it has 100% increased ignite magnitude, previously 50, and 75% reduced ignite duration on enemies, previously 50. Ignite magnitude and duration modifiers can be updated to the new values. Blistering Bond unique ring now has fire damage, also contributes to bleeding magnitude, and bleeding you inflict deals fire damage to physical damage instead of physical damage. In addition,
It is to its other modifiers. Existing items are not affected by this change. The Brass Dome unique body armor now has 600% increased armor, previously 8. Existing items can be updated to made worse. The Carnage Heart unique amulet has 50% increased damage while leeching. Now has 50% increased damage while leeching. The Chobber Chaber unique mace now has +2 to 3 level of all minion skills. The Death's Harp unique bow can now no longer has bow attacks fire 3 additional arrows. Instead, it has 330% surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Basically the same thing. Actually, a little bit better, I think. The Elevore unique helmet now grants charms gain 1 charge per second, previously 0.5, and now provides 2 charm slots, previously 1. Existing items can be buffed. The Eshtira's Path unique ring no longer has cold resistance, is unaffected by area penalties. It now has a 10% to fire and cold resistance per equipped item with lightning resistance modifier. Existing items are not changed. The Glowswarm unique ring now has using mana flask grants guard equal to 100% of the flask recovery amount for 4 seconds. The Hollow Mask unique helmet now grants Wildwood gift skill. There's a video on this one, where Asmari spirits offer guidance, allowing you to see nearby ancient blooms. They're basically remnants, allowing you to pick them up and gain 100% increased reservation efficiency of remnant skills. The Husk Dreams unique body armor has been renamed to Reverie. It no longer gives 30% increased flash charges gained or 50% less flash charges used. It now grants the Writer Restoration skill and has a non-unique flask apply their effects constantly. Okay, and also cannot use life flasks. Recovery from life flask cannot be instant. Recovery from life flask cannot be applied to anything other than you, as well as 60% of life flask recovery. Existing versions of this item cannot be attained these new modifiers. The Hire's Ire unique body armor has 150% increased evasion, previously 250, and 20% damage as extra cold, previously 25. It's a big nerf. The Keeper of the Ark unique helmet now has 340% increased armor, energy shield, previously 250. Lemonstone unique ring now no longer has +1 level to all lightning skills, and now has lightning skills chain 1 time. Megalomaniac unique jewel now drops unidentified. The Plague Finger unique gloves now cannot inflict elemental ailments. The Prized Pain unique ring no longer deals thorns damage to your enemies you stun with melee attacks. It now has 15 to 25% chance to deal your thorns to enemies you hit with melee attacks. That's actually pretty good. Radiant Grief unique helmet now has enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealing 200 base fire, previously 100. Saffron's Revolve unique ring no longer has lightning resistance unaffected by area penalties. It now has 10% to cold and lightning resistance per equipped item in the fire resistance with the fire resistance modifier. Seed of Cataclysm unique ring no longer has 50% increased critical spell damage bonus. It now has 5% reduced critical spell damage bonus for spells dealt recently, and 30% chance for spell damage and critical hits to be lucky. The Sekima's Revolve unique rings have been renamed to Saphrina's Resolve, Zyda's Longevity, and Astera's Path. The Sin Aquio unique gloves now have 200% increased armor and evasion shield, previously 150. It no longer has enemies immobilized by you take 20% more damage, and instead now has the 50% increased damage against mobilized enemies. The Soul Mantle unique body armor no longer has 30% reduced totem life, and instead has 75 spirit. The Svalin unique shields cast on block skill has a supported skill cost nothing. This also has 100 runic ward. Okay. The Zyda's Longevity unique ring no longer has lightning resistance, is unaffected by area penalties. Now has 10% to fire and lightning resistance per equipped item with a cold resistance modifier. Existing items are not affected. The Zeraph's Genesis unique belt no longer has 30% increased charm charges and 50% charges consumed by life flask. Skills from corrupted gems have 15 to 25% increased cost efficiency during any flask effect, and 50% increased corrupted charm effect duration in its addition to its other modifiers. Item changes. Greater and perfect currencies have been made somewhat rarer, with transmutation and augmentation being made significantly rarer. Greater orbs of transmutation and greater orbs of augmentation have now a minimum level modifier of 44, previously 55, making them more accessible, and they can now begin dropping in Act 4. Divine orbs are now more common. Okay. The corruption outcome that randomizes the numeric values of the modifiers on the item beyond the normal range now multiplies each modifier based on the current value instead of randomizing the value. Sanctifying an item now multiplies each modifier value based on the current value instead of randomizing values. Omen of Corruption can no longer be obtained. Martial weapons and flasks in the campaign are now more likely to be the highest base type available at that level. The overall number of essences found in the campaign has been increased, though the proportion of these being essences of the infinite have been slightly decreased. This will lead to finding more useful essences as you progress. The amount of armor granted by items and modifiers has been increased as you get to higher levels. At level 65, you should have approximately 33% more armor, tampering down to about 15% more at level 80 plus. The amount of evasion granted by items, same thing, 15% more at the end game. The amount of energy granted by items is now roughly 8% more at level 65, unchanged at 80. Again, another nerf to energy shield. The Vile Robe base type now has 171 base energy shield, previously 184. Another nerf to energy shield. The base armor of existing items will be automatically adjusted, while armor modifiers on existing items can be updated. Increases the base weapon range of some martial base weapons. The one-handed maces have a base weapon range of 1.3, previously 1.1, and 1.5 for two-handed maces, previously 1.3, and 1.4 for quarterstaves, previously 1.3. Yeah, I mean, basically this right here might explain why all the shield skills got nerfed. So when I was looking earlier, all of the shield skills got nerfed. Their damage got decreased by like 1 point. Like instead of 6 to 8, it was now 5 to 7. And I was wondering why the hell they nerfed basically all the shield skills. But it turns out, if this is correct, technically they didn't nerf anything, because that means that the armor of the shields increased, but then the damage of the shields decreased. It could end up a wash. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. The base armor of existing items will be automatically adjusted. The armor modifiers on existing items can be updated. Increases the Obliterator Bow artillery base types now have 1.1 attacks per second, previously 1.15. The implicit armor modifier for Warden and Guardian bows now provides 35% chance to chain additional time instead of 30. The implicit modifiers for Rabid Fury and Magi Talismans 7 to 10 maximum rage, previously 8 to 12. I noticed that they're nerfing rage across the board too. That's one thing I did notice. It's like everywhere across the board that they could nerf rage. They were bringing rage down like a little bit here, a little bit there, like adjusting the nodes for rage. I mean, let's be honest. With the frickin' when the druid came out, everybody was stacking rage like crazy. The implicit modifier for Voltfang and Thunder Talismans now provides 30% increased magnitude of shock you inflict, previously 25. Alternate quality items from Breach Catalyst now will be salvaged to return a portion of the catalyst used. The plus level to all melee skills modifiers on two-handed attack weapons now has a value of 5 at tier 1, previously 7. Same thing with projectiles. The plus level skills on the one-handed attack weapons now has a value of plus 4 at tier 1, previously tier plus 5. The plus level to all projectile skills modifiers, same thing. So it looks like they nerfed the plus to skills across the board. So two-handers went from plus 7 to plus 5. One-handers went from plus 5 to plus 4. The plus 2 level of projectile skills modifier on the quivers now has a value of 1. The plus level to all gems on attack weapons can now only roll above plus 18, level 18. Added surpassing chance to fire additional arrow modifier for quivers. That's kind of nice. The perfect essence of battle now only provides plus 3 level to all attack skills instead of previously plus 5 for weapons and crossbows, and only plus 2 level of all attack skills on one-handed melee weapons, previously plus 3. Essence of Hysteria now grants 23% increased energy shield recharge rates, previously 45. Body Runes now grant 60 maximum life, previously 40. Okay. Looks like a bunch of these got adjusted. in armor items, in energy shield items, previously 35. Grants leech was 5%. Now, well, is 5%. Now it's, well, previously it was 3. I got these kind of like just red weird. Mind Rune is 40 maximum mana, previously 35. I mean, they look like buffs across the board, I can see. Rebirth Runes, 35 life from 30, so another buff. Inspiration Runes, also buffed. Stone Runes, looks like they were also buffed. Vision Runes, I wonder if they're doing this to compete with the other runes that they added, the new ones. Vision Runes, looks like that got buffed as well. Desert Runes got a 4% resistance increase. Glacial, 4% resistance. Storm, 4% resistance. 2 strength bonus on the Adept. 2 dex bonus on the... Alright, two strength bonus on the Robust. 2 dex bonus on the Adept. 2 intelligence bonus on the Resolve. Standard Rune bonded modifiers now grant 20 life and 20 mana when socketed in armor items, previously 10/10. Lesser Rebirth Runes now grant 4% increased energy shield recharge rate when socketed in a wand or staff, previously 12. Rebirth Runes grant 6% increased energy shield recharge rate when socketed in a wand or staff, previously 15. Greater Rebirth Runes have 8% increased energy shield recharge rate, previously 18. Say it with me, guys. Another nerf to energy shield. Creation's Rune of Recovery now grants 30% increased energy shield recharge rate when socketed into body armor, previously 50. Another nerf to energy shield. Lady Hestra's Rune of Winter no longer adds 19 to 28 cold, and instead adds 19 to 28 cold damage against chilled or frozen enemies. I mean, chilled enemies are easy, so I guess that's not even a big deal. Yeah, whatever. Looks like they did the same thing to lightning for shock, and also the same thing for fire to ignite. So no change in damage, they just added a requirement. All idols can now also be socketed into scepters. Idol of Egrin can now grants 20% increased curse duration when socketed into scepter. Idol of Eshta now grants 50% cost efficiency. Idol of Grold now adds 50% total power count by war cries, previously 20. Idol of Maxarius now grants 0.2 flash charges per second. Idol of Ralakash grants 40% increased armor evasion and energy shield when you companion in your presence. Idol of Sirius now grants allies in your presence have 8% increased movement speed. Idol of Throdana now grants allies in your presence grant 13 to 77 attack chaos damage. Bear Idol now grants 10% increased area effect when socketed into helmets, previously 8. The bonded modifier now increases by 12% reservation efficiency of companion skills, previously 10. Boar Idol grants 0.5% maximum life per second when socketed in scepters. Previously, allies in your presence regenerate 8 life per second. Bonded modifier now grants 25% increased war cry cooldown recovery. Cat Idol now grants 25% increased accuracy rating when socketed in gloves, previously 15. Fox Idol now has a limit of 1, and now grants socketed idols in this item also grant their bonded modifiers when socketed in body armors. Previously 2% quality of all skills. The bonded modifier now grants 5% quality of all skills when in socketed body armors, previously +4 attributes. Owl Order Idol now grants 12% increased cooldown recovery rates. Ox Idol 15% block chance when socketed in shields and bucklers, previously 10. Allows in your presence of 12% elemental resistance. Primate Idol grants minions at 15% increased maximum life, previously 12. And increased 40% damage when socketed in a scepter. The bonded modifier remnants can be collected from 15% further away, previously 20. Rabbit Idol now has a limit of 1, and it now grants 12% increased rarity of items when socketed in body armors, previously 5, and 15% increased spirit when socketed in scepters, previously 10. The bonded modifiers now grants 10% increased quality of gold drop by slain enemies when socketed in body armors, previously 5. Snake Idol now grants 8% increased curse magnitude when socketed in gloves, previously 5. Allies in your presence have 10% increased attack speed when socketed in a scepter. And the bonded modifier now grants remnants have 15% increased effect when socketed in gloves. Stag Idol now has a limit of 1. It now grants projectiles a 15% chance to fork when socketed in helmets, previously 50% Thorns critical chance. Oh, that's poopy. That was a good one for the Thorns build. The bonded modifier for helmets now grants 30% chance for an additional projectile while forking. Wolf Idol now grants 15% magnitude of the bleeding you inflict when socketed in gloves, previously 10. Allies in your presence have 20% increased critical damage bonus in scepters, and the bonded modifier is 25% reduced magnitude of bleeding on you in gloves. Atoma's Soul Core Retreat no longer grants 30% faster start of energy shield when socketed in body armor. Another nerf to energy shield. It now gains additional ailment threshold equal to 15% of maximum energy shield and gain an additional stun threshold equal to 15% of maximum energy shield. This change applies to existing items. Maximum rage on ruby jewels can now roll between 1 to 2 maximum rage, previously 1. Existing items can possibly be updated with new values. Increased Chaos Orb on Sapphire Jewels can now roll between 7 to 13%, previously 6 to 12. Suffix modifiers granting faster start of energy shield can no longer roll on foci, intelligence body armors, or jewels. Increased energy shield recharge rate suffix modifiers can now roll on intelligence body armors. Implicit modifier at the arcane raiment and sacramental robe body armors now is 15 to 25% increased energy shield recharge rate instead of 40 to 50% start of energy shield recharge. This change does not affect existing items. The fevered prefix can no longer roll on time lost sapphires and jewels. The of diffusion and of dispersal and of enlivening suffix can no longer roll on body armors and foci. The of buffering suffix grants 12 to 15% increased recharge rate, previously 36 to 40. The of ardor suffix now grants 16 to 19 increased energy shield recharge rate, previously 41 to 45. The of suffusion suffix modifier now grants 20 to 23% increased energy shield recharge rate, previously 46 to 50. Cast speed modifiers on rings and amulets are no longer shared with foci and wands. For rings and amulets, these modifiers now roll slightly higher levels. The highest tier cast speed modifier for rings now rolls at level 60 and 66 for amulets, with the maximum values on these items are unchanged. Increased banner area effect modifiers on jewels now has values of 6 to 16%, previously 10 to 20. Desecrated modifiers granting instant leech can no longer roll. Aw, Leon. That's one of your favorites. Womp womp. Womp womp. The Squire hybrid physical damage and accuracy modifier on weapons has a minimum level of 8, previously 1. The Journeyman's hybrid physical damage and accuracy modifier now has a minimum level of 14, previously 11. The precise accuracy modifier on weapons has a minimum level of 8, previously 1. The reliable accuracy modifier on weapons has a minimum of 13, previously 11. The gladiatorial helm base type has been renamed to the Cassis helm. Oswald no longer undercuts you for the priceless idols found in Act 3, now offering you 3,000, 4,000, and 6,000 gold for each, previously 500, 1,000, and 1,500. The gold price of weapons for asynchronous trade has been increased by approximately 50%. The desecrated map modifier of Union is no longer functional. This was a legacy modifier that only existed in early leagues. The monster changes. Culling Strike threshold for normal enemies is now 35%, previously 30. Monster Leech resistance now starts at a later level, and values are lower at every level. All monster rarities now have the same amount of leech resistance. Essence monster packs are now affected by monster packs modifiers pack size. Asmare spirits that are released from monsters now retain their power and empower other spirits released from the monsters. The beam from the priest of the sun no longer ignores some walls. You will now refill flash charges when Viper Napuatzi's soldiers constrict the size of the arena. The Burning Dead and Ogum will now deal a portion of their damage as fire, previously purely physical. Improve the visual telegraphing of the lightning of Doriani's elite monster. Quest changes. You can no longer enter Plunder's Point until you have turned in all 4 map pieces in Kingsmarch. You now receive Greater Mind Rune in the Halls of Dead while interacting Neville, previously Lesser Mind Rune. You can no longer visit the Holland Gates in order to access Treasure's Passage if you have already freed a Risu. User interface changes. Added accessibility settings to increase the size of pop-ups. These can be found in the UI section of the options panel. Added a dedicated keybind to perform dodge roll, which will not cause the player to sprint when held down. The keybind is unbound by default and must be manually assigned if in input options if you use it. Added a show only available option to the hideout decorations list when using the mouse and keyboard. For players using click to move, clicking to move while channeling, a skill that can be used while moving will no longer interrupt channeling. This should be significantly improved. The usability of such skills such as Flame Breath, Incinerate, and Click to Move. Improved visual clarity, loading times, and performance on the Acts 1 to 3 world maps. Additionally, they have been made more accurately reflect the in-game directionality of layouts. Skill information pop-outs no longer modified states to the top of the panel. They are shown in blue. The notifications that shows when an item merchant tab has sold now displays a different message when the sold item is in a different league. The reroll button in the ritual UI now pulses when you have free rerolls available. Empowered minions from previous various modifiers and sources now update the text for the minion displayed on the monster. Now, Augment's stash tab has been updated and it now has 5 sections. Marking an enemy now shows the mark of their life bar. Maximum rage loss, delay, and rage loss per second are displayed in the character panel. Increase the maximum character limit of search text boxes to 250 characters. Copying an item's text now copies in advanced description format. Searching an item's text will now match the advanced description format. You can now set favorite trades on the currency exchange when using the mouse and keyboard. You can now pin a tracking scroll to your social profile to display your friends, guilds, and party members. You can now preview microtransaction weapon skins in the cosmetic shop without needing the applicable weapon type equipped. Added a top-down camera for viewing your hideout when using the controller. Added a feature to quickly exchange currency you are currently applying when playing the controller. Reworked the currency exchange UI when playing the controller. Improved the targeted section and the items interactable objects when using the controller. Updated and restructured the option menu. Enabled in-game clock option for the Xbox. Microtransaction changes. Looks like they enabled a bunch of microtransactions. I'm not really super interested in the microtransaction stuff. If any of these are things that you're interested in, feel free to check them out. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug where life flasks could not always be used when at full life while enduring Electric Pathfinder notable passive skill, despite it allowing their effect to stay on you while at full life. Fixed a bug where the Ritualist Ritual Sacrifice gained a cooldown at level 20 specifically. Information about ritual sacrifice on yourself has now been folded into the skill's description rather than being described separately on an As the Whispered Demands passive. Fixed a bug where Pounce was providing additional mark effect to Predator's Mark or socketed marks. Fixed an issue that prevented Mirage Archer and Mirage Deadeye from properly rotating to follow their target while using the Rapid Shot or similar skills. Fixed an issue that allowed certain skills to be socketed into Mirage Archer and Mirage Deadeye that should have been prevented. Fixed a bug that caused Devour and Feral Invocation to not interact correctly. Fixed a bug where minion instability did not bypass Last Grasp. Fixed a bug where Thunderstorms could be created out of bounds. Fixed an issue where Hollow Palm Technique was not providing its bonuses to most skills that could be used with any martial weapon. Hollow Palm Technique now replaces your unarmed base damage for affected attacks rather than adding damage on top of the unarmed base. Sounds good. Fixed a bug that could cause modifiers to unarmed critical hit chance to not be applied to displayed critical hit chance on the skill information pop-out. Fixed several issues with the mechanics that make modifiers to the number of projectiles only to apply to other values instead. Fixed some cases where the stats from giving chances for additional projectiles did apply to skills like Rain of Arrows that use the number of projectiles to determine the number of things to place. Fixed some cases where some stats for an additional chains didn't apply to some beam skills. Fixed a bug where benefits to quality provided to Comet were not functioning. Fixed a bug where the Devour and Lightning Warp were able to devour or explode some corpses they shouldn't. Fixed a bug where Poison Spores support did not have the appropriate vendor and asynchronous trade prices. Fixed a bug where Burning Inscription support would create ignited ground around a monster instead of on top of the runic inscription. Fixed a bug where the low tolerance passive skill was incorrectly described as an increased effect of poison instead of an increased magnitude. Fixed a bug where Arctic Owl could empower you in human form while using Echoing Cry. Fixed some issues where ice crystals from Glacial Bolt could have weird damage calculations in some situations. Fixed a bug where the Rat Pith Global Unique Focus was missing its unique cast-on effect. Fixed a bug where Tactician's Cannon's Ready Notable Skill passive would cause totems to attack when the player uses Molten Blast, Rolling Magma, Oil Barrage, or Powered Charge Folding Thunder. Fixed a bug where Melting Maelstrom Ultimate Unique Mana Flask was unable to hit enemies. Fixed a bug where attacks that stuck with both weapons simultaneously while dual wielding would no longer have a longer attack time than intended. Fixed a bug where skills cost a percent of a maximum energy shield cannot be used if you had no maximum energy shield. Fixed a bug where the stat giving a chance for projectiles to be a chain from terrain did not correctly count how many chains had been used, allowing projectiles in some cases to chain forever from terrain. Fixed a bug where Forge Hammer slams would not count when tracking slams for the Titan Ancestral Empowerment notable passive. Fixed a bug where heightened charges support would not apply to Flicker Strike, extra flickers, power per charge consumed. Fixed a bug where Living Lightning 2 did not scale its level from the gem supporting its skill. Fixed a bug where Into the Breach would not benefit from Selfless Remnant support. Fixed numerous bugs related to the player versions of Asmari Spirit Possessions. Crafted the Rite of Passage unique charm. Not using their skills otherwise functioning correctly, player versions of the Asmari Possession modifiers created by the Rite of Passage unique charm now deal dramatically more damage using their skills frequently. Enemy versions are unchanged. Fixed a bug where Diablo's Desire lineage support did not grant quality to meta skill gems and item granted skill gems. Fixed a bug where the Hyoxy's Fulmination lineage support was able to support non-curse skills. Fixed a bug where Heavy Armor notable skill passive adjusted the description to be more clear. Fixed an issue where Shockwave Totem was able to be socketed in Ancestral Warrior Totem. Fixed a bug and put a totem in a totem. Fixed a bug where Echoing Cry was able to support Ancestral Cry. Fixed a bug where Melting Maelstrom, a unique Ultimate Mana Flask, was unable to hit enemies. Fixed some intended support ability with Mirage Archer and Deadeye for some skills. Fixed a bug where the calculation for Infernal Legion was always a critical hit if it had any amount of critical hit chance. Fixed a bug where some types of reviving minion are intended to inherit player movement speed modifiers were not doing so. Specifically, Smith of Katava's Manifest Weapon row mount while other players dismounted, and the Hyenas summoned by Hyseg's Claw unique talisman. Fixed some cases where 2 effects empowering 1 skill would not stack as expected. Fixed an edge case interaction between Blood Price unique helmet reservation combining with other reservations. Fixed some case skills under inherently triggered not being considered trigger skills for other stats. Fixed a bug for Grim Feast sometimes fail to revive minions. Fixed a bug where projectiles were ignoring ice crystals created by Frozen Locust. Fixed a bug that caused Ice Nova to have a wrong visual effect and audio while repeated. Fixed a bug where his Winnowing Flame skill by the Unborn Lich unique staff applied critical weakness on hit, and another bug where it triggered explosions from consuming Ignite to deal no damage. Fixed a bug where channeled skills could not be interrupted by another channel skill. Fixed a bug where Abyss Precursor tablets would add 1 additional Abyss each instead of just enabling Abyss spawning. Fixed a bug where negative toughness did not apply more damage taken to the target. Now negative values of toughness will apply equal amount of more damage taken. Effectively, 100% toughness halves the damage of a monster, and negative 100% toughness doubles the damage of the monster. Fixed a bug that caused players to be unable to respawn if they died to Aziri the Red Green Zipukado, the Royal Architect, in party play. Fixed a bug where the bosses could occasionally push players out of their arena. Rude. Fixed a bug where the Iron Count from using his Sword Impale skill. Fixed an issue that prevented the Bloated Miller's backhand swing from being able to be blocked, parried, or evaded. Fixed a bug that caused some boss skills to be unable to target minions. Fixed an issue which caused Abyss Pits to sometimes not close. Fixed a bug where increased chances for maps to contain Summoning Circle was instead providing base chance for maps to contain a Summoning Circle. Fixed a bug where Rogue Exiles had higher maximum infusion than intended. Fixed an issue where the boss arena force field could sometimes fail to remove in the Stronghold map after defeating the boss. Fixed a bug where experimented monsters in the Synth Flesh Lab could sometimes get stuck. Fixed an issue where beyond bosses were getting more damage reduction than intended when they first spawned. Fixed a bug where Arc provided additional chains regardless of whether lightning infusion was consumed. Fixed a bug where poison on critical hit modifier on the Aztec Sight unique helmet did not apply to critical hits with Thorn's damage. Fixed a bug where reloading and switching ammunition with a crossbow was counting as attacking. Fixed a bug where many bleed modifiers did not apply Thorn's damage. Fixed a bug where certain triggers could generate energy. Fixed a bug where Prism of Belief, the unique jewel, could roll modifiers for Solar Orb. Fixed a bug where Stoicism support was able to support non-attack skills. Fixed an issue where Volt support incorrectly had a chaining tag. Fixed a bug where Iron Ward's Nova wasn't correctly affected by Astral Projection support. Fixed a bug where Lightning Warp was prioritizing selected targets instead of cullable enemies or ball projectiles. Fixed a bug where passives that granted increased area effect ancestrally boosted attacks were actually multiplicative. Fixed a bug where Blink, Parry, and Raise Shield were not counted as skill uses. What does that mean? This also fixes a bug where using Parry or Raise Shield did not count as channeling. Huh. It did not count as channeling. How did it not count as channeling? I even used it as a channel. There was a channeling support gem, and I used it as a channeling skill, and it did work with the channeling support skill. Weird. Fixed a bug where surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow could cause a lightning rod to fire in an incorrect location. Fixed a bug where you could be placed at an incorrect checkpoint when respawning after dying to some bosses. Fixed a bug where corrupting essences could sometimes remove the essence. Fixed a bug where essence monsters and packs did not have their stats increased due to being part of a rare pack. Fixed a bug where delirium fog would visually continue to spread while the game was paused. Fixed a bug where items without modifiers could appear in lower level ritual encounters. Fixed a bug where you could not open a portal in the boss area of the creek map after killing the boss. Fixed an issue where the roving wisps encounter in Crier Village was unable to be completed. Fixed an issue where the summoning circles were blocking projectiles after the boss defeated and they crumbled. Fixed an issue where shrines were difficult to highlight when surrounded enemies. Fixed an issue where you could be desynced when walking near the Tree of Souls. After freeing the Hooded One in Growlwood, fixed a bug that could cause the player to visually move away from the center of the screen when slowed while werewolf form. Fixed an issue where the following quests wouldn't complete if you left the area before the boss finished their death animation: Shrike Island, Isle of Kin, Wampanoag Island, and Abandoned Prison. Fixed a bug where Soul Core ultimatum encounters could be completed using a single core. Fixed a rare issue that wasn't a small Soul Crow available in the first Stone Altar Jaquani's Machinarium. I actually had that happen to me once. Fixed an issue where the Abyss world map icon on Nagakanu failed to complete when completing the corresponding abyssal depths. Fixed a bug where the shoreline hideout world map icon did not complete. Fixed an issue where the ground effects could display incorrectly in the path of morning. Fixed an issue where sources of player movement would sometimes cause the player to move in a slightly different direction from what was intended. This was particularly noticeable when using a controller and with skills that have built-in movement such as dodge roll and most melee skills. Fixed an issue where parry's description did not state that all hits can be parried, instead just mentioning strikes and projectiles. Fixed an issue where Varshta's Blessing lineage support did not state that it does not modify skills of minions. Fixed an issue where Herald of Blood incorrectly states that its damage was based on maximum life. It now correctly states that its damage is based on blood loss. Fixed a bug where various hit sounds were playing too loudly from party members. Fixed a bug that would prevent audio cue from energy shield depleted from playing if the cause of the depletion was damage over time. Fixed a bug where hovering over totems in the skill panel would incorrectly prompt a right click to activate if you had an Ancestral Bond keystone. Fixed a bug where the items that could not have an Exalted Orb applied to them were incorrectly highlighted when you would use an Exalted Orb. Fixed a bug where double-clicking a portal area transition with a confirmation pop-up would display a pop-up twice. Fixed an issue where boss health bars would be visible inside the Atlas screen. Fixed a bug where your friends list could sometimes be blank on PlayStation, experiencing an instant crash. Fixed the bug where the upgraded variants of the Grip of Kulamok could not be stored in the unique stash tab. Fixed the bug where presence radiance indicators could stop working in certain scenarios. Fixed the bug where unsupported character glyphs was showing a thousands place of locales. Fixed the bug that could cause skills granted by Ascendancy passive skills to be hidden from the list of applicable skills when cutting a support gem. Fixed a bug where word-by-word text navigation and text fields would incorrectly wrap at the end of the text input in some situations. Fixed a bug where having the hostile takeover quest completed on another character would show the Act 4 world map prior to your character being in Act 4. Fixed a bug where the bulk move action wasn't available in the market earnings page while playing with a controller. Fixed a bug where the players relived while inside another object would not be moved to safety. Fix a bug where you could not always select attack without moving for some reason. Fix an issue where disabling crossplay when playing a console would carry across when you logged into that account. Fix a bug where couch co-op players trying to join public party would be refused if the party had only just enough space for them. Fix a bug when playing in couch co-op where other players would be wrongly kicked from the party if player 2 created and entered a map. Fix a bug where Zipicato's console could not be interacted with when playing in couch co-op. Fix a bug when disconnecting and reconnecting controller during haptics. Disable haptics. Fix a bug where crossplay would be disabled while settings still showed it as enabled. Fix a bug where you would try to select characters of 2 different leagues when playing in couch co-op. Fixed an issue where the selecting solo cell phone and the character selection grayed out the character selection button. Fix a bug where the haptic feedback for low health continued to play while the game was paused. Fix the bug where you could become stuck inside scenery when exiting hideout and editing mode using a controller. Fix an issue where Enizunes Charge Unique Wand was missing in 3D model. Fixed a bug where Pounce Gem art did not reflect the meta gem. Fixed an issue where the Consuming Tentacle rare finisher effect was previously stated as enabled in Path of Exile but could not be equipped. Fixed an issue where the Black Hole rare finisher effect was previously stated as being enabled in Path of Exile 2 but cannot be equipped. Fixed an issue where the Dragonfire rare finisher was previously stated as being enabled in Path of Exile 2 but cannot be equipped. Fixed a bug where the Archmagus portal effect microtransaction was missing. Alright. So, this is a big patch notes. I mean, going over the patch notes, I mean, there's a lot of interesting and fun things in the patch notes. I mean, first off, the Calgurin uniques and skills, and we have a listing here, but we don't know what they actually are. I wonder if anybody has like a poll of them already or something. I have no clue how this works. Might have to wait till the game actually launches, or if they release the information. But, I mean, we have names of them at least, and you can kind of get an idea of what they do just by their name. I mean, Detonate Living is probably a lot like Detonate Dead, I would assume. And, Fragments of the Past, Frostflame Nova, Grim Pillars, Hollow Shell, Ley Lines, Power of the Verisium. I'm gonna rip off your little nose, sir. Yeah, you want your noseums ripped off? I'm gonna pow. Oh no, it's got your noseums. What you gonna do about that? And I'm how about that, Jack? How about this? And how about a Nugum right there? How about that? Yeah, I'm trying to talk, sir. Yeah, I'm trying to talk. And you are being rude. They also have the Calgurin support. So we've got 21 Calgurin skills and 8 Calgurin supports. It looks like a lot of these could potentially work into builds. I mean, I'm just reading the things on them, so I don't exactly know what they do, but we're going to have to dive into these at some point. I wonder if anybody has like a listing of them, or if they're on like PoE2DB. I mean, I doubt there's any information on PoE2DB about them already, but type in like Calguran skills. Let's see if they have a listing of the skills yet. Well, no, they just have the ones that we already knew about, which was the Frostflame Nova. They showed that. The Hollow Shell, they showed that one. The Repulsion, they did show that one, and the Runic Infusion, and they showed the Triskelion Cascade. So we have the basic ones at this point. But I need to see these skills so I can know how to build my character. There's obviously 21 of these skills and 8 new supports, so that's going to be kind of crazy. I mean, overall, it looks like the changes are good. For some reason, they had a kind of a very... I'm not really sure, like, why, but it definitely seems like they were hitting Energy Shield really hard with nerfs, and they were hitting Life Steal pretty hard with nerfs. And I'm actually kind of confused how Life Steal works at all, to be perfectly honest, at this point. I mean, it sounds to me like you could only have one source of Life Leech, and only one source of Life Leech can be active at any given time, and like there's a bunch of new rules to it. All of the new stuff that they added to like Delirium, Breach, Ritual, it all looks good. Apparently they have like individual pages for each one of these changes. I wonder what's on these. Okay, so this just takes you to the to like the page on the changes. Which they did the live reveal, and they showed us a lot of this stuff already, so... Scroll down. I don't really care about the Fate of the Val bullcrap. It sounds like they did some heavy nerfing on the Fate of the Val anyway, so I don't know how good that's even going to be this season. Expedition has been disabled in the regular game because the whole new Expedition mechanic. So we're gonna dive into that, I guess. There were some really good changes in here. Some of them were just, vague balancing stuff. which is fine. I do like the campaign replayability stuff. There's actually a video on that that kind of goes over it, but it's pretty basic stuff. I mean, it's like when you're going through the hunting grounds, like you'll find footprints, and the footprints lead you toward the boss. If you sort of like use your brain and be like, hey, look, there's some freaking big footprints over here. I wonder where these go, and then kind of follow them. You'll kind of go in that direction. The player damage, the bleed damage no longer being applied to a player while moving, or no longer increased while moving, is actually really good. Your maximum runic ward applying to the Trial of Sekimas is really good. I actually really like that. I'm not really sure about the deflection changes, but it looks like the deflection changes are good. This right here, I think this is a good change. Basically, I think there was something going on with parry shield block and resonating shield causing the heavy stun buildup from decaying or something. It was delaying the decay. And I think, because I do actually remember that, it was like they just wouldn't go away sometimes. Like you would use an ability and it just wouldn't go away ever. Maybe that's what they're doing here, and that looks like a bug fix. I'm not sure about this melee splash thing going on. I think this is specific to some items that move multiple times, like Whirling Assault is the one that they talked about, which creates multiple damaging areas as you move. So you can't like have a splash damage multiple times as you're Whirling Assaulting multiple times across the arena. Which I'm not even sure how that even works, as Whirling Assault really doesn't have any damage, which is also kind of weird. All the new lineage supports are going to be fun to dive into. Of course, I don't know what any of them do really yet, and all the new unique items. We've got a couple of the new unique items like shown to us so far, but we'll have to dive into those as they're released. They did make some changes, a couple small changes to the Chayula setting, and they made quite a few changes to the Chronomancer. The Chronomancer has changed a lot. I'm not exactly sure about some of these changes on the Chronomancer. I'd have to see him in action. The Gemling Legionnaire got a bunch of changes. It looks like they took away his charges or whatever, like the frenzy charges and the endurance charges. It seems like they took that away entirely. But they did add an interesting thing called the Crystalline Potential Notable passive, which is interesting. I was actually just about to watch the video on that. I haven't seen that yet, but there is a video going over apparently some of the ascendancy changes, and we could actually watch that right now, because now that we have the patch notes, we can get a better idea of these ascendancy changes. Let's take a quick look at the ascendancy changes real quick.
In Return of the Ancients, we're making several much anticipated balance changes to the Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire ascendancy classes. Let's take a closer look at some of them. Starting with the Gemling Legionnaire, we've expanded on how the Gemling interacts with quality on his gems. Every socketable skill in the game now has an additional quality option available through the Advanced Thaumaturgy Ascendancy skill. Once allocated, simply hold Alt while hovering your skill gems to preview an additional bonus granted by gem quality. You're gonna see some amazing effects. An example is Fireball. Instead of firing only 2 additional projectiles, why not fire up to 10 in a circle? Combined with consuming a fire infusion, you can fire a devastating ring of explosive projectiles that then each explode into another ring of smaller firebolts. Another example of an added quality that may also add quality to your life is Explosive Shot. Instead of having to reload after every shot, you can gain 2 more rounds in your magazine for a burst of deadly impact. With the Gemling Legionnaire's mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gems, named the Virtuous Barrier. Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds. Onwards to the Chronomancer. First off, let's start with one of its new notable skills, Phased Form. With Phased Form allocated, and due to your mastery over time, you are able to take less damage, causing a portion of that damage to be taken after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits, so you just straight up mitigate any damage over time effects. What makes this really cool though, is that by taking Temporal Rift, the delayed damage from phased form can entirely be negated. If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony. This has received new visual and gameplay effects, such as displaying your stored damage to bosses on static life bars. Also, now when the stored damage reaches a lethal level, the effect will trigger immediately to wipe your enemy out. The Rapid River passive skill, which made recoup occur much faster, has been removed, but a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree, allowing a lot more builds to gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come. Time Snap and Time Freeze can now both be allocated without requiring all 8 Ascendancy points. Finally, Now and Again has been changed to cause your spellcasts to have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat. Both roles are independent of each other, allowing you to unleash a powerful burst of spells all at once. Try out these changes and more on May 29th in the Return of the Ancients launch. Thanks for watching and see you then.
Alright. And they also released this one on the Expedition. We don't really know like a super large amount about the Expedition, so let's take a look at this one too.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2. In the Runes of Alder League, logbooks are seeing some big changes. It's time to go seafaring like true explorers. Yes, you can explore the ocean. To the southeast of the Atlas lies a vast ocean with new environments to discover and treasures to unearth. In the Runes of Alder, while doing expedition encounters, you might find logbooks, and by using these on the ocean, a small part of it will be revealed. As the fog recedes, you'll discover many new islands, most of which you won't have seen before, and all of them will contain expedition encounters. In these encounters, you'll need to blow up the remains of buried Kalgurans, bringing them back to life only to slay them again and steal their loot. Expeditions now also include the Runes of Alder crafting remnants, granting immense opportunities with a wide selection of recipes. But there's more than just the buried dead. Each island has all sorts of things to find and explode. In the Bleached Shoals, you'll discover siren eggs throughout the area, as well as clams that contain a surprising amount of riches. As you destroy the eggs, siren spawn will emerge from the water. But be careful. If you destroy enough eggs, the siren herself will arrive to defend her children. On this craggy peninsula, you can find another camp of the kin, hiding in their hovels. Blowing them up should get them out of there. And while you're at it, you can free some of their caged beasts. They've even caged some exiles in order to watch them fight with each other. Why not blow them up too?
Yeah, blow up everybody.
In this inland heath, you will find a gigantic remnant with a series of smaller runestones. Each one you blow up will activate another slot on the massive remnant, allowing you to craft almost any recipe. But there's still many more. Free trap wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. In order to explore the ocean further, we'll need to acquire more logbooks by killing runic monsters, indicated by large flagpoles around the dig site. With each logbook, you can explore more of the ocean, and you can go as deep as you like. There are ancient vaults, a bunch of new bosses, all sorts of underground areas, and a few other surprises. There's just so much to see and explore, so join us for the release of The Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
I don't know, the YouTube videos they post are always laggy for me. I don't know why. And then we've got the Breach rework as well. Let's take a look at that one.
When you first do a breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase.
I think it's changing resolutions while I'm watching it, and it's like lagging itself out.
The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry, and must be fertilized with Hiveblood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis Tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate, and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash. And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis Tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all.
That big old butt shield.
Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Putting rings on its fingers seemed to make it happy. Well, I'm pretty excited about this. I actually kind of already have a build planned, but obviously I'm going to be making changes to my build depending on like more information about these Calgurin skills and the Calgurin supports. I also feel like some of these uniques could be pertinent to my build as well. We'll have to see. A lot of uniques they added into the game. Who knows how many of these could potentially be useful for what I'm planning. Overall, I mean, the patch notes look mostly good. I'm not sure about the nerfs to Life Leech. And Energy Shield always seems to be the red-headed stepchild these days. It seems like they're constantly nerfing it and beefing up the other ones. They even increased overall the percentage of evasion and armor, but then didn't really increase the Energy Shield at all. And they also increased how effective deflection is as well. So, interesting. I think that's pretty much it. There are some other videos up on some of the other unique items, like the Rage Fists, or Facebreaker. The Facebreaker looks pretty good. There's also a special unique shield that looks really amazing. They also reworked some of the existing uniques, and there's some videos on that as well. I mean, overall, it's going to be exciting on May 29th when the 0.5 patch launches. I'm going to keep my eyes open for more videos because they seem to be just like leaking out videos every single day. But I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. Well, that was like 2 hours of patch notes. That's pretty.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
I mean, they gave us a lot of information. 21 Calgurin skills. It's a lot more than I thought there was going to be. I wish they'd actually given us information on what they do. That would have been nice.
Defense is buffed.
I mean, across the board, armor and evasion got buffs. Energy shield got nerfs across the board.
That's gonna go nice, dude. It's gonna be nice to have such a huge shield.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have real big meaty evasion armor shields.
Looks like they're giving a lot more rage out, which is crazy to me.
I thought they reduced most of the rage stuff when that's what I was looking at.
No, no. The only thing that got reduced is the talisman,
Hmm.
because the talisman was the most popular one. So they probably want to balance out the other choices. That's why they buffed like the lightning talisman. But if you look at the gloves, the note on the tree, the jewels, they all got increased by almost double. Like jewel went from 1 to 2. The nodes on the like went from like 8 to 15 for the ones that you've used glory. I think the gloves went from like 16 to 30 per stack. It seems insane.
Hmm. Hmm. I mean, rage is a good stat, so it is a good stat. Path of Exile, Rota. There we go.
Still up in the air about what we're playing tomorrow.
I still can't figure out what I want to play tomorrow. I mean, I've got a lot of good ideas and builds here. It's more about just what I want to play.
Tomorrow we'll just be starting at this time. We'll just be like cruising along.
Well, because I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing for, like, I mean, I don't know, like, how the things are going to roll out. I'm definitely going to check out Path of Exile 2, and I'm definitely going to check out Diablo 2, and we're definitely going to at least play for a solid week of Diablo 2. But, like, because I'm only playing for the first week and then hopping into PoE 2 and then doing whatever there, and whether I come back or not, I don't know. I kind of want to pick a character that's going to be easier to set up. Something that's not like super involved, that requires like dual dreams and like crazy stuff, that it requires multiple burr runes worth of equipment, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I feel like once you get into the multiple burr runes worth of equipment, it's going to be impossible to get that character set up before you're finished, like with the season or whatever. It's gonna be too difficult. Why is their YouTube videos always so laggy? Is it like that for you too? I swear when I watch other YouTube videos, they're not laggy, but when I watch the Path of Exile ones, they got like this weird lag to them.
It looks like a low frame rate for some reason. I don't know. Have you tried different browser or anything? They have no issues when I watch them. I was watching you react to them.
Might be a
They're like
browser
3
problem.
FPS.
Yeah, it was bad.
What is he doing? Stop watching these at 3 FPS.
It was bad. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
It was like a slideshow. This is our breach reworked in slideshow format. PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. How'd you know? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes the game looks like that too, even if the frame rate is high. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's like the game spazzes out. Alright, Path of Exile 2. Let's get a thumbnail.
Question is, what are we going to do tonight? Are we trying to like stay up in preparation for tomorrow? Or are we trying to go to sleep?
I mean, the
What are we trying
freaking game doesn't even start until like, what is it, like 8 o'clock or something?
Yeah, we'd just be getting started. We just the stream would just be like an hour and a half in. You'd just be all toasty. Maybe we'd be I don't know where, what acts, but maybe just getting done with normal. I need to go pick up some beef jerkins.
Yeah, you do need to pick up some beef jerkums, actually.
That's a good snack, you know, beef jerkums for league launches.
I mean, it's an amazing snack. It keeps you full, keeps you from pecking on everything, so you're not just like shoving food in your face the whole time. People underestimate some good beef jerkums. I got some chalky milks. Alright, I got that uploading. It's all, just a 2-hour video, no big deal. It's like a full freaking movie. I'm kind of, I have no clue what the hell those parry changes are. Like, there was a couple
the
parry
area
changes,
one.
and I don't really understand how any of those, like, would affect. Like, one of them said, parry area of effect has been changed to more closely match its animation. What does that mean? Does that mean that it's bigger? Does that mean that it's smaller? I don't really know. And then the other one, which was also kind of weird, was parry shield and block resonating shield no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying longer than expected. I think that's a good one.
I think that's a buff. I think we'll recover our heavy stun faster.
And then there was another parry change that had to do with like there was like 3 or 4 parry changes in there. I need to pull up the notes again and look at the parry changes.
A bug where it didn't count as channeling. Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently there was another one with a bug that it didn't count as channeling.
It didn't count as like using a skill, it says.
Yeah,
Fix
it
a bug
was
where
weird.
parry not counted as a skill use.
And then
Essentially,
fixed an issue where parry's description did not state that all hits can be parried. Instead, just mentioned that was a description change. Where was the other one? There was like one more. I don't know. I'm kind of interested in these like unique changes from the Gemling Legion there, though. It looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, and there's no way to know ahead of time unless they data mine it. We're gonna have to just log in as a gemling to know.
I mean, I do have a Gemling. I guess I could check. They give you a free respec. So we could just grab a bunch of skill gems on launch day and go check real quick.
The ones we care about the most, I guess.
I mean, it's not possible. It would delay us by what, a couple minutes to hop in on a non-league Gemling Legionnaire just to check and see. I don't think that's necessarily a bad play, especially if the Gemling Legionnaire has effects for your skills that are drastic.
Build enabling.
Yeah, build enabling stuff. Like maybe my Fangs of Frost will do something crazy. I mean, you never know.
I'm telling you now, the combination I was thinking of is probably going to be someone's going to create a build around it. With the gloves and the Howling Palm and the Gemling, because you can synergize it, you can stack strength, have all your skills satisfied. It's probably going to be really strong. And I saw they buffed the bell where you drop 3 bells now. Which is interesting. Since, originally they nerfed it because everyone was dropping unlimited bells.
Well, they did nerf the bells, sort of, because they reduced the cap on the bells for the combo points. Like, they made it so you could drop 3 bells, but then they also reduced the maximum combo points from 20 to 10, which means that you can drop less bells at the same time. So you have to be actively building combo points to get the number of combo points you need to drop the bells, and they're not going to let you have it, like, without a fight, essentially. Like it seems obvious that they're gonna let you drop 3 bells, but they want you to fight for the 3 bells. I don't know.
Well, here's the question: when you ancestrally boost it, does that drop 2 additional bells, or 1 additional bell, or no? It's 2, right? Because your fangs is 2.
I mean, that's another thing. It says it could be ancestrally boosted as if it were a strike skill.
So that to me that means when it's ancestrally boosted, that's why it's 3, right? Because it's +2, like your fangs. So it's 3 bells when it's boosted. So I think overall you would just it's a buff because you're not going to drop them all the time anyway. But when it matters, every 4 seconds, whatever this whatever it is at the boost, you're going to drop 3. I think.
Bah, bah. Mhm, 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 mhm. Ba-dee-dee-dee, ba-la-la-la-la-la-la. Oh, thank you, Lair Zizzle GG. Lair Zizzle GG. That's a GG. I didn't realize I've been sitting here for like 2 hours, just like reading patch notes. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
A lot of passion.
I gotta go to the party.
Where did the streamer go, guys?
Huh?
Acid Strike. What should I play tomorrow? Choose my character.
I know I'm playing a magic fucking character. I just don't know what.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up playing a modified Horker, a double swing Horker Barb.
You're probably going to want throwing weapons in there because when you hit those thorns guy,
Oh, I know that's part of the fun.
What's a pets build?
But I'm going to be a little bit delayed getting on because we got 2 10-ton installations tomorrow.
It's all tons.
Yeah, it's a lot of air conditioning.
Oh no, that's a messed up pun.
All right, I'm back. Blah, 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 blah. I still don't know what I want to build tomorrow. I think I might just go with Javazon. I really haven't done a Javazon in a while. Hey, what's up, Acid Strike? What you doing?
Not much.
He don't even know what he's doing. What are you building tomorrow?
Double swing Horker Barb.
Oh. Okay. You're just gonna manhandle corpses all day, huh?
Yep.
He's a corpse manhandler.
I can't carry anymore.
Look at all the champions everywhere you see. Look at all the champions coming for me. Come on. A champion's in a thong. What does that new Abyss rune word take? The Zod? I don't remember it. Well, yeah, it's a Zod rune. Freaking Thol Zod ist. Ugh. Ugh. It's so expensive. Well, I've done a lot of thinking today. Maybe if I go to sleep, I'll have an epiphany and I'll be like, this is what I want to play. That's the idea. Your mom is a hoe. Don't you know? Your mama is a hoe now. I can't believe she goes out. I'll go and get them hoe bounds. I'm up and take them roll rounds.
Carry anymore.
Dee 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 dee. Man, the bowlock is just such a comfy build. I hate to say it, but I really like the bowlock. I really do enjoy a good bowlock. It's so comfortable.
Hail to you, champion.
I mean, it don't gotta be a bowlock. It can be other things. It could be an exploding arrow zone, but I don't want to do that, no. It could also be a turd jav, but I just didn't like the way it played. Bone Sphere is, yeah. North Star Smiter I could make.
Poison Necro.
Poison necro. What? Poison dagger necro time? Poison dagger necromancer. Poison dagger necromancy. A poison dagger, he's so fancy. Yes. You've been a whiny butt all day, Cody. Yeah? He's been a big whiny butt. I don't know why you're such a whiny butt, but you've been a whiny butt. And I gave you snackums. I gave you porkum twists. And I gave you pretzels. And I gave you all sorts of good stuff. And you still's being a whiny brat. Yeah. And you got a pimple on your face too. And it's grody. Yeah, it's grody. That is a grody pimple on your face. It's huge and nasty. And it's bleeding. Why do you have pimples like a teenage boy? Are you a teenage dog? Are you gonna turn into a werewolfums? You gonna turn into a werewolfums? You is gonna turn into a werewolfums, ain't you? Oh no. Here, cause you was a good boy and let me pop your pimpum. Here's a big old crunchy. Yes, he gets snacks for being a good boy and let me take care of him. I didn't really test out this stuff yet. I want to take a look at this. I kind of need to stay up tonight so that I can stay up tomorrow night. Maybe I'll just hang out and watch the movies all night long. Sounds like a good idea. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, the chains seem way better now. Yeah. Yeah, the chains do seem way better. That's not bad. That's way better than it was previously. Huh. The chains actually have some distance to them before they break. Looks like they might have taken some feedback here. I like it. Why do I need to stay up? Is a graveyard shift incoming? Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 14 launches tomorrow at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard. So, I mean, I plan to play for more than a couple hours. I mean, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, so 4 hours till midnight. You think I'm going to quit playing just because it's midnight? I am not. You're back already, Cody. What is... Do you want to go downstairs and watch a movie? Huh? Mr. Cody, let's put you on camera because you won't be on camera today. Cody, do you want to go watch a movie with me?
we can get some popcorns, and we can sit down with our popcorns and we can watch the movie together? Or do you want to go with me in the car? You gotta see this. Hold on. Where'd you go, Cody? Come back. Come back. Cody, do you want to go with me in the car for a ride to the Taco Bell to get some tacos? Or Cody, do you want to go? Come back, Cody. Where'd you go? Come here. Come here. Come here. Or Cody, he got his pillow. Look, he got his pillow. He always picks up a pillow and carries it around the house. Cody, do you want to go to see your mama downstairs? You want to go see? Now he's running around the house because he's excited. Cody, Cody, where's your alligator? Where's your gator alum? Where's your gator? He's like a little child. He gets all excited and starts running around. Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. I've been streaming for like 9.5 hours. I'm gonna go lay down and watch some movies. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Diablo 2 Resurrected season start. I still haven't made up my mind what I want to play for season start. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. We're gonna figure something out. We have to figure something out because we gotta start tomorrow. So like we gotta do the thing. We gotta do the do. Okay, and we're gonna do the do, and we're gonna figure it out. Anyway, as always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button, and